Hey there. Welcome to your Midnight Refuge. I'm Nick. And no matter what time it actually is for you right now, this is your escape from everything outside these moments. Let these dark tales transport you away from your worries and racing thoughts into a place where only rest exists. You have earned this peace tonight. Just a couple of ads in the first 10 minutes, then hours of ad-free storytelling to carry you through. If this refuge becomes your go-to for sleepless nights, hit subscribe and drop a like. Share in the comments what part of the world you are taking refuge in tonight. You belong here with us. Now let us begin this journey together. The valley lay in deep shadow when Leland Harmon arrived, the sun having already descended behind the western ridge, and the silence that pressed against his ears seemed to him both profound and somehow expectant, as if the land were waiting for something to occur. Though what that might be, he could not have said, and would have dismissed the notion as fanciful, had it not persisted even now as he dismounted in the clearing before the cabin, one gloved hand resting on the horse's flank. The cabin stood perhaps 30 yards distant, its logs chinked with what appeared to be dried mud and moss, the structure itself exhibiting a level of craftsmanship that surprised him, given the remoteness of the valley and the evident poverty that would have driven anyone to file a claim in such an isolated region where the nearest settlement lay 40 miles to the northeast, and the land offered little promise beyond timber and whatever game might be hunted in the surrounding hills. He tied the horse to a post that had been driven into the ground near what he took to be a woodpile, though the arrangement of the log struck him as oddly neat, almost decorative, as if someone had taken great care in their stacking, despite the practical purpose such a pile would ordinarily serve. The door of the cabin stood closed, and he noticed now that smoke rose from the stone chimney in a thin gray column, evidence of habitation that would need to be noted in his ledger, though he had not yet opened the satchel that hung from his shoulder, having learned over the years that it was better to make his initial observations without the distraction of paperwork, which had a way of narrowing one's attention to whatever categories the forms required, and thereby causing one to miss details that might prove significant later, when the business of verification had proceeded to the point where discrepancies, if any existed, would need to be addressed with the claimants directly. He had performed this duty perhaps 24 times in the past 5 years, since his appointment to the Territorial Land Office, and the work had long since ceased to hold any interest for him beyond the satisfaction of completing it correctly and thereby justifying his salary, which, though modest, represented the only reliable income he had known since leaving Ohio in 1883, when circumstances he preferred not to recall had made it advisable for him to seek employment in a region where his name carried no associations and his past could be allowed to remain undiscussed. He knocked twice, the sound flat and dull against the heavy timber, and waited. For a long moment nothing happened, and he became aware of the cold, which seemed to intensify now that he stood motionless in the failing light. Then he heard footsteps inside, a slow, measured tread, and the door opened to reveal a man of perhaps 50 years, lean and weathered, wearing a wool shirt that had been patched at the elbows and trousers that appeared to be homespun, the sort of clothing Leland had come to associate with settlers who had been on their claims long enough to exhaust whatever store-bought goods they had brought with them and were now dependent on whatever they could make or trade for in the occasional visits to the nearest town, though in this case the distance to Fort Benton would make such visits rare indeed, perhaps twice a year at most, and only then if the need were desperate enough to justify the journey. The man regarded him without speaking, his face expressing neither welcome nor hostility, only a kind of patient expectancy. And Leland found himself saying, his voice sounding oddly formal in his own ears, that he was the land inspector from the Territorial Office, and that he had come to verify the claim that had been filed in the names of Joseph and Emma Sutton, this being the information he had been given in Fort Benton when he received his assignment, though he did not mention that the clerk who had handed him the file had remarked that the claim was one of the oldest outstanding cases in the territory, having been filed in the winter of 1883, which meant that if the homesteaders could demonstrate continuous residence for the full 5 years required by law, they would be eligible for their deed in a matter of months, assuming the improvements were deemed sufficient. The man nodded, a single inclination of his head, and stepped back to allow Leland to enter. The interior of the cabin, which consisted of a single large room with a sleeping loft visible above, struck him immediately as both warmer and darker than he had expected. The warmth seeming to radiate not from the hearth, where a fire burned with surprising vigor given the lateness of the hour, but from the very walls themselves, as if the structure had been absorbing heat throughout the day and was now releasing it into the space within, though this impression faded almost as soon as he had formed it, replaced by a sensation of coolness that seemed at odds with the evidence of the fire. A woman stood near the table that occupied the center of the room, her hands resting on the back of a chair, and she too regarded him with that same manner of patient waiting. Her face, which was younger than her husband's, but bore the marks of hard living that the frontier imposed on all women who ventured beyond the established settlements, expressing neither anxiety at his arrival nor eagerness to demonstrate the improvements that would justify their claim. Leland removed his hat and held it in both hands. A gesture of courtesy he had learned was appreciated by homesteaders who might otherwise regard a government inspector as an intruder, or worse, as an agent of forces that sought to dispossess them of the land they had worked to make their own. The woman inclined her head in acknowledgement, and the man moved past him to close the door, the latch falling into place with a sound that seemed to Leland unnaturally loud in the stillness of the room. He became aware as he stood there attempting to frame the opening remarks that would establish the purpose of his visit without giving the impression that he doubted their claim, that something in the cabin struck him as peculiar, though he could not immediately identify what it was that had caught his attention. The details of the room presenting themselves in the usual manner. The table, the chairs, the shelves along one wall that held dishes and cooking implements, the bed in the loft visible through the opening above, and yet there remained an aspect to the scene that eluded his understanding, a sense that some element was either missing or present in a way that defied the normal categories by which he organized his observations. The fire in the hearth crackled and hissed, and the man gestured toward the table, indicating that Leland should sit, the gesture conveying a hospitality that seemed formal, almost ritualistic, as if the man were performing an action he had rehearsed many times before and had learned to execute with deliberate care despite the evident poverty of his circumstances. Leland moved to the table and set his satchel on the floor beside the chair the woman had been standing behind, and as he did so, he noticed that the floor itself, which was constructed of wide planks that had been planed smooth, bore no trace of the mud or dirt one would ordinarily expect to find in a frontier cabin during the winter months, when the constant traffic of boots and the melting of snow brought indoors would leave the floor perpetually damp and stained. The cleanliness of the cabin, which extended to every surface he could see, struck him as remarkable, the sort of detail that would need to be noted in his report as evidence of the care the homesteaders had taken in maintaining their dwelling, though he wondered, even as he formed this thought, how they had managed to achieve such a state of order given the challenges that winter in this region would impose, the need for constant effort merely to keep warm and fed, leaving little energy for the kind of meticulous housekeeping that this cabin exhibited. The woman moved to the hearth and lifted a kettle that had been resting near the fire, and the man took his place at the opposite end of the table, his hands folded before him in a manner that suggested he was accustomed to waiting, that patience had become so thoroughly incorporated into his bearing that he could sit indefinitely without discomfort or restlessness. Leland, who had prepared a series of questions that he typically used to begin these interviews, found that the words he had intended to speak seemed inadequate to the situation, though he could not have explained what it was about the situation that struck him as requiring a different approach, the homesteaders having done nothing to suggest hostility or even wariness, their demeanor being instead one of complete neutrality, as if they had expected his arrival and had already reconciled themselves to whatever outcome his inspection might produce. The woman returned to the table, carrying 2 tin cups, which she set before him and her husband with a precision that seemed almost ceremonial, and Leland noticed that she had not poured anything for herself, a detail he might have interpreted as a gesture of hospitality. The limited supply of whatever beverage the kettle contained being reserved for the guest and the head of the household. Had he not observed that she made no move to return to the hearth for a 3rd cup, but instead took her seat beside her husband and folded her own hands in a posture identical to his, the two of them now regarding him with an attention that was neither eager nor reluctant, but rather seemed to exist in some category for which Leland had no adequate term, a stillness in their waiting that suggested they were prepared to sit thus for hours if necessary, until he had completed whatever business had brought him to their door. He reached for the cup she had placed before him and raised it to his lips, the gesture automatic, and discovered that it contained water, cold and clean, with a taste that suggested it had been drawn from a spring rather than a well, though he could not recall having seen any indication of a water source during his approach to the cabin. The coldness of the water seemed to intensify as he swallowed, spreading through his chest and downward into his stomach, and he set the cup down more abruptly than he had intended, the sound it made against the wooden surface of the table seeming to him unnaturally sharp in the quietness that prevailed in the room despite the crackling of the fire. He opened his satchel and withdrew the ledger in which he recorded his observations, along with the folder containing the claim documents that had been filed in Fort Benton 5 years earlier, and as he arranged these materials before him on the table, he became aware that the air in the cabin, which he had initially perceived as warm, had grown noticeably colder, the warmth he had felt upon entering having dissipated, or perhaps never having existed in the first place, his memory of it now seeming uncertain, as if the impression had been something he had anticipated rather than actually experienced. The couple continued to watch him, their faces expressing nothing beyond that same attentive patience, and he found himself wondering for the first time since entering the cabin whether they intended to speak at all, or whether they would simply sit in silence until he posed the questions that his duty required him to ask. He cleared his throat, a sound that seemed to him both insufficient and excessive, and explained that he would need to verify certain facts regarding their residence and the improvements they had made to the property, this being the standard procedure for all homestead claims approaching their 5-year anniversary, and that he hoped they would not find his questions intrusive, as he was merely performing the function that his office required of him and had no personal interest in the outcome beyond ensuring that the requirements of the law had been satisfied. The man nodded again, the same single inclination of his head that he had offered when Leland first introduced himself at the door, and the woman's expression remained unchanged, her gaze resting on him with a steadiness that he found increasingly difficult to meet, not because there was anything accusatory or challenging in it, but because the absence of any discernible emotion made him uncertain as to how his words were being received, or whether they were having any effect at all. He consulted the claim documents, noting that they had filed in December of 1883, which meant that the 5-year period would be complete in December of this year, 1888, assuming they could demonstrate that they had maintained continuous residence throughout that time, which was often the most difficult requirement to verify, as homesteaders frequently abandoned their claims during the harshest months and returned only when conditions improved, a practice that technically invalidated the claim, though many inspectors, himself included, were inclined to overlook such absences if the improvements were substantial and the homesteaders appeared genuinely committed to making the land productive. He asked, keeping his voice as neutral as he could manage, whether they had been present on the claim throughout the winter months, and the man, after a pause that seemed longer than was strictly necessary, replied in a voice that was quiet but distinct, that they had not left the property since the day they arrived. The answer should have satisfied him, being precisely what the law required, and yet something in the manner of its delivery, or perhaps in the pause that had preceded it, left him with a sense of unease that he could not justify through any rational analysis of what had been said. He made a notation in his ledger, the scratch of his pen against the paper seeming absurdly loud, and moved to the next question, which concerned the nature of the improvements they had made, the law requiring that homesteaders demonstrate not merely residence, but active cultivation or development of the land, evidence that they intended to make productive use of the claim rather than simply occupying it in order to acquire title and then sell it to speculators, a practice that had become common enough in other territories to warrant close scrutiny of all applications. The man began to enumerate the work they had done, his voice maintaining that same quiet distinctness. And Leland found himself recording the information by rote, his attention divided between the words being spoken and the growing conviction that something in the cabin was profoundly wrong, though he could not identify any single detail that would justify such a feeling. They had cleared timber, the man said, and built the cabin and the root cellar, and they had prepared the soil for planting, though the short growing season in this valley meant that they relied primarily on hunting and the preservation of game rather than on agriculture, a situation that was not uncommon in this region and would not, in itself, constitute grounds for denying the claim provided the other requirements had been met. Leland wrote these details into his ledger, noting that the cabin itself was well constructed and that the interior demonstrated a level of care consistent with long-term habitation, though he did not record his observation that the cleanliness of the space seemed excessive, or that the couple's manner of speaking and sitting suggested something other than the ordinary behavior of homesteaders greeting an inspector whose judgment would determine whether they received title to the land they had worked for 5 years. He looked up from his writing to find both of them still watching him, their hands still folded, their postures unchanged, and it occurred to him that neither of them had moved since taking their seats, that they had not shifted their weight or adjusted their positions or exhibited any of the small, unconscious movements that people ordinarily make when sitting for any length of time. And this realization, which should perhaps not have disturbed him as much as it did, caused him to close his ledger with more force than he had intended, and announced that he would need to inspect the exterior improvements before the light failed entirely. The man rose from his chair with a smoothness that seemed practiced, and the woman remained seated, her gaze following Leland as he gathered his materials and returned them to his satchel. And he understood, though nothing had been said, that the man would accompany him outside while the woman remained within, this division of labor being typical of frontier households where the man dealt with official business while the woman maintained the domestic sphere. Yet as he moved toward the door, he found himself glancing back at the woman, who sat utterly motionless at the table, her hands still folded, and he noticed for the first time that she cast no shadow, though the lamp that burned on the shelf behind her should have thrown her silhouette against the wall opposite. And this observation, which arrived with such clarity that he could not dismiss it as a trick of the light, caused him to pause with his hand on the latch, his breath catching in his throat in a way that would have embarrassed him had anyone been present to witness it. He stepped outside into the gathering dusk, the man following close behind him, and the cold descended upon them with an intensity that made the interior of the cabin seem, in retrospect, almost warm, though Leland's memory of the temperature within remained confused, the sensations he had experienced there refusing to resolve into any coherent pattern. The sky had darkened to a deep gray, and the snow that covered the clearing lay undisturbed save for the tracks his own boots had made when he first approached the cabin, and it was this detail, more than any of the others he had observed, that caused him to stop and turn slowly in a complete circle, his eyes searching the white expanse for any evidence of the homesteaders' movements to and from the cabin during what must have been, if their claim was accurate, 4 years of continuous habitation. There were no tracks other than his own. The snow lay smooth and unbroken from the cabin door to the tree line, a distance of perhaps 50 yards in every direction, and though he understood that a fresh snowfall might have obscured earlier tracks, he could not recall any snowfall during the past 2 days, the sky having been clear since he left Fort Benton, and the accumulation on the ground, which came nearly to his knees, suggested that it had been undisturbed for some time, perhaps weeks. He looked at the man who stood perhaps 3 paces behind him, and observed that the man's boots, which were of rough construction but appeared serviceable, rested on the surface of the snow without sinking into it, as if his weight were somehow distributed across a greater area than his footprint would suggest, or as if he weighed considerably less than his physical form would indicate. Leland's horse stood where he had tied it, the animal's head lowered, and he moved toward it with an urgency that he recognized as irrational, given that the horse appeared unharmed and that there was no evident threat in the clearing that would justify his sudden need to verify the animal's condition. He ran his hand along the horse's neck, feeling the warmth of its hide and the solid reality of its flesh, and this contact with something ordinary and alive seemed to steady him, to provide a point of reference against which he could measure the accumulating strangeness of everything else he had observed since arriving at the cabin. The horse turned its head toward him and exhaled, the breath visible as a white plume in the cold air, and Leland found himself staring at this vapor as it dissipated, thinking of the man who stood behind him and of the woman inside the cabin, neither of whom, he now realized, had produced any visible breath during the time he had spent in their company. He forced himself to turn back to the man who waited with that same patient immobility and to say that he would need to inspect the root cellar and any other structures they had built, as these would constitute the improvements upon which their claim would be evaluated, though even as he spoke he was aware that his voice sounded strained, that the formality he had attempted to maintain was beginning to fracture under the weight of his unease. The man inclined his head in that now familiar gesture of acknowledgement and began walking toward the side of the cabin where Leland now saw a second structure stood, smaller than the main dwelling and partially obscured by the angle from which he had first approached, its entrance consisting of a heavy wooden door set into what appeared to be an earthen mound, the configuration suggesting a root cellar built in the manner typical of this region, where the ground itself provided insulation against the extreme temperatures of winter. They crossed the clearing, and Leland noted that while his own boots broke through the crust of the snow with each step, leaving deep impressions that immediately began to fill with the powder his movements displaced, the man beside him left no such marks, his passage across the snow being somehow accomplished without disturbing the surface. a phenomenon that Leland could not bring himself to acknowledge directly, but which nevertheless registered in his awareness with a clarity that made it impossible to dismiss. The sun had now dropped entirely below the ridge, and the light that remained was the diffuse gray illumination of twilight, which drained the color from everything it touched and rendered the familiar contours of the landscape strange and somehow threatening, as if the valley itself had become alien in the absence of direct sunlight. The man stopped before the door of the root cellar and stood aside, indicating with a gesture that Leland should proceed. And Leland realized, with a start of something very close to fear, that he did not want to open this door, that every instinct he possessed was urging him to return to his horse and begin the journey back to Fort Benton immediately, before full darkness descended and made travel impossible. Yet he could not do this, not without abandoning his duty and thereby inviting questions that he would be unable to answer. Questions that would require him to explain what it was about this inspection that had caused him to flee before completing even the most basic verification of the homesteader's improvements. He reached for the iron handle that had been affixed to the door and found that it was not locked, the mechanism moving freely when he lifted it, and he pulled the door open, its weight considerable but not unmanageable, and peered into the darkness within. The smell that emerged from the cellar was not the expected scent of earth and stored vegetables, but rather a complete absence of smell, as if the space beyond the door existed in some condition that precluded even the ordinary processes of decay and transformation that would normally produce the musty odor one associated with underground chambers. The darkness itself seemed to possess a quality of depth that exceeded what the physical dimensions of the structure could contain, and Leland found himself hesitating at the threshold, aware that he would need a lamp or a lantern if he were to conduct any meaningful inspection of the interior, and aware, too, that he was relieved to have this excuse to delay his entry into that absolute blackness, which seemed to him to represent something other than a mere absence of light. He turned to ask the man whether they possessed a lamp he might use, but the words died in his throat when he saw that the man had moved closer, close enough that Leland could make out the details of his face in the failing light. And what he saw there was not the weathered countenance of a frontier settler, but rather a kind of terrible patience, an expression that suggested the man had been waiting for this moment for longer than Leland could begin to comprehend, and that this waiting had worn away everything that might once have been human in his features, leaving only a residue of purpose that had no room for mercy or compassion or any of the ordinary emotions that might have made negotiation possible. Leland stepped back from the cellar door, his boots sliding in the snow, and said, more loudly than he had intended, that he would return in the morning to complete the inspection, as the light was now insufficient for proper observation, and that he would need to make camp for the night and resume his work at first light. The man said nothing, but after a moment, he moved past Leland to close the cellar door. The motion executed with that same unsettling smoothness, and then gestured back toward the cabin in a manner that Leland understood with a sinking certainty, as an invitation to return inside, to spend the night as their guest, an offer that would be considered not merely polite, but obligatory under the code of frontier hospitality, and which he could not refuse without giving mortal offense. They walked back across the clearing, Leland's tracks now forming a confused pattern of approaches and retreats, and the man's leaving no mark at all. And as they reached the door, Leland glanced once more at his horse, which stood with its head still lowered, and he thought about the 40 miles that separated him from Fort Benton and the 4 days it would take to cover that distance, and he understood that he would not be making that journey tonight, that whatever was going to happen in this cabin would happen before he saw the territorial office again, and that there was nothing he could do now to alter this outcome, which had perhaps been determined from the moment he first received his assignment and learned the names Joseph and Emma Sutton, though he could not have said why these names should carry such significance or what it was about this claim that differentiated it from all the others he had processed during his tenure as inspector. Inside, the woman had prepared a meal, though Leland had heard no sounds of cooking during his time outside, and the table now bore plates and utensils arranged with the same precision he had observed in every other aspect of the cabin's maintenance. The food itself consisted of what appeared to be venison and some kind of root vegetable, both cooked plainly and served without any of the embellishments that even the poorest homesteaders typically attempted when receiving a guest whose judgment would determine their future. And Leland took his seat at the place that had obviously been designated for him, his satchel once again resting on the floor beside his chair, and attempted to maintain the appearance of normalcy, even as the wrongness of the situation pressed against his awareness with increasing force. He ate because refusing would have been an insult he could not afford to give, and because the act of eating provided him with something to do that did not require speech or thought, beyond the automatic process of lifting the fork to his mouth and swallowing, though he noticed that the food, while appearing fresh and properly prepared, had no taste whatsoever, neither salt nor seasoning, nor even the basic flavors one would expect from meat and vegetables, as if the meal existed as a kind of performance or simulation of sustenance rather than actual nourishment. The couple sat across from him and made no move to eat from their own plates, their hands once again folded in that posture of waiting. And when he looked directly at the food before them, he saw that it appeared identical to his own. The portions exactly matched. The arrangement of the components on the plate replicated with such exactitude that it suggested not individual servings, but rather copies of a single template. He set down his fork and withdrew from his satchel the materials he would need to complete his documentation, thinking that if he proceeded with the formal business of the inspection, he might restore some semblance of order to the proceedings, might force the situation back into the familiar categories of official duty, and thereby make it possible to endure whatever remains of this evening. He asked them to describe in greater detail the work they had done to improve the property, and the man began to speak again in that quiet, distinct voice, enumerating the construction of the cabin and the clearing of timber and the preparation of the ground, the same information he had provided earlier, but now delivered with additional details that Leland dutifully recorded in his ledger, his pen moving across the paper in the lamplight, while the fire crackled in the hearth and the darkness beyond the windows became absolute. The woman spoke for the first time, her voice possessing the same register as her husband's, neither warm nor cold, but rather existing in some neutral register that made it difficult to assign any emotional content to her words, and she described the interior improvements they had made, the shelving and the loft, and the careful chinking of the logs to prevent drafts, though Leland noticed as she spoke that her lips moved with a slight delay, as if the words were being produced by some mechanism independent of her physical form, and her mouth was merely approximating the shapes that would correspond to the sounds being generated. This observation, which should have been impossible given the ordinary operation of speech, nevertheless persisted with such clarity that he found himself watching her mouth rather than writing in his ledger, and when he realized what he was doing, he forced his attention back to the page before him and made several notations that he knew, even as he wrote them, would be illegible when he attempted to review them later. He asked about the root cellar, the question emerging before he had consciously decided to speak it, and both of them turned to look at him with an intensity that had been absent from their previous regard, their eyes fixing on his face in a manner that made him acutely aware of his own flesh, of the blood moving beneath his skin, and the breath entering and leaving his lungs, sensations that had been so automatic as to be beneath notice, but which now seemed to him both precious and terribly vulnerable. The man said, after a pause that extended long enough for Leland to count 5 beats of his own heart, that the cellar had been dug during their first summer on the claim, before the cabin itself was completed, as they had needed a place to store the game they hunted and the provisions they had brought with them, and that it had been excavated to a depth of perhaps 8 feet, with walls of packed earth and a roof of logs covered with sod to provide insulation. This information was precisely what Leland needed for his documentation, and yet the manner in which it had been delivered, and more particularly the silence that had preceded it, suggested to him that there was something about the cellar that had required this pause, this moment of consideration before the man could formulate his response. And Leland found himself remembering the darkness he had glimpsed when he opened the cellar door, the absence of smell and the sense of depth that had seemed to exceed the physical boundaries the man had just described. He made a notation in his ledger that he would need to inspect the cellar in the morning, when proper light would make such an inspection possible. And he was aware, even as he wrote this, that he was postponing an encounter he dreaded, that the morning he anticipated would bring with it a revelation he did not wish to receive. The meal concluded, or rather reached a point at which Leland could no longer maintain the pretense of eating, and the woman rose to clear the plates, her movements exhibiting that same eerie precision. And the man indicated with a gesture toward the loft that Leland would be welcome to sleep there, that they would remain below and maintain the fire through the night. Leland accepted this arrangement with as much grace as he could manage, though he understood that sleep would be impossible under these circumstances, that he would spend the hours of darkness in a state of anxious wakefulness, listening to whatever sounds the cabin produced and waiting for the dawn that would allow him to complete his inspection and begin his journey back to Fort Benton, assuming such a departure would be permitted, a question that had begun to trouble him as the evening progressed, and the behavior of the homesteaders continued to deviate from any pattern he could recognize as human. He climbed the ladder to the loft, his satchel hanging from his shoulder, and found there a narrow bed with blankets that appeared clean and well-maintained, and he lay down fully clothed, his boots still on his feet, and stared up at the rough planks of the ceiling, while below him the couple resumed their seats at the table and sat without speaking, their silence more oppressive than any conversation could have been. The fire continued to burn with that same unvarying intensity, never diminishing despite receiving no additional fuel, and the lamp never flickered, its light remaining constant in a way that no oil lamp should have managed. And these small impossibilities accumulated in Leland's consciousness until they formed a weight that pressed against his chest and made breathing an effort that required conscious attention. Hours passed, or what felt like hours, though Leland had no means of measuring time beyond his own internal sense of duration, which had become unreliable in this place where the ordinary markers of temporal progression seemed not to apply. And at some point, he became aware that the couple below had begun to speak to each other in voices so low that he could not distinguish individual words, only a murmuring that rose and fell in a rhythm that suggested not conversation, but rather some kind of recitation, a litany being repeated with variations that he could not quite discern. He leaned over the edge of the loft, moving as quietly as he could manage, and looked down at them, and what he saw caused him to pull back immediately and lie flat on the bed, his heart hammering in his chest with a violence that made him fear it might be audible to the figures below. They had not moved from their positions at the table, their hands still folded, their postures unchanged, and yet as they spoke, he noticed that their mouths moved with a slight delay, as if the words were being produced independently of their physical forms, and their lips were merely approximating the shapes after the sounds had already been made. When they exhaled between phrases, their breath was visible in the lamplight, emerging as thin streams of frozen vapor, despite the fire that burned in the hearth. And this visible exhalation made their earlier lack of breath more disturbing in retrospect, as if they could produce the appearance of breathing when it served some purpose, but could not maintain the pretense continuously. The murmuring continued, and he lay rigid on the bed, forcing himself to breathe slowly and quietly, aware that any sound he made might alert them to his observation and prompt some response he could not begin to imagine. And in this state of frozen terror he remained until the murmuring ceased, and the cabin fell once more into that oppressive silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire that never diminished and the sound of his own blood pulsing in his ears. When the light returned, filtering through the gaps in the cabin's walls with the gray pallor of dawn, Leland rose from the bed where he had not slept and climbed down the ladder to find the couple seated exactly as they had been throughout the night, neither of them showing any sign of fatigue or discomfort, their clothes unwrinkled and their faces composed. They did not acknowledge his descent, and he did not speak to them, moving instead to the door and stepping outside into air so cold it burned his lungs, the temperature having dropped during the night to a level that would have made survival without shelter impossible. And yet the couple inside appeared unaffected, as if cold and heat were conditions that no longer applied to whatever they had become. His horse stood where he had left it, the animal still alive, though its hide showed a rime of frost, and Leland untied it and led it to a patch of ground where some brown grass protruded through the snow, watching as the horse lowered its head to graze with a desperation that suggested it had not eaten during the night, though he could not understand why he had not thought to provide fodder before retiring to the loft, this lapse in judgment being so unlike his usual careful attention to the animal's needs that it seemed to him evidence of some deterioration in his own faculties, as if the cabin's atmosphere were affecting not merely his perceptions, but his capacity for rational thought. He returned to the cabin and retrieved his satchel, and when he emerged again, the man was standing outside the door, waiting with that patient immobility. And Leland understood that the inspection would now continue, that the postponement he had achieved the previous evening had merely delayed the inevitable confrontation with whatever the root cellar contained. They crossed the clearing in silence, Leland's new tracks overlaying the confused pattern he had made yesterday, and when they reached the cellar door, the man stood aside as he had before, his gesture indicating that Leland should proceed, that this inspection was Leland's responsibility and could not be delegated or avoided. Leland lifted the iron handle and pulled the door open, the hinges moving soundlessly despite the cold that should have stiffened the metal. And the same darkness he had encountered yesterday rose to meet him. That absolute absence of light and smell that suggested the space beyond existed in some condition fundamentally different from the ordinary world of earth and timber. He reached into his satchel and withdrew the bullseye lantern he carried for precisely such situations, and he struck a match and lit the wick, the flame catching immediately and burning with a steadiness that seemed in this place almost miraculous, as if the ordinary operation of combustion were itself a form of resistance to whatever laws governed this valley. He held the lantern before him and descended the steps that had been cut into the earth, the packed soil cold and dry beneath his boots, and as the light penetrated the darkness, he saw that the cellar extended farther than the dimensions the man had described, its walls receding into shadows that the lantern could not fully dispel. The air was utterly still, possessing none of the draft one would expect in an underground chamber, and the temperature, while cold, felt different from the cold outside, less a matter of thermometric measurement than of some character that had to do with absence, with the removal of warmth rather than the mere lack of it. The bodies lay against the far wall, arranged side by side with a care that suggested they had been placed there deliberately rather than simply discarded. Even from a distance, he could see they had been preserved by the cold with such completeness that they appeared not dead but sleeping, their faces peaceful, their hands folded across their chests. He moved closer. The lantern threw his shadow against the earthen walls. He knelt beside the bodies. The woman had been perhaps 30 years old when she died. Her features were delicate despite the hardships frontier life would have imposed. Her hands showed calluses from manual labor. The man beside her was older, perhaps 40, his face weathered from outdoor work. His build was lean but muscular. Both wore clothing identical to what settlers had worn when the claim was first filed. Simple homespun fabric, the woman's dress patched at the shoulders, the man's shirt mended at the elbows. Neither showed signs of violence or injury. They had simply starved. The common fate of homesteaders who misjudged what Montana winters could do. He reached out and touched the woman's hand. The flesh was frozen solid, the tissues crystallized. Years, not months. He jerked back. The lantern swayed. Shadows raced across the cellar walls. These were the real Joseph and Emma Sutton, the actual homesteaders who had filed the claim in 1883 and died during their first winter, their dream of owning land ending in this underground tomb, their bodies preserved by the cold that killed them. He turned to find the man standing at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the rectangle of pale light that marked the cellar's entrance, and the question that Leland wanted to ask. Who are you, if these are the Suttons? Died unspoken when he saw the expression on the man's face, which was not triumph or satisfaction at having revealed this horror, but rather a kind of weary sadness, as if the man himself were a victim of circumstances he had not chosen and could not alter. Leland climbed the stairs, moving carefully to avoid stumbling in his haste to leave the cellar, and when he emerged into the daylight, he found that his hands were shaking, not merely from the cold, but from the understanding that was beginning to form in his mind, an understanding that he could not yet articulate, but which pressed against his consciousness with increasing urgency. The man closed the cellar door, the heavy timber settling into place with a finality that seemed to Leland to mark some irrevocable transition. And then he turned and began walking back toward the cabin, his movements conveying an expectation that Leland would follow, that there was more to be revealed, and that the inspection, having reached this point, could not be abandoned but must continue to whatever conclusion it was meant to reach. Leland stood for a moment beside the closed cellar door, his breath visible in the cold air. And he thought about the bodies below, about Joseph and Emma Sutton, who had come to this valley to claim land and had instead found death, and about the figures in the cabin who bore the same names and wore human form, but were clearly something other than human, something that had assumed the identities of the dead homesteaders and maintained their claim through the years that followed. He did not immediately follow the man back to the cabin, but instead remained where he was, attempting to organize his thoughts into some coherent framework that would allow him to proceed with the inspection, despite the evidence he had just encountered, evidence that called into question not merely the validity of the claim, but the fundamental nature of reality as he had understood it. The bodies in the cellar were real, their deaths confirmed by the frozen solidity of their flesh and the period clothing they wore, and yet the couple in the cabin were equally real in their physical presence, their ability to speak and move and maintain the appearance of habitation, even if that appearance was marred by details that no living human beings could have produced. The absence of footprints in the snow, the lack of visible breath, the motionlessness that exceeded any natural capacity for stillness. He found himself considering, with a detachment that surprised him, the possibility that he had gone mad, that the journey from Fort Benton and the isolation of this valley had affected his mind in ways that would account for the impossibilities he believed he was witnessing. Though even as he entertained this explanation, he knew it was insufficient, that madness might cause him to see things that were not there but could not explain the physical facts he had verified through touch and observation. The frozen hand of the dead woman, the smoothness of the snow unmarked by any passage save his own, the cold water in the cup that had spread through his chest like ice dissolving in his blood. If he was mad, his madness was at least consistent, and it produced phenomena that obeyed their own internal logic, even if that logic contradicted the laws that governed the ordinary world. The alternative, which he found himself approaching with increasing certainty despite his reluctance to accept it, was that something in this valley had made use of the dead homesteaders' unfulfilled claim, had inhabited their names and their dwelling, and was maintaining the forms of habitation for purposes he could not begin to guess, purposes that might have to do with the land itself or with the bureaucratic mechanisms by which land was claimed and owned. The Homestead Act's requirements of continuous residence and improvement, creating conditions that whatever occupied this cabin had learned to fulfill in its own manner. This explanation, fantastic as it was, seemed to him to account for more of what he had observed than any alternative he could devise, and he recognized that if he accepted it as true, even provisionally, he would need to reconsider his role here, would need to understand that he was not merely an inspector verifying a claim, but rather a participant in some process that the entities in the cabin required him to complete, though what that completion might entail remained unclear. He walked slowly back across the clearing, his boots breaking through the crust with each step, and he noticed now details he had missed in his initial approach to the cabin. The way the smoke from the chimney rose in a perfectly straight column, despite the wind that moved through the trees at the valley's edge, the manner in which the windows reflected the morning light, with a uniformity that suggested not glass, but some other surface that mimicked glass's properties without possessing its imperfections. The fact that the cabin's logs, which should have shown variations in color and texture from weathering, appeared instead to have achieved a kind of homogeneity, as if the structure had been maintained not through the usual processes of repair and replacement, but through some force that preserved it in a static state, unchanging and unchangeable. When he entered the cabin, he found the woman standing near the hearth, her hands occupied with some domestic task that ceased the moment he crossed the threshold, and the man already seated at the table in the position he had occupied throughout the previous evening. Neither of them spoke, and Leland moved to his own chair and sat down, his satchel resting against his leg, and he opened it and withdrew his ledger and the claim documents, arranging them on the table with hands that had ceased their shaking, the tremor having been replaced by a numbness that extended through his fingers and up into his forearms, as if his body were gradually surrendering its capacity for sensation in response to the accumulating impossibilities he had been forced to witness. He looked at the documents, at the names written there in the clerk's neat hand. Joseph Sutton and Emma Sutton, with a filing date of December 1883. And he understood that these names, which had once belonged to the people whose bodies lay frozen in the cellar, now belonged to whatever occupied this cabin, that the death of the original homesteaders had not invalidated the claim, but had instead transferred it to entities that could fulfill its requirements in ways human beings could not, maintaining residence without need for food or warmth, constructing improvements that never deteriorated, waiting with inhuman patience for the 5 years to elapse that would entitle them to the deed that would make their possession of the land legally irrevocable. He should have refused, should have closed his ledger and announced that the claim was void, that dead people could not own land, and that whatever these entities were, they had no standing under the law to receive a deed. And yet, as he prepared to speak these words, he found himself remembering the man's face at the cellar entrance, the weary sadness he had seen there. And he wondered whether that expression had been a performance calculated to evoke sympathy, or whether it represented some genuine emotion, some residue of whatever these things had once been, before they became what they were now. The question struck him as important, though he could not have explained why it should matter to him what these entities felt or had felt, his duty being clear regardless of their emotional states. And yet he hesitated, his mouth open, but no sound emerging, and in that moment of hesitation, he felt something shift in the cabin's atmosphere, as if his uncertainty had been noted and assessed and found to be exploitable. The woman moved from the hearth to the table and sat down beside her husband. The two of them once again arranged in that posture of waiting that Leland had come to recognize as their default state. And he understood that they would not initiate any explanation, that whatever he was going to learn about their nature and their purpose would need to be extracted through direct questioning, and that such questioning would require him to acknowledge explicitly the impossibilities he had been attempting to rationalize away, would force him to speak aloud the conclusion he had been resisting since the moment he first noticed the woman's absent shadow. He would need to ask them what they were, and in asking, he would cross some threshold that could not be uncrossed, would commit himself to a confrontation whose outcome he could not predict, and whose dangers he could only dimly perceive. He placed his hands flat on the table, the wood grain pressed against his palms. He looked at the couple across from him, their faces human in every detail except for the terrible stillness no living face could maintain. "What are you?" The words came out quieter than he intended, almost a whisper. The couple regarded him without changing their expressions, their eyes fixed on his face with unblinking attention. The man and woman exchanged no glance, made no gesture of consultation, yet Leland sensed some communication passing between them through channels he could not perceive. After a moment, the woman spoke. "We are what the land required." Her voice possessed that same neutral register he had noted before. She fell silent again. Her hands returned to their folded position. That was the only answer he would receive. He asked about the bodies in the cellar. His voice carried anger now. The inadequacy of her response had released something in him that had been constrained by fear. The couple sat in silence. They did not answer. They simply waited, hands folded, faces expressing nothing beyond that terrible, patient stillness. Leland stood from the table. His legs were unsteady, and he needed to leave. Now. Whatever these things were, whatever had happened to the real homesteaders, he would report it from Fort Benton. He would send others to investigate. He would not spend another night in this cabin. He moved toward the door. As he reached for the latch, the woman spoke. "You have been here before." The words stopped him. His hand froze on the latch. He turned to face her. "What?" She said nothing more. Her expression remained unchanged. But those 5 words had opened some fissure in his certainty, some crack in the narrative he had constructed about his journey from Fort Benton. He pulled the door open and stepped outside into the brutal cold. His horse stood where he had tied it, its head lowered, frost on its hide. Leland untied the reins with fingers that fumbled in the cold. He would ride back to Fort Benton. He would file his report. He would never return to this valley. He mounted. The horse shifted beneath him, its breath visible in white plumes. He turned it toward the tree line, toward the direction he had come from 4 days ago. The sun was setting behind the western ridge, draining color from the snow. He rode. The trees drew closer. He could see individual pines now, their branches heavy with snow. The horse's hoofbeats were muffled in the deep accumulation. He kept his eyes on the tree line and watching it approach. It didn't approach. He rode for what felt like an hour. The trees remained the same distance ahead. He looked back over his shoulder. The cabin sat perhaps 30 yards behind him, smoke rising from its chimney in a straight gray column. 30 yards. The same distance it had been when he mounted. He turned the horse and rode in a different direction, toward the eastern ridge. The horse moved steadily through the snow, its breath coming in rhythmic clouds. Leland counted the animal's steps, 100, 200, 300. He looked back. The cabin sat 30 yards behind him. He tried the western approach, then north, then south. Each time, after minutes or hours of riding through identical snow under identical gray sky, he would look back to find the cabin exactly 30 yards distant, the woodpile visible to the left of the door, the smoke rising in its unwavering column. The cold intensified. The farther he tried to ride from the cabin, the deeper the cold became. His fingers began to stiffen on the reins. His face went numb. Ice crystals formed in his mustache. The horse's movements became sluggish. His breathing labored. He turned back toward the cabin. The cold eased immediately. He tried again. Rode hard toward the tree line, urging the horse forward despite the animal's reluctance. The cold descended like a physical weight. His hands began to freeze to the leather reins. He could no longer feel his feet in the stirrups. His breath came in painful gasps that burned his lungs. The horse stopped. It would go no farther. Leland dismounted, thinking he would continue on foot, and took 3 steps away from the animal before his legs gave out and he collapsed into the snow. The cold was absolute. Not environmental, something else. A cold that had to do with absence, with the removal of warmth rather than the mere lack of it. He crawled back toward the horse. By the time he reached it and pulled himself upright using the stirrup, sensation had returned to his extremities. He mounted again and let the horse carry him back toward the cabin, which grew no closer and no farther away, regardless of how long they rode, maintaining its fixed distance of 30 yards like a mathematical constant that could not be altered through any physical effort. Darkness fell. Full darkness. Leland could no longer see the cabin behind him, but he knew it was there, maintaining its impossible fixed distance. The horse stumbled. Leland dismounted and tried to lead it forward, but the animal would not move. It had reached some boundary it could not cross. He stood in the darkness, the cold pressing against him, and he understood with perfect clarity that he could not leave this valley. The landscape itself prevented it. He could ride until the horse died beneath him, and he would never put more than 30 yards between himself and that cabin. He turned and walked back. The horse followed. Within minutes, the cabin came into view, lamplight visible through its windows, smoke rising from the chimney. As he approached, the cold eased. By the time he reached the door, his extremities had regained feeling. He tied the horse and entered. The couple sat at the table in their accustomed positions. They had not moved. They gave no indication that hours had passed since he had left. The fire burned with the same intensity. The lamp produced the same unwavering light. Leland stood inside the door, his satchel still hanging from his shoulder, and he tried to remember the journey from Fort Benton. 4 days through snow. He could recall the general outline. White landscape, cold, the horse's steady progress. But no specific details, no landmarks, no incidents to distinguish one day from another. The days blurred together into a single, undifferentiated passage that might have been 1 day, or 40 days, or no days at all. He tried to remember the boarding house in Fort Benton where he supposedly lived. He could picture a room, a narrow bed, a window overlooking a street. But he could not remember the landlady's name, could not recall the color of the walls, could not produce any specific memory that would confirm the place existed outside his imagination. He tried to remember the clerk who had given him this assignment, an office, a desk, a man handing him a folder. But the man had no face, only a general outline, a figure representing bureaucracy but possessing no individual features that would make him real. Leland looked at his hands. He held them up to the lamplight. His shadow was faint, fainter than it should have been. The boundaries between his flesh and the air around it seemed less distinct than he remembered, as if his substance were diminishing. He walked to the window. His horse stood in the clearing, its outline sharp and clear, its shadow falling dark against the snow. The animal was solid, real, alive. Leland looked at his own reflection in the glass. He could see through it, through himself, as if he were constructed of something less substantial than flesh. He turned from the window. The woman had risen from the table. She crossed to a shelf near the hearth where Leland now noticed, though he could not recall having seen it before. His government-issued ledger rested, a ledger identical to the one in his satchel. She brought it to the table and placed it before him. She opened it to a page near the middle. "Look at what you wrote." Leland looked down at the page. Entries in his own handwriting. Careful documentation of an inspection identical to the one he was conducting. Observations about the cabin's construction. The couple's improvements. Evidence of continuous residence, dated December 1885. He turned the pages backward. More entries. December 1886. December 1887. Each describing the same inspection, the same findings, each ending with the same notation that he could not approve the claim. His fingers trembled. He turned forward through the pages. December 1888, December 1889, December 1890, December 1891. The entries continued into years he had not yet lived. His handwriting grew progressively worse, the letters less precise, as if the hand writing them were deteriorating, but they were written, already written, in his hand. He pushed the ledger away. The gesture was violent enough to send it sliding across the table's surface. Whose hand wrote this? The couple did not answer. They simply watched him with that terrible patience. He already knew. Could see it in the consistency of the script, in the specificity of the observations. No one but himself could have produced this record. The entries were authentic despite documenting events that had not yet occurred. Time operated differently in this valley. Cause and effect had become untethered from the ordinary sequence. The woman reached past him and turned to the back of the ledger. Official forms on heavy paper. Land patents. Deed transfers. At the top of one form, in spaces designated for the claimant's name, he read not Joseph Sutton and Emma Sutton, but a different name entirely. Leland Harmon. His own name. Written in the clerk's official script, in spaces that should have contained the homesteaders' names. He stared at the form. The implications spread through his awareness with completeness that seemed to stop his breath. This was not the deed the couple had filed for. This was a different deed. One prepared for a different claimant. His deed. A claim he did not remember filing. He stood from the table, needing distance from the deed, from that impossible document. He moved to the hearth where the fire burned with its constant intensity. The smell of the wood ash hit him. Not the smell from this fire. A different fire. 40 years ago, that exact scent. Pine and something sweeter. He had stood in this same spot, in this same cabin, warming his hands after riding through snow to check whether the homesteaders were still alive. No, not to check. To confirm they were dead. His hand touched the table edge for balance. His fingers found a gouge in the wood. A scratch about 3 inches long. He knew this scratch. He had made it. Waiting. His knife had slipped while he was cleaning his nails, watching through the window as the woman, Emma, coughed into her hand, watching the man, Joseph, try to split frozen wood with fingers that barely functioned. Counting days. Land speculator. That was the term. Legal in its mechanics. He looked down at his satchel resting against the chair leg. He had been carrying it for 4 days, writing in the ledger, recording his observations in fresh ink. He opened it now and withdrew the ledger. The pages he had written this morning, neat documentation of the cabin's construction, the couple's improvements, were still there, but as he looked at them, the ink began to fade, not disappearing, but revealing what lay beneath. The fresh black ink became gray, then brown, then the rust-colored stain of decades-old writing. He was looking at the same words he had written, but they had been written in 1885, not yesterday. He turned to the back of the ledger with the hands that shook, and the deed application was there, had always been there, written in his handwriting and dated 1884, establishing Leland Harmon's residence on this property, backdated to create continuous habitation where none had existed, routine fraud that no one would have questioned. Another fragment surfaced, standing in the Fort Benton land office, filing the claim. The clerk barely glancing at the paperwork. 160 acres, no homesteaders in residence, available for new filing. The homesteaders weren't in residence because they were dead in the root cellar. He had put them there, not killed them. The winter did that, but he had found their bodies in the cabin and dragged them down into the cellar so no one would discover them before his claim was processed. The memory came with physical sensation. The weight of Emma's frozen body, the stiffness of Joseph's limbs, the sound their boots made scraping against the cellar steps. He had returned to the cabin afterward to inventory what could be sold, feeling the satisfaction of a successful acquisition. But that night the cold had come. Not from outside, but from inside the cabin, from the walls themselves, a cold that didn't respond to the fire he built, or the blankets he wrapped around himself, and he had collapsed at this table, right here, his heart slowing, his breath shallow, his vision dimming. The last thing he saw being his own hand reaching for the deed he had fraudulently filed, trying to hold on to the document that proved his ownership, the paper just beyond his fingertips. Then nothing. Decades of nothing. Until he woke believing he was an inspector sent to verify someone else's claim. The identity he had stolen from the Suttons merged with his own, the valley preserving him in the moment of his death, freezing him in the act of claiming land he had no right to claim. Leland turned from the fire to face the couple. Their faces were the Suttons' faces, or something wearing those faces. He could not tell anymore what was memory and what was present reality. The woman's features matched the frozen corpse in the cellar, but they also didn't. As if she were both the real Emma Sutton and something else entirely. They sat motionless, waiting. He was not an inspector. He had never been an inspector. He was a thief who had died in this cabin, trying to steal a claim. The valley had preserved him, frozen him. He returned winter after winter, believing each time it was his first inspection, each time discovering the same impossibilities, each time failing to complete the verification. Whether the couple made this happen, or whether they were trapped in the same mechanism, he could not say. Whether the land itself demanded this repetition, or whether his own guilt had created the loop, he did not know. They simply existed together in this cabin. the dead homesteaders and the dead thief, the stolen claim and the fraudulent inspector, all of them bound to something that had frozen decades ago and had never thawed. The woman moved to where Leland stood. She placed something on the table before him, the deed bearing his name, the document he had fraudulently prepared decades ago. Beside it, she placed a pen. He understood what was being asked. Sign the deed. Complete the claim he had started. Not as an inspector verifying someone else's homestead, as the claimant himself. Acknowledge in ink what he had denied through decades of returning winters, that this land was his because he had taken it, stolen it from people who had earned it through suffering and death. He looked at the couple. Their forms were barely distinguishable now from the shadows that surrounded them. He thought about the bodies in the cellar. Joseph and Emma Sutton, who had come to this valley with dreams of ownership and had found instead a death so complete that even their names had been taken from them. He moved to the table, sat down in the chair he had occupied throughout this inspection. The pen rested beside the deed. He lifted it, positioned the point above the signature line where his name should be written. To sign would be to acknowledge the theft, to admit what he had done, to claim ownership of land he had no right to own. To refuse would be to deny what he already knew to be true, that he had come here as a thief, that he had watched them die, that he had dragged their bodies into the cellar and filed fraudulent papers and died in this cabin, reaching for a deed he had stolen. He held the pen above the line. His hand was steady. He could sign if he chose, could refuse if he chose. He set the pen down on the table. The couple watched him without expression, without surprise. They had seen this before, would see it again. Leland stood. His legs held him. He crossed to the door, opened it, stepped outside into the cold. The snow had stopped falling. The clearing lay quiet under stars that seemed closer than they should have been. His horse stood at the post, alive, breathing clouds of vapor into the frozen air. He could mount, could ride, could attempt Fort Benton again, knowing now that Fort Benton didn't exist, not for him, not anymore. Or he could walk back inside, could sit at that table, could pick up the pen again. Next winter he would return. He understood that now. The valley would bring him back, or his guilt would, or there was no difference between those things. He would arrive believing himself an inspector sent to verify a claim, would discover the impossibilities, would remember who he was, would face this same choice, sign or refuse, leave or stay. The choice was the punishment. He looked back at the cabin, lamplight in the windows, smoke from the chimney. The couple inside, waiting with patience that had no end. He could leave now, walk away knowing he would return. Or he could go back inside and wait for winter to erase him again, so the cycle could begin fresh, so he could forget and believe himself righteous and discover his crime anew. Both were the same. Both were eternal. Leland Harmon stood in the clearing between the cabin and the tree line, the deed unsigned behind him, the valley vast and silent before him. And he understood that the choice he made now he had made before and would make again, that there was no escape in signing, and no escape in refusing, and no escape in staying, and no escape in leaving, only the endless repetition of a man confronting what he had done and discovering he could neither accept it, nor deny it, nor make restitution for it, nor be absolved of it. He walked back to the cabin. The door closed behind him with a sound like finality, though nothing was final here. The couple sat at the table. The deed lay where he had left it, the pen beside it. Outside, the winter deepened. Inside, the lamp burned on. Douglas Hartley stood in the center of the cul-de-sac and looked at the barbecue. 4 figures stood around the grill in the front yard of the second house, arranged as though someone had interrupted them mid-conversation. One held a pair of tongs over the grill grate. One had a plastic bottle of beer raised halfway to its mouth, frozen in a laugh. The other 2 faced each other in positions that suggested agreement or argument, or nothing at all. It was 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was directly overhead, and there were no shadows anywhere, which made it difficult to tell whether the figures were standing on the grass or slightly above it. Douglas had been looking at the scene for 5 minutes and could not decide whether it was meant to be a family gathering or a neighborhood party, or simply 4 people who had nothing better to do on a Saturday afternoon than stand around a grill that had never been used. The assistant came up beside him with the sight folder tucked under one arm. She had taken off her sunglasses and was squinting at the figures in the yard. She told him they were fiberglass. Douglas said he could see that. She pointed out that the grass was plastic too, pulling up at the corners where the heat had made it buckle. Douglas looked where she indicated. The lawn was indeed artificial, laid down in strips that had separated along the seams. Beneath the green plastic, he could see the original desert hardpan, pale and cracked. The figures stood on the fake grass with the certainty of people who had been there long enough to forget what was underneath. The assistant said the whole development was like this. 7 houses, all furnished, all posed. She had walked through the first one while Douglas was on the phone. There was a woman at a kitchen table with a cup of coffee. The coffee was plastic. So was the woman. Douglas asked whether Grafton had built them himself. The assistant checked the bankruptcy file and said it didn't specify. Douglas turned away from the barbecue and looked at the cul-de-sac. 7 houses arranged in a perfect circle around a central island of decorative rock and a flagpole with no flag. Each house was a single-story ranch style painted in desert pastels, pale yellow, mint green, dusty rose. The roofs were red tile. The driveways were concrete, uncracked, bearing no evidence that a car had ever pulled into them. The mailboxes all had names on them in neat vinyl letters: Cooper, Ortega, Sullivan, Hastings, Reed, Beck, Grafton. Douglas asked which one was his. The assistant said the last one, at the end of the circle. The bankruptcy trustee had sealed it after Grafton disappeared. They would need bolt cutters. The 2 backers were walking toward them from the access road, raising small clouds of dust. The older one was carrying a briefcase. The younger one had his hands in his pockets and was looking at the houses with the expression of someone who had been promised something different. The site manager trailed behind them, sweating through his shirt, already sunburned across the bridge of his nose. The older backer wanted to know if this was really what they had driven 6 hours to see. Douglas confirmed it was the Vista. The backer called it a ghost town. Douglas explained it had never been a town, only a model development. Grafton had built it as a showcase in 1974. He was going to sell the concept to investors and replicate it across the Southwest. Then the oil crisis hit, and he went bankrupt before he could open it to the public. The younger backer was staring at the barbecue scene. He asked why there were mannequins. Douglas said it was staging. Developers used to furnish model homes to help buyers visualize the space. Grafton must have taken it further than most. The assistant pointed out that they were not in the house, but in the yard. Douglas suggested Grafton was demonstrating outdoor living. The assistant asked if he meant in the desert in Nevada. Douglas did not answer. He had already walked the perimeter of the cul-de-sac twice before the team arrived, taking measurements and photographs for the environmental assessment. The resort project required demolition of all 7 houses and the construction of a luxury lodge with a spa, a golf course, and 200 guest casitas terraced into the hillside. The land was worthless as it stood, No water, no power, 40 miles from the nearest town. But the views were extraordinary, and the zoning was already in place. Grafton had secured the permits in 1973 before anyone understood how expensive it would be to build out here. Douglas had bought the parcel from the bankruptcy estate for a fraction of what Grafton had spent. The numbers were sound. The only complexity was the physical removal of the existing structures, which was why he had brought the site manager and why he needed the backers to sign off on the demolition budget before the end of the week. Douglas told them they should walk through the houses so they could see what they were dealing with. He led them to the first house, the one with the woman at the kitchen table. The front door was unlocked. The interior was cool and dim, the windows covered with curtains in a fabric that might have been gold or mustard or simply sun-faded orange. The furniture was arranged with the kind of exactness that suggested no one had ever moved it. A sofa and 2 armchairs faced a television console in the living room. A dining table was set for 4 with plates and napkins and plastic tumblers filled with something meant to resemble iced tea. In the kitchen, the woman sat with her coffee cup. She wore a blue shirtwaist dress, and her hair was styled in a way Douglas associated with his mother's generation. Her hands were positioned on either side of the cup, warming them perhaps, and her face was turned toward the window. The site manager said something under his breath that Douglas did not catch. The assistant walked around the table and found a newspaper. The date was June 1974. Douglas said that was when Grafton had stopped construction. The assistant said everything was still here, exactly as he had left it. The older backer opened the refrigerator. Inside were plastic versions of milk cartons, juice bottles, a head of lettuce, a package of something wrapped in butcher paper. He said it was all fake, even the food. Douglas reminded him that it was a model home and everything was for display. The backer asked why Grafton had furnished it, if he had never opened it to the public. Douglas said he did not know. Perhaps Grafton had thought he would come back. They moved through the rest of the house. In the master bedroom, 2 figures lay in the bed under a chenille bedspread, their heads on the pillows, their arms at their sides. In the second bedroom, a child figure sat at a desk with a pencil in its hand and a notebook open to a page of careful cursive writing. In the bathroom, someone had arranged towels on a rack and placed a bar of soap in the dish by the sink, still wrapped in paper. The younger backer asked if Grafton had lived here. Douglas said no. The trustee had told him Grafton lived in Los Angeles. This had been only a project. The backer asked who these people were supposed to be. Douglas did not answer. He was looking at the child at the desk. The notebook contained the same sentence written over and over in blue ink. I will be good. I will be good. I will be good. The handwriting was neat and uniform, copied from a model perhaps, or traced with a stencil. He turned the page. The next page was identical. So was the one after that. Douglas said they should see the others. They went through 3 more houses. In each one, the mannequins were posed in scenes of domestic routine. A man reading a newspaper in an armchair. A woman folding laundry in a utility room. 2 figures playing cards at a table. A family watching television, the screen dark. Their faces turned toward it in expectation of something that would never come. The furniture was all in the same style. Wood veneer and avocado upholstery and the kind of lamps Douglas remembered from childhood, with bases shaped like ceramic urns. The air in the houses smelled of dust and heat, and something synthetic he could not place, the plastic breaking down perhaps after decades in the sun. By the time they came back outside, the sun had dropped low enough to cast long shadows across the cul-de-sac. The barbecue figures now had shadows that stretched toward the street. The effect was to make them look less like figures and more like people who had been standing very still for a long time. The older backer wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and said he had seen enough. He wanted to know when they could start demolition. Douglas said 2 weeks, once they had the signed contracts and the equipment on site. The backer said good. He did not want to spend another night out here. Douglas told him they were not spending the night here, but in Tonopah. The backer pointed out that Tonopah was 40 miles away. Douglas agreed there was nowhere closer. The site manager cleared his throat. He said he had brought camping gear and they could set up in one of the houses. It would save them the drive and give them more time for the full survey tomorrow. Otherwise, they would lose 3 hours on the road. The assistant was watching Douglas. She said it was not a bad idea. They would get better photographs in the morning light. Douglas walked to the trucks to check the equipment. When he turned the key in the site manager's truck, nothing happened. He tried again. The engine did not turn over. The site manager came over and looked under the hood. He said the battery was dead. Douglas checked his own truck. Started without trouble. The older backer said they could all take one truck to Tonopah. The site manager said 6 people would not fit comfortably, and the roads were rough. Douglas looked at the sky. The sun was already touching the horizon. It would be full dark in less than an hour, and the road to Tonopah was unpaved and poorly marked. Douglas looked back at the cul-de-sac, at the 7 houses standing in their perfect circle. The windows were dark. The doors were all closed now, though he could not remember whether they had closed them or whether they had been that way when they came out. The barbecue figures stood in their positions, and in the failing light, their shadows made them look like they were leaning forward slightly, like they were listening. "All right," he said. "We'll stay." They chose the house with the woman at the kitchen table because it had the largest living room and no figures in the bedrooms. The assistant cleared the dining table while Douglas and the site manager brought in the equipment from Douglas's truck. The older backer sat in one of the armchairs and opened his briefcase. The younger backer stood in the kitchen doorway and watched the woman at the table. She had not moved. Her coffee cup was still positioned between her hands, and her face was still turned toward the window, though there was nothing outside except the cul-de-sac and the other houses and the desert beyond. The younger backer asked if they should move her. The assistant said they should leave her where she was. Moving her seemed worse somehow. The backer said he did not see how it could be worse, having her sit there all night watching them. The assistant pointed out that she was not watching them. Her eyes were painted on, and they were looking at the window. The backer said he knew that, but it still felt like she was watching. Douglas told them to leave her. They had no place to put her and no reason to disturb anything in the house. They were only staying one night. The backer went back into the living room and sat down beside the older man who was reviewing the demolition contracts and making notes in the margins with a fountain pen. The site manager had found the breaker box and restored power to the house. The overhead lights came on, fluorescent and harsh, making the room look smaller than it had in the afternoon. The assistant located the air conditioning controls and started the system. It coughed and rattled for several minutes before settling into a steady hum. The air that came through the vents smelled stale and processed, but it was cooler than the air outside. Douglas walked through the house, checking the windows and doors. In the master bedroom, the 2 figures still lay under the chenille bedspread. He did not look at them closely. In the second bedroom, the child sat at its desk with the notebook open. Douglas pulled the door closed. In the bathroom, he turned on the tap and watched brown water run for 30 seconds before it cleared. The soap in the dish was real soap, not plastic. Someone had stocked the bathroom with actual supplies at some point, though whether it had been Grafton or the bankruptcy trustee or someone else, Douglas could not say. When he came back to the living room, the assistant had set out the survey maps on the dining table and was weighing down the corners with coffee cups from the kitchen. The older backer was still reading the contracts. The younger backer had moved to the window and was looking out at the cul-de-sac. The site manager was opening cans of soup in the kitchen using a manual opener he had brought in the camping supplies. The assistant asked Douglas if he had found anything concerning. He said no, the house was structurally sound. She asked if the water was running. He said it was, though he would not recommend drinking it. She said they had brought bottled water for that. She had also brought sandwiches for dinner, but the site manager was insisting on heating soup, so they would probably eat both. The older backer looked up from the contracts. He said the demolition budget was higher than he had expected. Douglas said it was accurate for a site this remote. They would need to bring in generators, fuel, waste removal, and crew housing for 2 weeks minimum. The backer said he understood that, but the numbers were still high. Douglas said the alternative was to leave the vista standing and build around it, which would limit their development options and reduce the property value. The backer made another note in the margin and said he would discuss it with his partners. The younger backer turned from the window. He said there was something wrong with the way the houses were positioned. Douglas asked what he meant. The backer said they were all facing inward toward the center of the cul-de-sac. Every front door, every picture window, every porch. It was like they were watching each other. Douglas said that was standard for a residential circle. The backer said it did not feel standard. It felt deliberate. The assistant said Grafton might have designed it that way to create a sense of community. The younger backer asked what kind of community involved mannequins staring at each other across an empty street. The assistant did not answer. They ate the sandwiches and the soup at the dining table, sitting in the chairs that had been arranged for the plastic family. The woman remained at the kitchen table with her coffee cup. Douglas found that if he sat with his back to the kitchen, he did not notice her. The others arranged themselves similarly. No one sat facing the kitchen doorway. The conversation during the meal was professional and brief. The older backer wanted confirmation that the permits were transferable. Douglas said they were. The site manager wanted to know whether they should contract local labor or bring in a crew from Reno. Douglas said they would decide that after the survey was complete. The assistant said very little and took notes in a small spiral notebook she kept in her jacket pocket. After they had finished eating, the assistant cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen sink. Douglas heard her running the water and opening cabinets. When she came back, she said the cabinets were fully stocked with dishes and glassware. All of it clean, all of it arranged as though someone were planning to use it. Douglas said that was consistent with a model home. The assistant said she supposed it was. The older backer said he was going to review the environmental reports and then turn in early. The younger backer said he wanted to walk around outside before it got fully dark. The site manager offered to go with him. Douglas said that was fine, but they should stay within the cul-de-sac. The younger backer asked why. Douglas said because the property was unfamiliar and there was no reason to wander in the desert at night. The backer accepted this and left through the front door with the site manager. The assistant sat down at the table with the survey maps. She asked Douglas which house they should inspect first in the morning. Douglas said they would start with Grafton's and work their way around the circle. The assistant made a note of this. She asked whether Douglas thought the bankruptcy trustee had been inside Grafton's house when it was sealed. Douglas said he assumed so, but the file had not specified what the trustee had found. The assistant said she hoped it was not more mannequins. Douglas said he expected it was exactly that. They worked in silence for 20 minutes, making notes on the maps and calculating the equipment they would need. The older backer had moved to the sofa and was reading with his briefcase balanced on his knees. The air conditioning continued its steady hum. The lights overhead flickered once, held, then stabilized. Outside, the sky had gone fully dark. Douglas could see the younger backer and the site manager walking past the window, their shapes black against the porch light across the street. The assistant looked up from the maps. She said there was something she wanted to ask Douglas, though she was not sure it was relevant. Douglas told her to ask. She said the mannequins in the houses were all different. Different faces, different body types, different clothing. But the positions they were in, sitting, standing, holding objects, were all perfectly natural. She had been thinking about it all afternoon. Someone would have needed to understand anatomy and posture very well to arrange them that way. It was not the kind of thing an architect would necessarily know how to do. Douglas said perhaps Grafton had hired someone. The assistant said perhaps, but the bankruptcy file listed no expenses for staging or consulting. Everything had been done by Grafton himself. Douglas asked what she was suggesting. The assistant said she was not suggesting anything, only that the level of detail was unusual. The figures looked like they had been posed by someone who understood how people actually sat in chairs or stood at counters or held coffee cups. It was more than decoration. It was accurate. Douglas did not answer immediately. He was thinking about the child at the desk, the way its hand had been positioned around the pencil, the angle of the wrist, the slight forward curve of the spine. It had looked exactly like a child writing, not like a mannequin arranged to suggest writing, but like someone who was actually doing it. Before he could say anything, the front door opened, and the younger backer came in alone. His face was pale, and he was breathing heavily. The older backer looked up from the sofa. He asked where the site manager was. The younger backer said he was still outside. He had found something. Douglas stood. He asked what the site manager had found. The younger backer said it was better if Douglas came and looked. Douglas followed him out onto the porch. The site manager was standing in the yard of the third house, the one where they had seen the man reading the newspaper. He was pointing at the front window. Douglas walked across the street. When he reached the site manager, he looked where the man was pointing. Through the window, he could see into the living room. The armchair where the man with the newspaper had been sitting was empty. The newspaper was still there, folded on the armrest. But the man was gone. The site manager said he had walked past the house 10 minutes ago and the man had been there. He was certain of it. He had looked right at him through the window. Now he was gone. Douglas went to the front door. It was locked. He walked around to the side of the house and tried the back door, also locked. He came back to the front and looked through the window again. The living room was exactly as he remembered it. The sofa, the television console, the coffee table with its arrangement of magazines, except that the armchair was empty. The younger backer had followed them across the street. He asked if someone could have come in and moved it. Douglas said the doors were locked, and there were no signs of entry. The backer asked if Douglas was certain the man had been in the armchair earlier. Douglas said he was certain. He had photographed it that afternoon. He could check the images if the backer wanted proof. The site manager said maybe they had misremembered which house it was. Maybe the man with the newspaper was in a different house. Douglas said it was this house. He had photographed each house in sequence and labeled them on the map. The man with the newspaper had been in house 3 in the armchair by the window. The assistant had come out of house 1 and was walking toward them. She asked what was wrong. Douglas told her the man with the newspaper was missing. The assistant looked through the window and then turned to Douglas. She asked if he was joking. Douglas said he was not. The assistant said that was impossible. Mannequins did not move themselves. Douglas agreed that they did not. He said there must be an explanation. The site manager asked what kind of explanation. Douglas said he did not know yet, but they would find it in the morning. For now, they should go back inside and get some rest. They had a full day of work tomorrow. The younger backer said he did not think he would be able to rest, knowing that something in one of these houses was moving around. Douglas said Nothing was moving around. They had simply made an error in observation. The assistant said she did not think Douglas believed that. Douglas said it did not matter what he believed. They were staying the night, and they would sort it out in the morning. They went back to House 1. No one spoke. The older backer asked what had happened, and the younger backer told him. The older backer closed his briefcase and said this was exactly the kind of thing he had been worried about. Douglas asked what he meant. The backers said he meant staying overnight in a place like this. Douglas said, a place like what? The backers said a place that had been abandoned for 20 years and filled with things that looked like people, but were not. The assistant said they were fiberglass and posed by an architect. The backer said he understood that, but it did not change the fact that one of them had apparently moved. The assistant said it had not moved. They had misremembered. The backer said 3 people did not misremember the same thing. Douglas ended the conversation by saying they would inspect all 7 houses in the morning and account for every figure. If one was missing, they would find it. If nothing was missing, they would acknowledge the error. Either way, they would have an answer. Until then, there was no point in speculating. He went into the master bedroom and closed the door. The 2 figures were still in the bed. He did not move them. He lay down on the floor with his jacket folded under his head. The floor was hard and cold. He closed his eyes. In the other room, he could hear the others settling in. The assistant taking the second bedroom, the 2 backers and the site manager arranging sleeping bags on the living room floor. The air conditioning hummed. The woman at the kitchen table sat with her coffee cup. And somewhere in House 3, a mannequin that should have been in an armchair was no longer there. Douglas tried to sleep, but his mind would not quiet. Every small sound the house made registered with unnatural clarity. The air conditioning cycling, the creak of settling wood, the whisper of desert wind against the windows. The house made the sounds all old houses made. He was staying in it because he had to. He went to the window and counted the houses in the circle instead of finishing either thought, before finally lying back down on the hard floor and closing his eyes. At some point past midnight, he heard movement in the living room. Footsteps. He sat up and opened the door carefully. The assistant was at the window looking out at the cul-de-sac. Douglas asked if everything was all right. The assistant said she could not sleep. She said the house made sounds like someone was walking through the rooms. Douglas said he had heard them too. The assistant asked if Douglas thought someone was in the passages below them. Douglas said he did not know. They had not confirmed the passages existed yet. The assistant said she kept thinking about the observation points marked on the plans, windows in the floor where someone could look up and watch them. She said if the passages were real, someone could be down there right now, watching them through the floor. Douglas came to the window. The cul-de-sac was dark and empty. The other houses were black shapes against the sky. Nothing moved. Douglas was about to tell the assistant to try to get some rest when they both heard it. A sound from beneath the floor, rhythmic, wet, like something heavy being dragged across concrete. They both froze. The sound came from the direction of the utility room. It continued for perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped. The assistant looked at Douglas. Douglas went to the utility room. The assistant followed him. The floor was linoleum tile, undisturbed. Douglas knelt and put his ear to the floor. He could hear nothing now. He stood and checked the corners of the room, looking for a hatch or access point. He found nothing obvious. When they came back to the living room, the site manager was awake. He asked what they had heard. Douglas said it was probably the water pipes. The site manager said it had not sounded like water pipes. The site manager said it had sounded like something moving in a space beneath the house. Douglas told him to go back to sleep. The site manager did not move. He said he wanted to leave first thing in the morning. He said he would walk to Tonopah if he had to. Douglas said they would jump the dead battery in the morning and all leave together. The site manager lay back down, but Douglas could tell he was not sleeping. Douglas returned to the bedroom. He lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling. The sound had been real. The assistant had heard it. The site manager had heard it. Something had been moving beneath the house. He must have fallen asleep eventually because he woke to the assistant shaking his shoulder. The room was gray with early light. The assistant said he needed to come see something. Her voice was tight and controlled in a way that told Douglas something was very wrong. He followed her to the kitchen. She pointed to the woman at the table. Douglas looked. The woman had not moved. Her head was still turned toward the window, exactly where it had been. But something else was wrong. Douglas stepped closer. The woman's right arm had been repositioned. When they had gone to bed, both her hands had been resting on either side of the coffee cup. Now her right arm was extended, her index finger pointing directly at the hallway that led to the master bedroom. The gesture was exact, deliberate. Someone had moved it during the night while they slept. Douglas knelt and looked under the table. There was a small vent in the floor covered with a metal grill. The grill was slightly ajar. He removed the grill and looked down. He could see concrete, a passage, dim light from somewhere, and on the concrete floor, a scuff mark in the dust. Recent, as though someone had been standing there directly below the kitchen table, reaching up through the vent. Douglas replaced the grill. He stood. The assistant asked if someone had been down there. Douglas said yes. The site manager appeared in the doorway. He said the older backer was missing. Douglas asked the site manager when he had last seen the older backer. The site manager said the previous night, before they had all turned in. Douglas asked what time that had been. The site manager thought it had been around 10. Douglas checked his watch. It was now 6:30 in the morning. The assistant came over and looked at the empty sleeping bag. She asked if the backer had said anything about leaving early. The site manager said no, and besides, the trucks were still outside. The younger backer came back in and asked what was wrong. Douglas told him his partner was missing. The younger backer said that was impossible. Where would he have gone? Douglas said he did not know, but they needed to look for him. They split up and began searching the house. The assistant checked the bedrooms. The site manager checked the bathroom and the utility room. The younger backer looked in the kitchen and the garage. Douglas walked through each room systematically, opening closets and checking behind furniture. The younger backer called from the garage. Douglas went through the kitchen and opened the door that led to the attached garage. The space was dim and hot. The overhead light burned out or disconnected. The younger backer was standing just inside the doorway with his hand over his mouth. He was making a sound Douglas could not interpret. Not quite retching, not quite crying. The older backer was there. He was standing beside a workbench near the far wall, bent slightly forward, holding a pair of garden shears in both hands. He was wearing a cardigan sweater the color of rust and a pair of olive slacks. The cardigan had wooden buttons and the slacks were hemmed to break precisely at the ankle. On his feet were loafers Douglas had never seen him wear. His briefcase was on the floor beside him. The garden shears were positioned over a row of plastic hedges that had been arranged along the base of the wall. He was trimming them, or he appeared to be. His hands were on the shears and the blades were open, as though he had just made a cut. Douglas crossed the garage. He said the older backer's name. There was no response. He reached out and touched the man's shoulder. The body tilted slightly, but did not fall. Douglas pulled his hand back. His own hand was shaking badly. He tried to steady it, and could not. The assistant appeared behind the younger backer and asked what they had found. The younger backer stepped aside. The assistant looked into the garage and made a small sound Douglas could not interpret. She asked if he was dead. Douglas tried to answer and found he could not make his voice work. He tried again. He said yes. The site manager came in and stopped when he saw the body. His face went gray. He walked to the corner of the garage and vomited into a paint bucket someone had left there. Douglas heard him vomiting and could not look away from the older backer's face. The man's eyes were open, and his expression was calm, almost placid, as though he had been interrupted during a pleasant task. There was no blood, no visible injury. His skin had the gray cast of someone who had been dead for hours. Douglas needed to check the garage for a carbon monoxide source, but his legs would not move. He told himself to cross the garage and check the car. He told himself there was a sequence of actions he needed to perform. He stood there and did neither thing. The assistant touched his arm and he flinched. She asked if he was all right. Douglas said he was fine. He was not fine. He walked to the car. There was a car in the space, a sedan that must have been Grafton's, parked and covered with a tarp. Douglas pulled the tarp back. His hands were shaking so badly it took him 3 attempts to grip the fabric. The car was a 1973 Buick, pale blue, the interior pristine. He opened the driver's door and checked the ignition. The keys were in it. He touched the hood. It was cold. The assistant asked if the car had been running. Douglas said it did not appear to have been. She asked how the backer had died then. Douglas said he did not know. He told the site manager to open the garage door and let in some air. The site manager found the mechanism and raised the door manually. Daylight flooded in. In the light, the older backer looked even more like a mannequin. The cardigan and slacks were too neat, too carefully arranged. The pose was too exact. Douglas looked at the plastic hedges the man appeared to be trimming. They were the same hedges he had seen in other yards, decorative borders meant to suggest a garden. Someone had brought them into the garage and lined them up along the wall. Someone had dressed the older backer in the cardigan and slacks. Someone had positioned him with the garden shears and arranged his hands and his posture so that he looked like he was performing a task. The younger backer said they needed to call someone, and Douglas asked who he thought they should call. The backer's voice rose. He said the police, an ambulance, anyone. Douglas said they were 40 miles from the nearest town and there was no phone service out here. The backer said then they needed to drive to Tonopah and report it. Douglas tried to say they would, but first they needed to understand what had happened. The words came out wrong. His voice sounded distant and flat. The assistant said it looked like carbon monoxide poisoning, though she did not understand how. Douglas agreed. The symptoms were consistent. No visible trauma, the calm expression, the gray skin. But the car had not been running, and there was no other source he could identify. The assistant walked around the garage, looking at the walls and the ceiling. She said the garage was sealed. If the car had been running at any point during the night, the carbon monoxide would have accumulated. Douglas asked if she was suggesting someone had started the car and then turned it off before morning. The assistant said she was suggesting it was possible. The younger backer asked who would do that. The assistant said she did not know, but someone had dressed the man and moved him into position, and that person would have needed to be here after he died. The site manager said maybe the backer had done it himself. Maybe he had started the car for some reason and been overcome by the fumes and then dressed himself before he died. The assistant asked if the site manager really believed that. The site manager said he was trying to find an explanation that did not involve someone else being in the vista with them. The assistant said she understood, but the explanation did not fit the facts. Douglas went back to the body and looked at the clothing more carefully. The cardigan was a men's medium. The older backer had been a large. The sweater fit perfectly. Someone had known his size or had altered it to fit. The slacks were the same. They had been hemmed to exactly the right length. Douglas checked the labels. Both items were from manufacturers that had gone out of business in the 1970s. He told the others to step back. He said they were going to move the body into the house, and then they were going to search every building in the vista. If someone else was here, they would find them. The younger backer asked what they would do when they found them. Douglas said they would call the police from Tonopah and let the authorities handle it. They carried the older backer into the house and laid him on the sofa. The assistant covered him with a sheet from the linen closet. The younger backer sat in one of the armchairs and stared at the floor. The site manager went outside and checked the perimeter of the house, looking for signs of entry. He came back and said all the doors and windows had been locked from the inside. Douglas said they would proceed with the search anyway. They would go through every house in pairs. He and the assistant would start with House 2. The site manager and the younger backer would take House 4. They would meet back here in 30 minutes and compare notes. The assistant asked if Douglas really thought they would find someone. Douglas said he did not know, but the alternative was to accept that the older backer had died of carbon monoxide poisoning in a sealed garage with no apparent source, and then dressed himself in vintage clothing and arranged himself in a pose that required someone else to have positioned him. The assistant agreed that did not seem likely. They left the house. Douglas and the assistant walked across the cul-de-sac to House 2. The front door was unlocked as it had been the day before. Inside, the mannequins were exactly where Douglas remembered them. A woman folding laundry in the utility room. A man at the dining table with a newspaper. 2 figures on the sofa watching the dark television. Douglas and the assistant went through every room, opening closets and checking under beds and behind furniture. They found nothing. When they came back outside, the site manager and the younger backer were waiting in front of House 1. The site manager said House 4 was empty except for the mannequins. The younger backer said he had counted them. There were 12 figures in House 4. He had counted them twice to be sure. Douglas asked why that mattered. The younger backer said it mattered because yesterday he had only counted 11. The younger backer said he wanted to leave immediately. He said his partner was dead and there was someone moving mannequins around the vista, and they needed to get to Tonopah and call the police. Douglas said they would leave after they had finished the search. The backer said they had finished the search. They had found nothing. Douglas said they had searched 2 houses out of 7, and they needed to be thorough. The assistant asked Douglas what he expected to find. Douglas said he expected to find evidence of how someone was moving through the houses without leaving traces. The doors were locked from the inside, but the mannequins were being moved, and the older backer had been dressed and positioned while they were all sleeping in House 1. Someone was here, and that person had access to the houses in a way they did not yet understand. The site manager said maybe there were keys. Maybe Grafton had left keys to all the houses, and whoever was doing this had found them. Douglas said that was possible, but it did not explain how someone had entered and left House 1 without waking any of them. The sleeping bags had been in the living room, directly between the front door and the bedrooms. No one could have passed through without being seen. The younger backer said maybe they had come in through a window. The assistant said all the windows had been locked from the inside. She had checked them the night before. The backer asked when she had done that. The assistant said while they were eating dinner. She had walked through the house and tested every window and every door. Everything had been secure. Douglas told them they were going to search the remaining houses, and then they were going to examine Grafton's house with the bolt cutters. If there were answers, they would be there. The younger backer said he did not want to go into another house. Douglas said he could wait by the trucks if he preferred. The backer said he did not want to wait alone either. Douglas said then he should come with them. They searched houses 3, 5, and 6 together, all four of them moving as a group. In House 3, the armchair where the man with the newspaper had been was still empty. Douglas photographed the room from multiple angles. In House 5, they found a family of 4 seated around a dining table with a plastic roast and serving dishes filled with molded vegetables. The assistant counted the figures, 4. She checked her notes from the previous day. The count matched. In House 6, there were 2 figures in the living room and 1 in the kitchen. The counts matched there as well. When they came back out, the sun was fully up and the heat was beginning to build. The younger backer sat down on the curb and put his head in his hands. The site manager stood near the trucks and looked at the cul-de-sac as though he were trying to memorize it. The assistant asked Douglas if he still wanted to open Grafton's house. Douglas said yes. They walked to the last house in the circle, the one with Grafton on the mailbox. The front door had been secured with a padlock and chain. Douglas used the bolt cutters from the truck and cut through the chain. The padlock fell to the concrete. He pushed the door open. The interior was different from the other houses. There was no furniture in the living room. No television console, no sofa, no armchairs. The walls were bare. The carpet had been removed, exposing the concrete slab underneath. In the center of the room was a drafting table with a stool and a metal lamp. On the table were rolled architectural drawings held down with stones. Douglas crossed the room and unrolled the first drawing. It was a site plan for the vista showing the 7 houses arranged in their circle. The assistant came up beside him. She asked what the drawings showed. Douglas pointed to a series of dotted lines that connected the houses. He said they appeared to be tunnels or passages. The assistant leaned closer. She said the passages ran between the houses underground, connecting them in a network. Every house was linked to at least 2 others. The site manager came in and looked at the plans. He asked if Grafton had actually built them. Douglas said they would need to check. But if the plans were accurate, there should be access points in each house. The assistant asked where the access points would be. Douglas traced the lines with his finger. He said they appeared to be in the utility rooms and the garages, spaces where a basement access or a crawl space entrance would not be unusual. The younger backer was standing in the doorway. He asked why Grafton would build tunnels between the houses. Douglas said he did not know. Perhaps it was for utilities. Perhaps it was for maintenance. The assistant said the plan showed more than that. She pointed to small squares marked at intervals along the passages. She said they looked like observation points, windows or vents that would allow someone in the passages to see into the houses. Douglas unrolled the second drawing. It was a cross-section of the passage system, showing the depth and the construction method. The passages were shallow, only 6 feet below ground, lined with concrete and equipped with ventilation. At each observation point, there was a small window at floor level, positioned to look up into the rooms above. The windows were marked as one-way glass. Someone in the passages could see into the houses, but someone in the houses could not see down into the passages. The site manager said this was not a model development. This was something else. Douglas asked what he thought it was. The site manager said he did not know, but people did not build observation tunnels under houses unless they wanted to watch the people inside. Douglas said there were no people inside. There had never been people inside. The houses had never been occupied. The assistant was looking at a third drawing. She said there was more. She unrolled it on the table. It showed the interior of one of the houses with notations in the margins. The notations were in handwriting Douglas recognized from the bankruptcy file. Grafton's handwriting. They described the placement of the mannequins and the arrangement of the furniture. Each figure was labeled with a name. The woman at the kitchen table was labeled Mother. The man reading the newspaper was labeled Father. The child at the desk was labeled Daughter. Douglas read through the notations. Grafton had specified the exact position of each figure, the angle of the head, the placement of the hands, the direction of the gaze. He had drawn sight lines showing what each figure could see from its position. The sight lines all converged on the observation points in the floor. The assistant asked if Grafton had been watching the mannequins. Douglas said it appeared he had been. The assistant asked why someone would watch mannequins. Douglas said he did not know, but the level of detail suggested Grafton had spent considerable time doing exactly that. The drawings were dated. The earliest was from 1973, when construction began. The latest was from June 1974, the month Grafton disappeared. The site manager found another set of plans in a cardboard tube leaning against the wall. He brought them to the table. Douglas unrolled them. They were medical diagrams, anatomical charts showing the structure of the human face, the muscles involved in expression, the mechanics of gaze and posture. Beside the charts were photographs of real people in various positions, sitting, standing, walking, reaching for objects. The photographs had been annotated with measurements and notes about angles and proportions. The assistant said Grafton had been studying how to make the mannequins look real. Douglas said it appeared he had been doing more than that. He had been studying how to pose them in ways that were anatomically correct, that matched the photographs. The assistant asked where the photographs had come from. Douglas looked at them more closely. They were not professional photographs. They were candid shots taken without the subject's knowledge. People in parks, in stores, in their homes. The people were unaware they were being photographed. The younger backer said he wanted to leave now. He said they had found what they came for and they needed to go. Douglas said they had not found what they came for. They had found evidence that Grafton had built observation passages under the houses and that he had used those passages to watch the mannequins he had posed. But they had not found evidence of who was using the passages now. The assistant asked if Douglas thought someone else knew about the passages. Douglas said someone had to. The older backer had died in a garage and been dressed in position. The mannequins were being moved. Someone was here, and that person was using the passages to move between the houses without being seen. The site manager asked if they should check the passages. Douglas said yes. They would go back to House 1 and find the access point in the utility room. If the passages were real and not just plans, they would know within a few minutes. They left Grafton's house and walked back across the cul-de-sac. The younger backer walked close to the site manager, looking at the other houses with an expression Douglas could not quite identify. Fear, perhaps, or something more specific than fear. The understanding that what they were standing on was not solid ground, but a hollow space beneath which someone could move and watch. When they reached House 1, Douglas went directly to the utility room. The assistant came with him. The room was small and narrow, containing a water heater and shelves stocked with cleaning supplies. The floor was linoleum tile. Douglas knelt and examined the corners. In the far corner, beneath the bottom shelf, he found a seam in the tile. He pulled at it, and a section of the floor lifted. Underneath was a concrete shaft with a metal ladder leading down into darkness. The assistant asked if he was going down. Douglas said yes. She said she would come with him. Douglas told her to get a flashlight from the truck. She left and came back with two. Douglas took one and climbed down the ladder. The passage at the bottom was exactly like the drawings had shown. Concrete walls and floor, low ceiling, dim light from small vents positioned at intervals. The air was cool and smelled of earth and concrete. Douglas could stand upright, but only just. He walked forward and following the passage as it curved gently to the left. After 30 feet, he came to an observation point. There was a small, rectangular window set into the ceiling, covered with one-way glass. He looked up through it. He could see into the living room of House 1, the sofa where they had laid the older Backer's body, the armchairs, the dining table, where the assistant had been working. From this angle, looking up, he could see everything. The woman at the kitchen table, the sleeping bags on the floor where they had slept. All of it visible to anyone standing in the passage where he was standing now. The assistant climbed down behind him. She came up beside him and looked through the window. She said someone had been watching them all night. Douglas said yes. She asked if he could see footprints in the dust. Douglas shone his flashlight on the floor. The concrete was covered in a fine layer of dust, undisturbed except for his own footprints and the assistant's. No one else had been here recently. Or if they had swept the floor clean behind them. Douglas continued along the passage. It branched to the right, leading toward House 2. He followed it. The assistant stayed behind him. They found another observation point. This one looked up into the utility room of House 2. Douglas could see the washer and dryer, the shelves of cleaning supplies, everything exactly where it had been when they searched the house that morning. They walked the full networks. Every house was connected. Every house had observation points in multiple rooms. The passages were clean and well-maintained. The ladders were stable. The vents were clear. Someone had been using the system regularly. Douglas found no evidence of who, but the absence of dust in some sections suggested recent movement. Someone was careful. Someone knew they were here. When they climbed back up into House 1, the younger Backer and the site manager were waiting. The younger Backer asked what they had found. Douglas told him. The Backers said they needed to leave immediately. Douglas agreed. They gathered what they could carry and left the rest. The assistant took her survey maps and her notebook. The site manager took his tools. The younger Backer took nothing. He walked to the front door and stood there waiting while the others collected their things. Douglas covered the older Backer's body with the sheet again and left it on the sofa. There was nothing else to be done for him here. The assistant asked if they should bring the architectural plans from Grafton's house. Douglas said no. The police would need to see everything in place. They would explain what they had found, and the authorities would handle it from there. The assistant folded her maps and put them in her jacket pocket. The younger Backer said his thermos was in the kitchen, and he needed water for the drive. The site manager said he would get it. He went into the kitchen and came back with the thermos and handed it to the Backer. The Backer unscrewed the cap and drank without checking what was inside. Douglas saw him drink and thought nothing of it. They walked out to the trucks. The sun was high and brutal, and the cul-de-sac shimmered with heat. The mannequins at the barbecue stood in their positions. The one with the beer bottle, the one with the tongs, the two facing each other. Their shadows were short and pooled at their feet. Douglas looked at the other houses as they crossed the street. Every window was dark. Every door was closed. If someone was watching them from the passages below, and there was no way to tell, the younger Backer reached the truck and leaned against it. He said he felt strange. The site manager asked what kind of strange. The Backer said dizzy, like the heat was getting to him. The site manager told him to get in the truck, and they would turn on the air conditioning. The Backer tried to open the door, but his hand slipped off the handle. He tried again, and his legs gave out. Douglas reached him before he fell. The assistant was beside him a moment later. They lowered the Backer to the ground. His face was pale, and his breathing was rapid and shallow. The site manager asked what was wrong with him. Douglas said he did not know. He asked the Backer if he could hear him. The Backer's eyes were open but unfocused. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. The assistant took the thermos from the Backer's hand and smelled the opening. She said there was something wrong with the water. Douglas took the thermos and smelled it himself. Beneath the metallic smell of the thermos interior, there was something bitter and vegetal, like crushed leaves. He asked the site manager if he had put anything in water. The site manager said no. He had only picked up the thermos from the counter where the backer had left it the night before. The younger backer's breathing slowed. His hands went still and his eyes fixed on the sky above. The assistant closed them. Douglas stood and looked at the thermos. He said someone had poisoned it. The site manager said the thermos had been in the kitchen all night. Anyone could have accessed it through the passages. Douglas said they needed to leave immediately. They would take both trucks and drive in convoy. If one truck broke down, they would have the other. The assistant said they could not leave the backer's body in the sun. Douglas said they would move him inside and then they would leave. The site manager and Douglas lifted the body and carried it back across the cul-de-sac to House 1. When they reached the front door, the assistant opened it and stepped inside first. Douglas heard her stop. He asked what was wrong. She did not answer. He and the site manager carried the body inside and saw what had made her stop. The dining table had been set. The plastic tumblers had been filled with something that resembled iced tea. The plates had been arranged with care. In the center of the table was a roast on a platter surrounded by molded plastic vegetables. 4 chairs were positioned around the table. 3 of them were occupied by mannequins. The 4th was empty. The mannequins were new. They had not been there when they left the house 20 minutes earlier. One wore a cardigan and khaki pants. One wore a floral dress with a white collar. One wore a child's striped shirt and corduroy trousers. They were seated with their hands on the table and their faces turned toward the empty chair. Douglas and the site manager lowered the younger backer's body into the empty chair. The moment they released him, Douglas understood. Someone wanted them to leave him there. Someone had prepared this table while they were outside. Someone had brought 3 mannequins from other houses and arranged them here, waiting. The site manager said they should go. Douglas agreed. He told the assistant to check the utility room and make sure the passage access was still closed. She went to check and came back and said the hatch was open. Someone had been in the passages while they were outside. Douglas said then they would leave through the front door and run for the trucks. They would not stop for anything. They went to the door. The assistant opened it. Outside, the cul-de-sac was empty. The barbecue scene was unchanged. The other houses were dark and quiet. Douglas stepped out first. The assistant and the site manager followed. They were halfway across the street when Douglas looked back at House 1. Through the window, he could see the dining room, the 4 figures at the table. The younger backer in the 4th chair, his head tilted forward slightly, his hands on the table. And standing behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was a 5th figure. Taller than the others, wearing something pale, moving toward the backer with something in its hands. Douglas stopped. The assistant asked what he was looking at. He pointed to the window. By the time she turned, the figure was gone. The backer sat at the table with the 3 mannequins. Nothing moved. The site manager said they needed to keep going. Douglas said there was someone in the house. The site manager said he knew that, and that was why they needed to leave. Douglas looked at the window again. The dining room was empty except for the 4 figures at the table. He could not see anyone else. They reached the trucks. Douglas pulled the jumper cables from his truck bed and connected the batteries. The site manager's engine turned over on the second try. Douglas disconnected the cables and threw them in the back. The assistant climbed into Douglas's truck and waited. Douglas stood by the driver's door and looked back at House 1. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. The younger backer was inside, seated at a table with mannequins, and Douglas had seen someone standing behind him. He got into the truck and started the engine. The site manager pulled out first. Douglas followed. They drove down the access road, raising dust that hung in the still air. Douglas watched the vista in his mirror until it disappeared behind a rise in the road. They drove for 15 minutes before the site manager's truck pulled over. Douglas slowed and stopped behind him. The assistant asked what was wrong. Douglas said he did not know. He got out and walked to the site manager's truck. The site manager was sitting behind the wheel with both hands gripping it. His face was red and his breathing was heavy. Douglas asked if the truck was having engine trouble. The site manager said the truck was fine. Douglas asked then why they had stopped. The site manager said he could not keep driving. He said he needed to think. Douglas told him they could think in Tonopah. The site manager said he did not want to go to Tonopah. He wanted to go home. Douglas reminded him that home was in Reno and Tonopah was on the way. The site manager said he did not care about Tonopah or Reno or the resort project or any of it. 2 men were dead, and Douglas was acting like it was an engine problem they could fix with the right tools. The assistant had gotten out of Douglas's truck and was standing a few feet away. She asked the site manager if he wanted her to drive for a while. The site manager said he did not want her to drive. He wanted to know why Douglas had brought them to the Vista in the first place. Douglas said he had explained that already. It was a demolition site for the resort project. The site manager said it was not a demolition site. It was something else. Something Grafton had built, for reasons they did not understand, and Douglas should have known better than to bring a team here without investigating what it actually was. Douglas said there had been nothing in the bankruptcy file to suggest the Vista was anything other than a failed model development. The site manager said the file had mentioned that Grafton disappeared. That should have been enough. Douglas said people disappeared for all kinds of reasons, and most of them had nothing to do with the properties they left behind. The site manager said Grafton had not just disappeared. He had built observation passages under houses and filled those houses with mannequins and then vanished. That was not normal bankruptcy. That was not a normal anything. The assistant said they should continue this conversation in Tonopah, where they could contact the authorities. The site manager looked at her and then at Douglas. The site manager said the Vista was cursed and Grafton had done something to it before he left, and now anyone who came here would end up dead or worse. Douglas asked what worse meant. The site manager said he did not know, but he had seen the figure in the window behind the younger backer, and he had seen the dining table set for 4, and he was not staying to find out what happened next. Douglas said they were not staying. They were leaving. They had been leaving when the site manager pulled over. The site manager said Douglas did not understand. He said he was not going to Tonopah with them. He was going home, alone. Douglas said that was not acceptable. They needed to stay together and report what had happened. The site manager said Douglas could report whatever he wanted. The site manager was leaving. He reached for the gear shift. Douglas put his hand on the truck door and told him to wait. The site manager looked at Douglas's hand and then at Douglas's face. "You brought us here," he said. He put the truck in gear and drove forward. Douglas stepped back. The assistant called after the site manager, but he did not stop. The truck accelerated down the access road, raising a plume of dust that drifted across the desert and settled slowly. Douglas and the assistant watched until the truck disappeared. The assistant asked if he would really go home without reporting what had happened. Douglas said he did not know. He said people did strange things when they were frightened. The assistant said they should get moving. They still had Douglas's truck, and they could reach Tonopah in under an hour if they left now. They walked back to Douglas's truck. Douglas got in and turned the key. The engine turned over once and died. He tried again. The same result. The assistant asked what was wrong. Douglas said he was not sure. He got out and opened the hood. The positive battery terminal was loose. Not completely disconnected, but worked partway free of the post. Enough contact to start the engine once, but the vibration from driving had shaken it the rest of the way off. Douglas checked the negative terminal. It was tight. He checked the positive terminal more carefully. The bolt had been deliberately loosened, not stripped, not corroded, but backed off several turns and left in a position where it would fail after a few minutes of engine vibration. Douglas tightened the terminal and tried the engine again. It started. The assistant asked if the bolt could have come loose on its own. Douglas said no. Someone had loosened it deliberately. The assistant asked when. Douglas thought back. The truck had started fine when they first tried to leave the Vista, but they had stood outside the trucks for several minutes while he jumped the site manager's battery. The cul-de-sac had been behind them. The passages ran under every house. Someone could have come up through the garage of one of the perimeter houses, approached from behind while they were focused on the jumper cables, and sabotaged his truck before they even pulled out. The assistant looked back the way they had come. The road was empty. The desert stretched in all directions, flat and pale under the sun. She asked if Douglas thought whoever it was had followed them on foot. Douglas said no. This had been done before they left. Whoever was in the Vista had known they would try to drive away and had made sure they could not get far. He got back in and put the truck in gear. He told the assistant they were going to drive straight to Tonopah without stopping. She agreed. They drove in silence for 10 minutes. The road was rough and the truck rattled over the washboard surface. The assistant kept watching the mirrors. Douglas saw the smoke before he felt the engine trouble. A thin gray stream coming from under the hood. Then the temperature gauge climbed into the red. He pulled over and shut off the engine. The assistant asked what had happened. Douglas said the engine was overheating. He got out and opened the hood again. The radiator hose had been cut. Not severed completely, but sliced partway through so that it would fail under pressure. Coolant was pooling on the ground beneath the truck. Douglas checked the hose carefully. The cut was clean and deliberate. Someone had sabotaged the truck in a way that would not be immediately obvious. That would only fail after they had driven far enough from the Vista that walking back would take hours. The assistant came around and looked at the cut hose. She asked if Douglas had a spare. He said no. She asked if they could repair it. He said not without materials they did not have. She asked what they should do. Douglas said they would have to walk back to the Vista and wait there until the site manager contacted the authorities or until someone came looking for them. The assistant said she did not want to go back to the Vista. Douglas said neither did he, but they had no choice. The nearest town was 40 miles west, and they had no water, and the temperature was over 100 degrees. They would not survive the walk. The Vista at least had water and shelter. They could wait there until help arrived. The assistant asked how long Douglas thought that would be. He said he did not know. The site manager might report what happened as soon as he reached a phone, or he might not report it at all. Douglas's office would expect him to check in within 2 days. When he did not, they would send someone to investigate. 2 days was a long time, but it was survivable. They gathered what they could carry from the truck. The assistant took the water bottles and the remaining food. Douglas took his flashlight and the architectural plans he had photographed with his camera. They began walking back toward the Vista. The sun was directly overhead and there was no shade anywhere. The road was a pale ribbon cutting through the desert. Behind them, the truck sat with its hood open, coolant still dripping onto the ground. Ahead, somewhere beyond the rise in the land, was the Vista. 7 houses in a circle, mannequins in every room, observation passages beneath the floors, and someone who had sabotaged their truck and was waiting for them to return. Douglas did not speak during the walk. The assistant stayed beside him. After an hour, they reached the rise and looked down. The cul-de-sac was visible in the distance, the houses small and pale against the desert. Douglas could see the barbecue scene in the yard of House 2, the figures standing in their positions. He could not tell from this distance if they had moved. They walked down the slope and across the final stretch of desert. When they reached the cul-de-sac, it was late afternoon. The shadows were beginning to lengthen. The assistant asked which house they should stay in. Douglas said, House 1. It was where they had slept before, and it was familiar. The assistant said she did not find that comforting. Douglas said he did not either, but it was the best option they had. They crossed the street to House 1. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the dining table was still set. The younger backer sat in the fourth chair with the three mannequins. His head was tilted forward and his hands were on the table. Someone had positioned him exactly like the others. His eyes were closed now. Douglas had not closed them. The assistant said they should move him. Douglas said they should leave him where he was. They had no place to put him, and moving him would accomplish nothing. The assistant did not argue. She went to the kitchen and filled 2 glasses with water from the tap and brought one to Douglas. Douglas drank and looked at the dining room. 4 figures at the table, the roast on the platter, the plastic vegetables, the tumblers of iced tea. Through the window, he could see the other houses in the circle. Every door closed, every window dark, and beneath everything, the passages. Someone down there watching, someone who had cut the radiator hose while they were standing beside the truck, someone who had been close enough to do that without being seen. The assistant asked what they should do now. Douglas said they would secure the house as best they could and wait for morning. In daylight, they would search for supplies and figure out how to signal for help. The assistant asked if Douglas thought help would come. Douglas said it had to. Someone would notice they were missing. Someone would come looking. He did not say what he was thinking, which was that someone was already here. They spent the first hour securing the house. Douglas checked every window and confirmed they were locked. The assistant checked the utility room and found that the passage hatch was closed. She asked if they should block it. Douglas said yes. They moved the water heater across the floor and positioned it over the hatch. It would not stop someone from opening it, but it would make noise if anyone tried. Douglas checked the garage. The door that connected it to the house was locked from the kitchen side, but there was no way to block the passage hatch he knew was in the garage floor without moving the Buick, and the car had no keys in reach. He told the assistant the garage was a vulnerability. She asked if they should block the connecting door with furniture. Douglas said the door was solid and locked. It would hold as long as they stayed alert. Douglas went through the kitchen cabinets and found canned food that was decades old but still sealed. Soup, vegetables, fruit cocktail. The labels were faded but legible. The assistant asked if he thought the food was safe. Douglas said he did not know, but they might need it if they were here longer than 2 days. The assistant said she hoped it would not come to that. They ate the sandwiches the assistant had brought from the truck and drank water from the tap. Douglas tested the water first, running it until it was clear, then filling a glass and tasting it. It was metallic, but not obviously contaminated. The assistant drank without comment. They did not sit at the dining table. They stood in the kitchen with the younger backer and the mannequins visible through the doorway. After they ate, the assistant asked what Douglas's plan was. He said his plan was to wait until morning and then assess their options. The assistant said she wanted to know what he thought their options actually were. Douglas said they could try to walk to Tonopah if the temperature dropped enough at night. They could try to signal for help using mirrors or fire. They could search the vista for anything useful that Grafton might have left behind. The assistant said none of those options addressed the real problem, which was that someone was here with them, and that person had already killed 2 men and sabotaged their truck. Douglas agreed that was the real problem. The assistant asked what Douglas intended to do about it. Douglas said he intended to find whoever it was and stop them. The assistant asked how he planned to do that when the person could move through the passages and watch them without being seen. Douglas said he had been thinking about that. The passages gave the person an advantage, but they also created a vulnerability. The passages were enclosed spaces. If Douglas could force the person into one of them and then block the exits, the advantage would be reversed. The assistant asked how Douglas would force someone into the passages. Douglas said he would give them a reason to use the passages. He would make them think he and the assistant were leaving, and then wait for the person to follow. The assistant said that sounded dangerous. Douglas said it was, but doing nothing was more dangerous. The assistant was quiet for a moment. Then she said she did not believe the person in the passages was trying to kill them specifically. The person was trying to keep them here. Douglas asked what made her think that. The assistant said it was a collection. The mannequins, the stage scenes, the observation passages. Grafton had been collecting something or creating something, and now someone else was continuing his work. Douglas did not answer immediately. He was thinking about the medical diagrams in Grafton's house, the photographs of real people taken without their knowledge, the notations about muscle placement and anatomical accuracy. The assistant was right. This was not random violence. This was purposeful arrangement. He told the assistant he was going to search Grafton's house for anything that might explain what they were dealing with. The assistant said she would come with him. Douglas said no. He needed her to stay here and watch the utility room. If anyone tried to come up through the passages, she would have warning. The assistant asked what she should do if someone tried. Douglas said she should run. They went to the living room, and Douglas found a length of pipe in the site manager's abandoned tools. He tested its weight. It would serve as a weapon if necessary. The assistant found a flashlight and checked the batteries. Douglas told her to keep the front door in sight and not to open it for anyone except him. She agreed. Douglas left through the front door and crossed the cul-de-sac to Grafton's house. The sun was setting and the light was orange and flat. The shadows of the houses stretched across the street. The mannequins at the barbecue stood in their positions, their shadows long and distorted. Douglas did not look at them closely. Grafton's house was exactly the way they had left it. The drafting table, the rolled plan, the medical diagrams. Douglas walked through the empty rooms, checking closets and cabinets. In the master bedroom, he found a locked door he had not noticed before. It was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle, only a keyhole. He went back to the drafting table and searched the drawers. In the bottom drawer, he found a ring of keys. He took them back to the bedroom and tried each key until one fit. The door opened onto a small room with no windows. Inside was a filing cabinet, a desk, and a wall of photographs. The photographs were all of the same person. A young woman, maybe 20 years old, in various locations around the vista, standing in the kitchen of House 1, sitting at the dining table in House 3, walking through the cul-de-sac. In each photograph, she was surrounded by mannequins. In some of the photographs, she was touching them, adjusting their clothing, repositioning their hands. In one photograph, she was smiling at the camera while standing between two figures posed at a dining table. She looked completely at ease. The photographs were dated. The earliest were from 1973. The latest were from June 1974, the month Grafton disappeared. Douglas looked at the filing cabinet. It was unlocked. Inside were handwritten journals and loose papers covered in Grafton's cramped writing. Douglas pulled out the first journal and opened it. March 1973. Nancy arrived today. She's calmer here. At the hospital, she would scream when the nurses came too close. Here, she doesn't scream. She walks through the houses and looks at them, and she's calm. I don't think she knows they're not real. I don't think it matters to her. Douglas turned the page. April 1973. Showed her photographs today. One of her mother, one of the mannequin in House 2 that I dressed in one of her mother's old dresses. Asked her which one was her mother. She pointed to both. Then she pointed to neither. She wasn't guessing. She genuinely couldn't tell. Dr. Kaplan said she wouldn't be able to, but I didn't believe him until now. Douglas flipped ahead several pages. June 1973. She's been arranging them. I came through the passage this morning and watched her through the observation window in House 4. She was adjusting the woman on the sofa, moving her head a few degrees to the left. Then she stepped back and looked at her work and smiled. She was pleased with it. She has a sense of what's right, what looks natural. I need to learn from her. More pages. September 1973. I've been studying the photographs I took at the park, at the grocery store, at the library, measuring the angles, the way people hold their arms when they sit, the way their weight settles into a chair. Nancy sees them all the same, the painted ones, the real ones. I've shown her mirrors. She smiles at her own reflection the same way she smiles at the mannequins. She doesn't know there's a difference. To her, this is a neighborhood, a community. She has friends here. She's safe. Douglas felt something cold spreading through his chest. He turned to another journal dated 1974, January 1974. I have to leave her. The bankruptcy is final. I can't pay the property taxes anymore. Someone will buy this place eventually. They'll demolish it or repurpose it, and she can't be here when that happens. But she can't go back to the hospital. They don't understand her. They keep trying to make her recognize faces, and she can't, and it terrifies her. Here she's happy. She takes care of them. She keeps them in their places. Another entry. March 1974. Taught her how to use the generator, how to maintain the water system. Stocked all 7 houses with canned food, enough for years if she's careful. Showed her where the tools are kept, the sewing supplies, the vintage clothing in the storage room under House 6. She'll need those when the mannequins deteriorate, when they need to be replaced. A final entry dated June 1974. I told her I was going to Los Angeles for supplies. She believed me. She doesn't understand time very well. She won't understand that I'm not coming back. Maybe that's better. She has the houses. She has her friends. She knows how to keep them still, how to make sure they stay in their places. If anyone comes here, she'll think they're new ones. She'll think I sent them for her. She'll try to fix them. She'll try to make them stay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But she's happier here than she ever was anywhere else. Douglas closed the journal. He stood in the small room surrounded by photographs of a young woman who could not tell the difference between a human face and a painted one. A woman who thought the mannequins were her friends. A woman who had been living alone in the vista for 20 years, taking care of her community, making sure everyone stayed in their proper places. And when Douglas and his team had arrived, she had thought they were new additions, defective ones that moved and made noise, ones that needed to be fixed, ones that needed to be dressed and positioned so they would finally stay still. He heard it then, from somewhere in the house, not behind him, but deeper inside, from the direction of the master bedroom. A sound like plastic wheels rolling over linoleum, rhythmic, deliberate. The furniture dolly. Douglas turned toward the doorway. A woman was standing there. She was older than she had been in the photographs, maybe 40 now, but Douglas recognized her face. She wore a cotton dress in a floral print, and her hair was pulled back. Her face was calm and blank in the way faces were when their owners were not thinking about being observed. She did not speak. She looked at Douglas the way someone might look at a chair that had been moved from its proper place. Her expression was direct, but without recognition. She could see him, but she could not process what she was seeing. To her, he was an object, a thing that resembled a person, but was not one. In her right hand, she held a syringe. Douglas did not move. The woman stood in the doorway with her arms at her sides. The syringe was held loosely, the way someone might hold a screwdriver or a pair of pliers, a tool for a specific job. Douglas said her name. Nancy. He said he understood what had happened and he was not going to hurt her. Nancy's expression did not change. She took a step into the room. Douglas backed toward the window. He still had the pipe he had brought from House 1, but he could not imagine using it against someone who did not understand she was doing anything wrong. He tried again. He told her his name was Douglas Hartley and he was a real estate developer, and he had come to the Vista by mistake. He said he knew about her father and about the mannequins and about why she was here. He said he was leaving and he would not come back. Nancy tilted her head slightly. The gesture was exact, deliberate. It was the way someone might adjust a picture frame to see if it looked better at a different angle. She walked toward him. Douglas moved to the side, keeping the desk between them. He asked her to stop. She did not stop. She reached the desk and picked up something Douglas had not noticed before. A second syringe, already filled, resting beside the first. She held both now. Douglas ran for the door. Nancy turned and followed him. She did not run. She walked at the same steady pace. Douglas reached the hallway and turned toward the front of the house. He could hear her behind him, her footsteps even and unhurried. He reached the front door and pulled it open. The assistant was standing on the porch. She had come across the cul-de-sac, probably concerned when Douglas had been gone too long. She asked what was wrong. Douglas told her to run. The assistant looked past him and saw Nancy in the hallway. She turned and ran toward House 1. Douglas followed her. Nancy followed Douglas. They crossed the cul-de-sac in the fading light. The shadows were long and the air was cooling. The assistant reached House 1 and held the door open. Douglas ran through, and the assistant slammed it behind him. They heard Nancy's footsteps on the porch. Then they stopped. Douglas locked the door. The assistant asked what had happened. Douglas told her about the journals and about Nancy and about the syringes. The assistant asked what was in the syringes. Douglas said he did not know, but he could guess. Some kind of sedative or paralytic. Something that would make them stop moving so Nancy could position them. The assistant went to the window and looked out. She said Nancy was standing on the porch, just standing there. Not trying to open the door, not calling out, not doing anything. Douglas came to the window. Nancy was exactly where the assistant had described, standing with the syringes in her hands, looking at the door with that same blank, incurious expression. Douglas checked the other windows. He could see no one else. He told the assistant to check the utility room. She went and came back quickly. She said the water heater was still in place over the hatch. No one had tried to come up. They waited. Nancy stood on the porch for 10 minutes without moving. Then she walked down the steps and crossed the street back to Grafton's house. She went inside and closed the door. The assistant asked what Douglas thought she was doing. Douglas said he thought she was waiting. The assistant asked for what? Douglas said for him to make a mistake, for them to fall asleep, or to leave the house, or to forget that she was out there. The assistant said they could not stay awake indefinitely. Douglas agreed. He said they would take turns. One of them would sleep while the other kept watch. The assistant asked how long they could maintain that before exhaustion made them vulnerable. Douglas said 2 days at most. By then, someone would have come looking for them, or the site manager would have reported what happened. The assistant looked at him. She asked if Douglas really believed that. Douglas said he had to believe it because the alternative was unacceptable. They arranged a watch schedule. The assistant would take the first shift while Douglas rested. Douglas lay down on the floor in the living room where he could see both the front door and the utility room hallway. The younger backer sat at the dining table with the 3 mannequins, his eyes closed, his hands positioned with anatomical precision. Douglas closed his own eyes and tried to sleep. He woke to the assistant shaking his shoulder. She said it was his turn. He asked how long he had been asleep. She said 2 hours. He asked if anything had happened. She said no. The house had been quiet. Douglas stood and stretched. His back ached from the hard floor. The assistant lay down where Douglas had been. Douglas went to the window and looked out. The cul-de-sac was dark. The houses were darker shapes against the sky. He could not see Nancy, but he knew she was there, in one of the houses waiting, or in the passages below, watching through the observation windows. He kept watch for 3 hours. Nothing moved outside. The mannequins at the barbecues stood in their positions. The doors of the other houses stayed closed. The temperature dropped, and Douglas could feel the cold coming through the window glass. At some point near midnight, he heard a sound from the kitchen. Faint, articulated, like a joint rotating under pressure. He turned. The woman at the kitchen table was visible through the doorway. Her coffee cup was still between her hands. Douglas stood and crossed to the kitchen. The woman's head had been turned. Before, she had been facing the window. Now she was facing the dining room, facing the table where the younger backer sat with the 3 other mannequins. Her painted eyes were looking directly at the chairs where Douglas and the others had been sitting hours earlier. Douglas felt his stomach drop. He had checked the kitchen before taking his watch shift. The woman's head had been facing the window, he was certain. He crossed the room quickly and knelt beside the table. There was a small vent in the floor covered with a metal grill. The grill was loose. He removed it. Below he could see the passage. Concrete floor, dim light from distant vents. And on the concrete, directly beneath the vent opening, a scuff mark in the dust. Recent. Someone had been standing there, reaching up through the vent, turning the woman's head while Douglas had been sitting 20 feet away in the living room. Douglas replaced the grill. His hands were shaking. He woke the assistant and told her what he had seen. She came to the kitchen and looked at the woman. She checked the woman's neck and found the seam, the joint that allowed the head to rotate. Douglas told her about the scuff mark in the passage below. The assistant's face went pale. She asked if Nancy had been down there while they were awake, while they were sitting in the living room. Douglas said yes. The assistant looked at the covered vents in the living room floor. She asked if Nancy could see up through them. Douglas said he did not know, but they need to block every vent in the house immediately. They spent the next hour finding every vent and covering it. There were 6 in total, 1 in the kitchen, 2 in the living room, 1 in each bedroom, 1 in the bathroom. They used chairs, stacks of dishes, the television console. When they were finished, Douglas felt more secure, but not safe. The assistant says she was going to try to sleep again. Douglas said he would keep watch. The assistant lay down and was asleep within minutes. Douglas sat in one of the armchairs and watched the front door and the windows and the covered vents. Nancy was in the passages below. Her father had built this place to keep her safe from a world she could not understand. The mannequins were supposed to be her community. What had happened when real people arrived and she could not tell the difference? Grafton had not anticipated this, or perhaps he had and thought Nancy would never encounter real people out here in the desert. But Douglas had come with his team and his demolition plans, and now 2 men were dead. And he and the assistant were trapped in a house with covered vents and locked doors, waiting for rescue that might not arrive. Douglas felt exhaustion pulling at him. He stood and walked to the kitchen sink and poured water on his face. When he looked up, he saw a movement in the window, a shape passing outside. He went to the front window. Nancy was in the cul-de-sac. She was moving between the houses, going from door to door, checking them perhaps, or doing something else Douglas could not interpret. She moved with purpose, but without haste. She carried the syringes in one hand. Douglas watched her complete the circuit of the cul-de-sac. When she reached Grafton's house again, she went inside. Douglas waited. She did not come back out. The sky was beginning to lighten. Dawn was perhaps an hour away. Douglas had been awake for nearly 6 hours. He needed to wake the assistant and tell it was her turn to watch. He turned from the window Nancy was standing in the hallway. She had come through the garage. The door that connected the garage to the kitchen was open now, hanging loose on its hinges. She must have forced it from the other side. The garage hatch they had not been able to block. Douglas stepped back. Nancy walked toward him. She moved at the same steady pace she had maintained since he first saw her in Grafton's house. The syringes were in her right hand, held loosely, the way someone might hold a pen while thinking about what to write. Douglas shouted for the assistant. Nancy did not react to the sound. She walked past the dining table, where the younger backer sat with the 3 mannequins. She walked past the covered vents and the locked front door. She walked toward Douglas with the expression of someone completing a familiar task. The assistant came out of the bedroom. She saw Nancy and grabbed the length of pipe Douglas had left on the floor. She moved between Nancy and Douglas. She told Nancy to stop. Nancy did not stop. The assistant raised the pipe with both hands. Nancy walked directly toward her without slowing, without blinking, without acknowledging the weapon at all. The assistant swung. Her hands were shaking so badly, the pipe wavered mid-arc and struck the door frame instead of Nancy's head. The impact jarred the pipe from her grip. It hit the floor with a metal clang and rolled toward the kitchen. Nancy walked past her without turning, without breaking stride, as though the assistant had never been there at all. Douglas backed into the kitchen. The woman at the table sat with her head turned toward the dining room, her coffee cup between her hands. Douglas felt the counter behind him. There was nowhere else to go. Nancy reached him. She took his wrist with her left hand. Her grip was firm, but not violent. She held his wrist the way someone might hold a piece of lumber to keep it steady while measuring. Douglas tried to pull away. Nancy held on. She raised one of the syringes. Douglas pushed her. She stumbled back 2 steps and then came forward again. She did not appear angry or surprised. She appeared patient. Douglas pushed her again harder. She stumbled and dropped both syringes. They hit the linoleum and rolled under the table. Nancy knelt and reached for them. Douglas ran past her toward the front door. The assistant was there. She had unlocked it. Douglas pulled it open and they both ran outside. The cul-de-sac was gray with early morning light. The shadows were long and soft. Douglas ran across the street toward Grafton's house. The assistant ran beside him. Behind them, Nancy came out of house 1. She had retrieved the syringes. She walked down the porch steps and began crossing the street. Douglas reached Grafton's house and tried the door. It was locked. He looked for something to break the window. There was nothing. The assistant pointed to house 3. The door there had been unlocked when they searched it. They ran to house 3. Inside, the armchair where the man with the newspaper had been was still empty. The rest of the house was the same. Douglas and the assistant went through to the utility room. Douglas lifted the hatch in the floor and climbed down the ladder into the passages. The assistant followed. The passage was dark. Douglas turned on his flashlight. He could see the concrete walls and the low ceiling and the observation windows in the floor above. He started walking, following the passage away from house 3, away from where Nancy would enter. The assistant stayed close behind him. They had gone 30 feet when Douglas heard a sound ahead, another hatch opening. Light spilled down from above. Nancy descended the ladder and dropped to the passage floor. She was ahead of them now, between them and any exit in that direction. Douglas turned. Behind them, the passage curved back toward house 1. They could go that way, try to find a different exit. They ran. The passage curved and branched. Douglas took the branch that led away from the cul-de-sac toward the perimeter of the vista. The assistant's flashlight beam bounced on the walls behind him. Douglas could hear Nancy's footsteps. She was not running. She was walking at that same steady pace. But the passages were enclosed, and there were only so many directions to go. Douglas found a ladder and climbed. The hatch above was blocked from the other side. He could not lift it. He climbed back down and kept running. The next ladder was the same. Something heavy had been placed over every hatch. Nancy had prepared for this. She had blocked the exits and left only the paths she wanted them to use. The passage ahead ended at a wall. Douglas stopped. The assistant stopped behind him. Nancy's footsteps were close now. Douglas turned his flashlight back the way they had come. Nancy appeared at the curve in the passage. She walked toward them. The syringes were in her hand. Douglas looked for another way out. There was none. The passage ended here. Nancy had herded them like someone might herd animals into a pen. Douglas pressed his back against the wall. The assistant stood beside him. Nancy reached them. She took Douglas's wrist again. This time he did not pull away. There was nowhere to go and no point in fighting. Nancy positioned his arm, extending it, exposing the inner elbow. She held one syringe up to the light from the assistant's flashlight and checked it with the care of someone who had done this before. The assistant said Douglas's name. Douglas told her to run, to try the passages they had not explored, to find a way out. The assistant said she would not leave him. Douglas said she had to. Someone needed to get help. The assistant shook her head. Nancy pressed the needle into Douglas's arm. Douglas felt the sharp pain of entry and then the cold spread of the liquid entering his vein. Nancy depressed the plunger slowly, precisely. When the syringe was empty, she withdrew it and released his wrist. She turned to the assistant. The assistant ran. She ran back the way they had come, her flashlight beam swinging wildly. Nancy watched her go and did not follow. Douglas understood. The assistant would not make it. All the exits were blocked. Nancy had already prepared the passages. The assistant would run until she exhausted herself, and then Nancy would find her and bring her back. Or perhaps Nancy would let her go. Perhaps Nancy only needed one. Perhaps one person positioned in each house was enough. Douglas felt his legs weaken. He sat down, his back against the wall. The paralysis spread from his extremities inward. His fingers went numb first, then his hands, then his arms to the shoulder. His legs were completely without sensation. He could feel his chest muscles struggling to expand. Each breath required conscious effort. Nancy stood watching. She held the second syringe, but she did not use it. After several minutes, Douglas could no longer move his arms. He could move his eyes and he could breathe shallowly, but nothing else. His body had become an object. He could feel it in a distant way, but he could not control it. Nancy waited until Douglas's breathing had stabilized. Then she walked back down the passage. She returned with a furniture dolly, the kind used for moving appliances. She positioned the dolly beside Douglas. She tipped him forward, catching him before he fell, and maneuvered him onto the dolly's platform. Douglas's head lolled to one side. Nancy straightened it. She secured him with a strap across his chest. Then she began pulling the dolly down the passage. Douglas could see the ceiling moving past above him. He could see the observation windows in the floor. He could see Nancy's face, blank and focused, looking down at him occasionally to make sure he was properly positioned on the dolly. She pulled him through the passages, around curves, past blocked hatches, until they reached a ladder. She stopped there and checked his breathing again. Then she began the work of getting him up the ladder and into the house where she wanted him to be. Nancy lifted Douglas from the dolly at the base of the ladder. She positioned him against the wall, his back supported by the concrete. She climbed the ladder and pushed the hatch open. Then she came back down and began the process of moving him up. Douglas could not help. His body was weight without function. Nancy worked methodically, lifting him part way, bracing him against the ladder rungs, climbing above him, pulling him up another section. It took her 20 minutes to get him through the hatch and onto the floor above. Douglas lay on the linoleum in what he recognized as the utility room of Grafton's house. He could see the ceiling, white and textured. He could see Nancy moving around him, checking his position, adjusting his limbs. She left briefly and returned with the dolly, having brought it up through a different access point. She loaded him onto it again and pulled him through the house. They passed through the empty living room with the drafting table and the stones holding down the architectural plans. They passed through the hallway where Douglas had first seen her. Nancy pulled the dolly into the master bedroom. The room had furniture Douglas had not noticed during his first search. An armchair positioned near the window, a side table beside it with a cup on a saucer. The cup was porcelain, the pattern faded. The chair was upholstered in fabric the color of dried moss. Nancy stopped the dolly beside the chair. She released the strap across Douglas's chest and lifted him with surprising strength. She positioned him in the chair, arranging his legs, his back, his arms. She placed his right hand on the armrest. His left hand she positioned near the cup, as though he had just set it down. She tilted his head at a slight angle toward the window. Through the window, Douglas could see the cul-de-sac, the other houses in their circle, the barbecue scene in the yard of House 2, the figures standing in their positions. The sun was rising, and the light was gold, and the shadows were shortening. It would be a clear day. Nancy stepped back and looked at him. She walked around the chair, checking his position from different angles. She made small adjustments, the tilt of his head, the placement of his fingers, the angle of his shoulders. She worked with the focus of someone solving a familiar problem. When she was satisfied, she left the room. Douglas heard her moving through the house. Footsteps, doors opening and closing, the sound of water running. She was cleaning, perhaps, or preparing something else. Douglas tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. He tried to move his eyes. They responded barely. He could shift his gaze a few degrees, but no more. The light through the window was still gold, but it was beginning to shift, the angle changing as the sun climbed. The shadows across the cul-de-sac were shortening. He could see the houses across the street. House 1, where the younger backer sat at the dining table, with 3 mannequins. House 3, where the armchair was empty. The other houses dark and quiet. The armrest under his right hand felt smooth and cool. He could feel its texture in a distant way, like a memory of sensation rather than sensation itself. He should be able to move. His mind could issue the command. The paralysis was not confusion. He understood what he wanted his hand to do. The signal simply ended somewhere between tension and flesh. The assistant was running through the passages, trying blocked hatches, exhausting herself. Would Nancy bring her back, or would she leave her down there in the dark? Douglas did not know. He could not know. His body was an object now, and objects did not ask questions. Nancy returned. She was carrying clothing, a cardigan the color of rust, a pair of olive slacks. She began the process of dressing him. She worked carefully, maneuvering his arms into the sleeves, his legs into the trousers. The cardigan had wooden buttons. She fastened each one. The slacks were hemmed to break precisely at the ankle. She smoothed them. She adjusted the collar. When she was finished, she stepped back again and looked at him. Douglas could see the edge of the cardigan's sleeve at the periphery of his vision. Rust-colored. Wooden buttons. The exact shade. The exact style. He understood then with the cold clarity of someone who could do nothing with the understanding. These were the same clothes. The cardigan the older backer had been wearing in the garage. The olive slacks. The loafers he could not see but knew were on his feet. Nancy had dressed the older backer in them, and now she had dressed Douglas in them. Not similar clothes. The same clothes. She had undressed the dead man and dressed Douglas in his place. To her, they were interchangeable. The older backer had been a broken father figure, defective, unable to stay still. Douglas was the replacement, the same role, the same costume, the same position. She had not seen 2 different men. She had seen one malfunctioning object and its substitute. Douglas's identity had been erased completely. He was not Douglas Hartley anymore. He was not a person with a name and a life in an office in Reno that would notice he was missing. He was a thing in a chair wearing rust-colored wool, positioned at the angle Nancy had determined was correct for this particular space in this particular house. Nancy nodded once, a small gesture of satisfaction. Then he turned and left the room. Douglas sat in the chair. Beneath his palm, the material was rigid and unyielding. Fiberglass, or something like it, molded to look like fabric. He did not know. He could not lower his head to look. The sun climbed higher. The light changed. The shadows moved across the cul-de-sac. Douglas sat very still. He had no choice but to sit very still. His breathing was shallow and regular. His eyes were open. His hand rested on the armrest in the position Nancy had chosen. Something landed on his left eye. A fly. He could feel its legs moving across the surface of his cornea, the faint tickle of its proboscis tasting the moisture. His eye did not blink. He could not make it blink. The fly walked across his pupil. Douglas could see its shadow, a small dark shape at the edge of his vision. The fly remained for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it lifted and was gone. The house was quiet. Nancy was somewhere, doing something, maintaining her community. The mannequins in their poses, the houses in their circle, everything in its proper place, everything still. Douglas looked out the window and waited for nothing. His hand found her hand in the dark. Not reaching, it was not so purposeful as reaching, but moving through the black air with the slow, exploratory patience of a creature that has nothing left but touch. And there, suddenly, the shape of her fingers, the pad of her thumb settling across his knuckles with a pressure he had known for 11 years, and which was, he understood without language, the pressure of a person holding what they were about to release. He could not see her face. He could not see his own hand. The dark was not an absence, but a substance, thick and faintly granular, as though the collision had pulverized the air itself into particles that would not settle. He gripped her fingers and felt the bones shift under his and the cold, the deep, wet cold of skin that has been in water and then lifted from it, which is not the cold of winter air, but something worse, a cold that has got inside the surface of things and will not come back out. She was alive. He knew this from the grip and from the breathing he could hear close to his right ear, a thin sound with a catch in it. Not the even rhythm of rest, but the staggered rhythm of a person working to hold down the cry in her chest so that she could use her chest for thinking instead. He opened his mouth to speak her name and found that the shape of it had gone from him. The impact had knocked the word loose. He held her hand and waited for it to return. It came back in pieces. The H first, then the whole thing. Helen, not a question. A placing. A verification that the word still connected to the woman whose hand was in his. She answered. Her voice arrived from several directions at once because the space they were in was made of steel, and the steel folded every sound back on itself, but he caught the shape of his own name. Roger. And the word legs, and understood that she was asking about his legs, about why he had not moved, about why she had found him lying on his back in the water instead of standing beside her in the dark. His legs. He had not, until this moment, attended to his legs. The registration of this, the sheer failure of his body to have informed him, was worse, momentarily, than what the attending revealed. Below the pelvis, where the familiar topography of thigh and knee should have been, there was a flat compression, a pressure that was too large and too total to be called pain. Something lay across them. He reached down with his free hand, and his fingers found steel. The sharp folded edge of a locker that had torn from its housing on the far bulkhead when the ship rolled and had come to rest across both his legs just above the knee, pinning them against the deck plates with the full authority of the ship's own weight, channeled into a single line of contact. He tried to move the locker. He tried with one arm, then released Helen's hand and tried with both, his shoulders lifting from the deck, his stomach clenching, his breath held, and his teeth locked, and his whole body directed at the single project of shifting this piece of steel that lay across his thighs. The locker did not shift. It did not acknowledge the effort. It was not heavy in the way a man could negotiate with. It was the weight of the ship itself, concentrated and final. And the ship was finished, negotiating. He told her, not in complete sentences. The dark, compressed language to its essentials, but in fragments delivered to the air between them, the way a damage report comes in over a bridge telephone. Pinned. Both legs, full length of the locker. No, can't shift it. Across the meat of the thigh, he thought. Hard to tell because he could not feel much below the edge. The numbness was already established, had perhaps been there since the collision, the legs existing now only as a theoretical extension of his body, a region he could name but could no longer fully inhabit. Her hand found his again. He felt the grip return, the thumb settling across his knuckles, the same position, the same pressure. Not comfort, but confirmation. The physical receipt of a message received. She was moving. He felt the water shift around his waist. The water, yes, which he now registered for the first time as a separate fact rather than as an ambient condition. He was lying in water. It covered him to the waist. The water was still and black and so cold that his body had ceased to distinguish it from the steel and the dark and the air itself. Everything below the waterline was one temperature, one substance, one undifferentiated field. His legs, the locker, the deck, all the same now. All the ship. Helen's hand left his. He heard her moving. The sounds distinct if he held himself very still and attended. The lap of water against her body as she waited, the tick of a wedding ring against a pipe fitting, the sound of her breathing when she was counting breaths to keep the counting from stopping. She was feeling her way around the space, mapping it. He could follow her progress by the disturbance in the water and the small noises of contact. Her palm flat against the overhead, her knee bumping the base of a stanchion, the whisper of her fingers reading the surface of a bulkhead, the way a person reads Braille, the whole hand sliding, the fingertips catching on rivet heads and seam welds and the edges of conduit runs that told her, by touch alone, the shape and size and nature of the place in which they were imprisoned. The circuit was not large. She completed it and returned to him, her hand finding his shoulder, then his face. A quick check, the pads of her fingers on his cheekbone and jaw, and then his hand again. She told him what she had found, and he listened with the concentration of a man assembling a picture from a language he only partly speaks, his eyes open in the dark, though the opening served no purpose, the habit of looking toward a speaker so ingrained that even the complete absence of light could not extinguish it. The space was a storeroom or an auxiliary compartment between the main cargo hold and the engine casing. 3 steel walls and a low overhead. A fourth side, what had been a doorway or a hatch, was now submerged, the upper edge of the frame sitting perhaps 18 inches below the waterline. The water filled the lower third of the compartment and was coming in through that submerged opening slowly, in a seep rather than a pour, which meant the ship had settled into some position that left this pocket partially above whatever waterline now obtained outside. The air was breathable, but it tasted of diesel and something astringent he could not name, a sharpness at the back of the throat. That was not the diesel itself, but something released from it by the water or the impact or the slow corruption of the ship's systems as they failed one by one in the dark below them. The water, she said, had risen since the collision. She could tell because when she first came to, she had been lying on dry steel, and now the dry steel was gone. This was the first time either of them acknowledged what the water meant. It entered the conversation not as a dramatic revelation, but as an engineering fact. The way a navigator observes a shift in current without emotion. Because emotion would require time they did not have to spend on it. Roger said nothing for a while. He was calculating. The water was at his waist. If she was right that it had risen from the deck to this level in whatever time had passed since the collision, a time he could not know, could not even estimate, because the collision had happened, and then there had been a gap that was not time in any useful sense, and now they were here. Then the rate was measurable, and the endpoint was calculable, and the calculation produced a number that was not large. She spoke again. Her voice was different now. Not the assessment voice, not the mapping voice, but a voice he recognized from other contexts, from decisions she had made across the years of their marriage that she had already made before she spoke them. Decisions about houses and crossings and whether to go back to Deal when her father was ill, and whether to come aboard the ship with him for the Channel run, which she had decided in the affirmative on a Wednesday in November while standing at the kitchen window with her back to him, her decision visible in the set of her shoulders before she turned and said it. She told him she could swim the flooded hatch. She delivered this not as a proposal requiring his consent, but as information. She was a strong swimmer. She had always been. He knew this. He had stood on the bank of the Serpentine on summer mornings, watching her stroke out to the middle and turn and come back, her arms long and unhurried, her breath control better than his, her body in water a different thing from her body on land, more certain, more native, as though the medium brought out a competence that dry ground could not quite use. She would go through the hatch and follow whatever passage lay beyond it, holding her breath through the submerged sections, finding air pockets in the spaces above, working her way upward through the ship toward whatever remained of the hull above water, toward the deck, toward the world, toward people. She would find someone. She would bring them back. He said what needed to be said, which was that she should not do this. He said it with his body first. His hand tightened on hers, the grip sudden and hard enough that he felt her knuckles shift. And then with the words he could manage in the dark, which were not persuasive words or rational words, but the blunt, bare words of a man whose wife is about to swim into a flooded wreck and who cannot follow her because a steel locker has made the decision for him. Stay. Wait. Someone will come. The ship would have been missed by now. Vessels in the Channel, the Coast Guard, the harbor at Dover. Someone. I can feel it moving, she said. The water. She meant the water. He could feel it too, now that she had named it. A faint current entering through the hatch, not strong but present. A flow that meant the sea outside was still working on the ship, still finding new ways in, still filling what was not yet filled. The current meant the passages were open. The current meant there was a way through. But the current also meant there was force in the water, force that could carry a swimmer where the swimmer did not want to go, force that the dark would make impossible to anticipate or resist. She did not argue with his objections. She was quiet for a long time, long enough that he began to hope she had reconsidered. And then she moved her hand from his grip to his face and held his jaw in both palms, her thumbs on his cheekbones, the heels of her hands on the hinges of his jaw, and she held his face the way she had held it on the morning they married in the registry office, in Deal with rain on the windows and her father outside smoking because the man could not be still, and she leaned close enough that the sound went directly from her mouth to his ear, private and entire. "I'll come back." Then she was doing something with her hands, his hands, and he felt the rope. She had found it somewhere in the compartment during her circuit, a length of nylon line thick as a man's finger. The kind of utility rope that a cargo vessel carries for 100 small purposes and which had been coiled and hung on a hook or stowed in a locker that the collision had opened. She was tying one end around his wrist. He felt her fingers working the knot quick and sure, the loops pulled tight against his skin, the free end dressed and tuckered so that it would not slip. It was a bowline. He could tell by the shape of it against his wrist, the fixed loop, the standing part, the way the tail came back through. She had tied it correctly. She had tied it the way someone ties a knot that must not come undone. She put the coil in his free hand and closed his fingers around it. Then she took the other end of the line, and he heard her wrapping it around her own wrist. Once, twice, a different arrangement from his, not a fixed knot, but a wrap that she could release and re-grip as she swam, holding the rope in her hand the way a climber holds a belay line. The tension controlled by grip rather than by a knot that could not be adjusted. She was not waiting for his permission. He understood this from the efficiency of her movements, from the way she had stopped speaking, from her breathing, which had shifted from the staggered rhythm of controlled fear to the steady rhythm of a person who has decided and is now only executing. She was already gone. The rope was the last thing she would do in this place, and she was doing it well. He held the coil. He felt the rope run through his fingers as she moved away from him, toward the submerged hatch. First the slack loops lifting from his palm, then the line pulling straight. Then a pause in which neither of them breathed and the compartment was so silent, he could hear the water entering through the hatch below, a faint, glassy sound. The sound of the sea finding its way into the broken body of the ship. The sound she made entering the water was smaller than he expected, a whisper of displacement. A faint gulp of air that was her last breath above the surface, taken in the quick, efficient way of a woman who had done this in the Serpentine 100 mornings, filling her lungs from the bottom, the diaphragm pushing down, the rib cage expanding against the cold, the air taken in and held with the discipline of a body that knows how to use every particle of oxygen before it must breathe again. Then she was under, and the rope was moving. Not a tug, a drawing. A steady, purposeful tension, pulling the line from the coil in his hand, loop after loop, the nylon sliding through his fingers with a faint singing sound as it paid out. He could feel the rhythm of her stroke in the rope, a slight pulse with each arm pull, regular, strong, the rhythm of a body moving through water with intent and direction. She was swimming. The rope was the proof. Each pulse was a stroke, and each stroke was a body length farther from him and a body length closer to whatever lay ahead. He held his hand up, the hand with the coil, and let the rope feed through his grip, counting the loops as they left his fingers. Each loop was roughly an arm span of line. He counted 15, 20, 30, and then lost the count because his hand was too cold to distinguish individual passes of the nylon. The coil got smaller in his palm. He held the diminishing bundle and felt the line go out, and each loop that left was a measure of the distance growing between his body and hers, a distance he could not see and could not cross, measured only by the length of rope remaining. The coil ran out. The last loop left his hand, and the rope went taut from the knot on his wrist into the water and away through the hatch, a straight line of nylon running from him to her through the flooded dark, and the tension held. He could feel her at the other end, not her body, Not her shape, but her purpose. The ongoing fact of her swimming, transmitted through the rope the way sound is transmitted through a wire, reduced to vibration, to tension, to the faint and rhythmic proof that the far end of the line was still connected to a living woman moving through water. The tension held. He lay in the dark and felt it. The rope was a thread between them, and the thread was alive with her. Then the tension changed. Not vanished, changed. The steady swimming pulse slowed and then stopped, and the rope went still, and then a different motion came through the line, a series of small movements, irregular, the feel of someone adjusting position, finding purchase on something, stopping. She had reached a place, an air pocket, a compartment, a surface. She had found something, and she had stopped. A long pause. The rope hung still in the water. Then a gentle tug. A single, deliberate pull. Not the involuntary pulse of swimming, but a conscious signal, a tug that said, "I am here. I have stopped. I am alive." He tugged back. Once. Small. Hoping she could feel it through however much rope lay between them, through however many turns and corners of the flooded passages the line had been drawn through. He tugged and held his breath and waited. Nothing. The rope was still. He could not know whether she had felt his answer. He could not know anything. He held the rope and breathed, and the water moved against his waist with the faint, searching pressure of a tide that has not yet decided whether to rise or fall. Then the tension resumed. The swimming pulse again. She was moving, continuing, going farther. The rope hummed with her stroke, and then the humming stopped, and the rope went slack, all the tension leaving it at once, the line drifting in the water around his wrist, with the aimless, spiritless motion of a thing no longer connected to purpose. He waited. He held the slack rope and waited. He held it and felt the water around his waist, and the steel across his legs, and the dark in his eyes, and he waited. Nothing moved. The ship settled a quarter of an inch. He felt this as a tilt in the angle of the deck beneath him, a shift so small that a standing man would not have noticed it, but which a man pinned flat on his back felt in his whole spine, the inclinometer of his body registering what no instrument could have measured at this scale. The water level rose by a thickness he could not quantify. The air moved not at all. He was alone. The rope lay on the surface of the water in loose coils that touched his forearm and drifted with the minute currents of the compartment, going from him to the hatch, and through the hatch into the corridors, connecting him to a woman he could not see and could not hear, and could not reach, and could no longer feel through the line. He wrapped the slack around his fist and held it. He held it because it was the last object in the dark that had been in her hands, and because his own hands needed something to do that was not the work of panic, and because somewhere at the other end of this rope, in the flooded corridors, in the labyrinth of steel and water and darkness, that was now the interior of the ship. Helen was there, and the rope was the proof, the only proof, that there was not the same as gone. He held the nylon, and he waited. The blackness waited with him. It did not have qualities of patience or impatience. It was simply the medium in which he now existed, as total and as permanent as water is to a fish. And like a fish, he had stopped noticing it as a condition, and had begun to live inside it as a fact. He was a man in the dark. The dark was not a problem to be solved or a threat to be endured. It was the nature of his world, the element in which everything that would happen to him from this point forward would happen. Time passed. He could not measure it. He had nothing to measure it with. No watch that he could feel ticking against his wrist, because the rope was tied over the place where the watch had been, and no light to see by, and no sound to mark intervals. The ship had stopped making the sounds it had been making. The groaning had subsided, or paused, or reached some intermediate equilibrium. The creaking of strained steel, which had been a constant accompaniment since the collision, had diminished to an occasional tick, irregular and widely spaced, as though the ship were making final minor adjustments to its new position on the bottom and would soon be still entirely. He breathed and felt the rope and waited. These three acts composed the whole of his existence, and they had merged into a single act, a cycle without differentiation. The air entering and leaving his lungs while his hand held a slack line while time produced nothing. The three operations running simultaneously and continuously and without result, a machine performing its functions, the functions circular, the circle the size of his body, and his body the size of the world. The water rose. It rose so slowly that the only way to confirm it had risen was to notice, after a period he could not quantify, that a part of his body that had been above the waterline was now below it. His navel went first. He felt the water find the small depression in his abdomen and settle into it with the specificity of a finger pressing into soft tissue. Then the hollow of his solar plexus, the cold finding the thin skin over the xiphoid process and claiming it, the water entering this concavity with an intimacy that was not violence but was worse than violence, because violence has a duration and this did not. The water came and stayed and would not leave, and the boundary between his body and the water shifted upward with each increment, his body becoming the sea's body 1 inch at a time. He could not move away from it. He could not lift himself. The locker held his legs flat, and his back was against the deck plates, and the water rose into the spaces of him with the same indifferent thoroughness with which it was filling the ship. It did not hurry. It did not pause. It had no interest in him. He was merely a shape in its path, a volume to be incorporated, a set of cavities and surfaces to be covered as the general level rose, his ribs. The water found his lower ribs on the left side first, because the deck was tilted a few degrees to port. He felt the cold cross each rib individually, the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, each one a line of contact, a frontier, the water advancing rib by rib, the way a tide advances over a corrugated beach, filling each trough before surmounting each ridge. It was systematic. It had the character of a process that would complete itself regardless of his participation, and his participation was not requested. He tried, for the second time, to free his legs, not with the wild, full-body effort of the first attempt, but with a methodical engineering approach, bracing his shoulders against the deck, placing his palms flat against the underside of the locker, and pushing upward with whatever strength his arms and chest could generate. The steel moved. Not much. A vibration, a suggestion of give, the merest acknowledgement that a force was being applied. But it moved, and this encouraged him, and he pushed harder, and the movement stopped, and he pushed harder still, and the locker dropped back to its original position with a sound that was very small and very final, the sound of something that has tested a challenge and found it insufficient. He rested. The effort had used air. He could feel the deficit in his lungs. The next several breaths went deeper than usual, the diaphragm pulling harder, the body restocking its reserves. The air was not good. It had not been good since the beginning, but now it was specifically not good in a way he could identify. Each inhalation cost more than the one before it, as though the air were thinning, losing whatever property his lungs required, becoming more atmosphere than oxygen, the useful component diminishing as his own exhalation added carbon dioxide to a space that could not refresh itself. He thought about Helen, not in narrative, not the sequence of their life, not the story of them, not the wedding and deal, or the mornings by the Serpentine, or the way she arranged her shoes inside the front door with the heels aligned to the baseboard, which was the smallest, and most permanent thing he knew about another human being, and which he now held in his mind with a ferocity that alarmed him, as though the arrangement of shoes were a religious text, and he a man in the last moments of his faith. He thought about her the way a man thinks about air, not as a concept, but as a requirement, the absence of which was a pressure in his chest. That was not the cold and not the water and not the weight of the locker, but something else, something that operated below all of these in the substrate, in the place where the body stores the knowledge that cannot be spoken because it predates speech. She was in the corridors. She had been in the corridors for, he did not know, a long time. The rope had been slack for a long time. The last signal, a single gentle tug, had come a long time ago, before the water reached his ribs, before the air thinned to its current state, before the dark had finished eating time. He tugged the rope again, a small, hopeful pull, the same one he had tried before, repeated now not because he expected an answer, but because the act itself was a form of prayer, a physical petition directed at the void at the other end of the line. And a man in the dark needs to pray, even if the prayer has no destination. The rope came toward him with no resistance, slack, meters of it. He gathered it in his lap, the wet nylon coiling on the surface of the water that covered his belly, and the gathering produced no tension, no answering pull from the far end, nothing to indicate that the rope was still connected to anything that could pull back. He stopped gathering and held what he had. The coil sat in the water on his chest like a small, cold animal. The rest of the line trailed away into the dark, through the hatch, into the corridors, into whatever world existed on the other side of the bulkhead, a world that included Helen and the sea and the ruined interior of the ship, and all the darkness between these things, and the rope connected him to that world by a thread that no longer moved. He said her name into the dark. Helen. The word hit the steel walls and came back to him from 3 directions. Each return was smaller. The last was barely a breath, and then it was gone, and the silence that replaced it was denser than the silence it had interrupted, as though the sound had consumed something in the air that the air could not regenerate. No answer. He had not expected one. She was beyond the walls, beyond the hatch, beyond the reach of a voice in a steel box. The ship was between them. Not the ship as he had known it, the orderly vessel with its numbered bulkheads and labeled compartments and painted guidelines, but the ship as it was now, a wreck, a flooded mass of steel lying on the bed of the Dover Strait, its interior rearranged by gravity and salt water into something that bore no relation to the plans that had hung in the navigation office, a new architecture, unmapped and unlit and filling. He held the rope. He held the rope and breathed the thinning air and felt the water rise, and he waited, because waiting was the only act available to a man whose legs were underneath a steel locker and whose wife was in the dark. The water found his sternum, and what changed was the sound. Each breath he drew now returned to him differently. The resonance of the air pocket had shifted, the echo tightening, his own inhalation arriving back at his ears a fraction sooner than before, as though the walls had moved closer. They had not. The water had moved higher, and the volume of air between the surface and the overhead had compressed, and the acoustic properties of that diminished volume had changed accordingly. And the change was this: he could hear himself. He could hear the wet click of his throat with each swallow. He could hear the saliva in his mouth when he moved his tongue. The pocket had become a space the size of his own breathing, and every sound his body produced was returned to him with an intimacy that was not company, but surveillance. The room listening to the small machinery of his life with a closeness that made the machinery sound fragile, provisional, a set of functions that were still running, but that the room had taken a detailed interest in. the way a man takes interest in a clock that is about to stop. He began to attend to his body in a way he had not done before. Not the gross facts, the pinned legs, the cold, the water, but the small, specific details of his physical existence in this space. The inventory of a man who has realized that his body is the only territory he still governs, and who wishes to know the exact boundaries of his domain before the boundaries contract further. His right hand, still functional, though the fingers were slow, he could curl them, straighten them, press his thumb to each fingertip in sequence and feel the contact. This hand was above the water, resting on his upper chest. The skin was cold but not numb. The tendons responded. This was the better hand. The hand he would use if he needed to use a hand for anything exact. His left hand? Worse. This was the hand with the rope knotted to the wrist, and the wrist was in the water, and the hand had been in the water since the beginning, and the cold had entered it deeply. He could make the fingers close. He felt the muscles of the forearm contract. But the fingers themselves were distant, imprecise, no longer capable of fine discrimination. He could hold the rope. He could not have tied a knot. His arms, adequate. The cold had penetrated the forearms, but the upper arms, still partly above water, retained some warmth, some function. He could move them. He could lift them. He could, if required, exert a pulling force with his right arm that would be meaningful, though for how long he could sustain it, he did not know. His torso, a divided territory. Above the waterline, currently at the sixth rib, his chest still felt like his chest, the skin responsive, the muscles capable of the work of breathing. Below the waterline, the torso was the waters, as cold and undifferentiated as his legs, as much a part of the ship as the deck beneath him. The boundary between these two zones moved upward with each advance of the rising water, the habitable region of his body, shrinking like a country losing coastline to an advancing sea. His head, the last high ground. His face, his jaw, the back of his skull pressed against the deck. These were still entirely his, still warm enough to feel, still sensitive enough to register the air on his skin as it thinned and soured. His ears worked. His nose worked, though the air it processed tasted of diesel and his own exhalation and the flat, mineral tang of the sea that was filling the compartment from below. This inventory took a long time or no time. He could tell which. The dark had consumed time so completely that the question of duration had lost its meaning. The way a question about color loses its meaning to a man who has never seen light. He existed in a continuous present, a now that stretched in both directions without boundary, and within this now he breathed and held the rope and attended to his body and waited. The ship moved again, a slow, grinding shift. Not a sudden lurch, but a progressive change in the angle of the deck, a rotation of perhaps 2 degrees that he felt along the entire length of his spine, the steel beneath him tilting toward port, and with the tilt the water shifted, sloshing against the left wall with a sound like a palm slapping wet stone, and the level rose on his left side faster than on his right, the water reaching his armpit on the left, while it was still at his 5th rib on the right. Then the ship settled into its new position and the water equalized, finding its level, as water always does, indifferent to the shape it inhabits. And the new level was higher on both sides than the old level had been. The 5th rib now on the right, where the 6th had been, his left armpit now the permanent waterline on that side. The air pocket was smaller. He could feel this not as a measurement, but as a pressure. The space above the water felt closer, tighter, the overhead nearer to his face, though he knew intellectually that the overhead had not moved, that only the water had moved, that the reduction in the air pocket was a function of the water's rise and not the ceiling's descent. But the body does not reason. The body feels, and what it felt, was compression, a closing in, the space in which he could breathe contracting around his face with each degree of the water's rise. He breathed faster. Then he slowed his breathing deliberately, counting each inhale and exhale. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. The way he had been trained to breathe in heavy weather, when the bridge of a ship in a storm becomes a place where a man must ration his body's responses or be overwhelmed by them. The counting steadied him. For a time, he did not know how long. The counting was enough. Then the counting was not enough, and the steadiness left, and what replaced it was not panic, but something older and quieter than panic. A resignation that settled into his chest like a physical weight, pressing down on the mechanism of his breathing from above while the water pressed up on it from below. And between these two pressures, his lungs worked in a diminishing space, drawing in the thin air and expelling it. The cycle continuing because the body continues its cycles long after the mind has withdrawn from the project of living. He thought, Helen has been gone a very long time. He thought, or no time at all. He could not tell the difference. The dark had consumed time the way the water had consumed his body, inch by inch, without announcement, until the thing that remained was so reduced it was no longer the thing it had been. He was not waiting in time, he was waiting in the dark, and the dark did not move, and therefore nothing moved. And therefore Helen had been gone for 5 minutes and 5 hours, and the two propositions occupied the same space because neither could be tested, and neither could be preferred over the other except by an act of faith. He chose 5 hours. Not because the evidence supported it. There was no evidence. But because 5 hours was the worst number, and the worst number was the true number. Because in the dark and the cold and the water, a man learns very quickly that the worst number is always the true number. That optimism is a form of blindness. That the dark does not deal in comfort. 5 hours. Helen had been in the corridors for 5 hours, and the rope was slack, and had been slack since he could not remember when. Since before the water reached his armpits. Since before the second settling of the ship. Since before his hand lost the ability to distinguish one coil of rope from the next. He pulled the rope toward him again, gathering slack, hand over hand, the wet nylon sliding through his grip. He gathered, and the rope came, and there was no resistance at the far end, no tension, no answering presence, and the coil on his chest grew and grew, and he gathered 20 feet of line before the rope went taut and stopped, and he could feel, at the very limit of what the line could transmit, something fixed at the other end. Not a pull, not a movement, a fixture. The rope had snagged on something, or had been tied to something, or was simply caught in the flooded passages through which it ran, and the something was not Helen, and was not alive and did not answer when he tugged. He held the taut rope and breathed, and the air thinned, and the water rose, and the compartment got smaller and smaller and smaller. Then the tension eased. He could not say when. The transition happened somewhere in the undifferentiated time between one breath and the next, but the taut line went slack in his grip. Whatever had snagged it in the corridor shifting or releasing as the ship resettled on the bottom, and the rope lay against his chest again, limp. The connection still there, but carrying nothing, a line running from his wrist into the dark, with no answering force at its end. The shivering came and went. It had been present early, a violent, systemic shaking, that it felt like the ship's own trembling conducted through the water into his skeleton. And it had lasted for what might have been an hour, the muscles contracting and releasing in spasms he could not control, the body performing its ancient protocol for generating heat, the protocol that works on land, in air, in conditions the body was designed for, and which is futile in water at 4 degrees. because the water conducts the generated heat away faster than the muscles can produce it, so that the shivering becomes a process of accelerating one's own cooling. The body working against itself, expending its last energy reserves to produce heat that the water steals before it can be used. Then the shivering stopped, not gradually, but at once, as though a switch had been thrown. And the stopping was worse than the shivering because the stopping meant the body had given up the protocol, had moved beyond it to a phase that has no program, no instructions, nothing. A phase in which the cold is simply the medium of existence, and the body stops fighting it the way a drowning man stops struggling, and the water enters without resistance. He was cold in a way he had never been cold. It was not the cold of winter or of wind, or of standing on the bridge of a ship in a January gale with the spray freezing on the windscreen and the watch coat buttoned to the throat. It was a cold that had entered the structure of his body, that had settled into the marrow of his bones and the fluid of his joints and the slow thickening blood that his heart was pushing through vessels that were contracting, narrowing, the peripheral circulation shutting down in the body's last strategic retreat, pulling the remaining warmth inward to protect the vital organs, while the extremities, the hands, the feet, the skin, were surrendered to the sea. His thoughts moved slowly. Each thought arrived like a barge in a narrow canal, occupying the full width of his consciousness, leaving no room for another thought until it had passed through. He could hold one idea at a time. Helen, then the rope, then the water, then the air, then Helen again. The rotation was automatic, a circuit his mind ran without direction. And each time it completed the circuit and returned to Helen, the thought was the same thought. She is in the corridors, the rope is slack, she has not come back. And the thought produced the same response, which was not despair and not hope, but a condition between the two that the dark had invented specifically for him, a condition that could be sustained indefinitely because it had no resolution and required no energy and would continue until the water rose above his face and the breathing stopped and the circuit stopped and everything stopped. He held the rope. It was everything. It was Helen, or the memory of Helen, or the possibility of Helen. And the three were the same in the dark because in the dark, memory and possibility and presence are all conducted through the same medium. Touch, tension, the physical fact of a nylon line connecting one point in space to another. And the line was the only conductor he had. He talked to her. Not aloud. He did not have the air for aloud, and the last time he had spoken her name, the sound had died against the walls, and the silence afterward had been worse than the silence before. He talked to her inside his head, in a voice that was not his speaking voice, but his thinking voice, which was quieter and less certain, and which spoke in fragments rather than sentences. Come back. The water's at my chest. I can still breathe. Come back. You said you would come back. The rope is slack. I am holding the rope. Come back. The prayer did not help. He had not expected it to. A man praying in the dark is not communicating with anyone. He is performing a ritual that keeps the part of the mind that generates prayers from generating something worse. And the ritual is worth performing for this reason alone, even if the prayer has no recipient and no answer and no power to change the water level, or the air quality, or the position of the steel locker on his legs. Something happened in the water near the hatch. Not a dramatic event. A shift in the current, a change in the pattern of flow through the opening, a subtle alteration in the way the water moved against his body. The seat became a pulse. For 3 or 4 seconds, the water entering the compartment pushed harder, as though something outside had displaced the volume, and the displacement had sent a pressure wave through the flooded corridors. And the wave had reached the hatch, and had entered his compartment, and had moved the water against his body and had passed. He waited for it to repeat. It did not. The seep returned to its steady, quiet inflow, and the water rose again, and his body recorded the change, and he lay in the dark and breathed and held the rope, and the rope was slack and had been slack for... He did not try to calculate how long. The air was worse. Each breath now required a deliberate decision. Not because his lungs could not draw the air in, but because the air, once drawn in, no longer produced the satisfaction that breathing should produce, the sense of replenishment, the small reward that the body gives itself for completing each respiratory cycle. The reward was gone. The breathing continued, but it was work now, a task he performed, because the alternative to performing it was to stop, and to stop was to die, and he was not yet at the stopping point, though he could feel the stopping point out there in the dark, ahead of him, not far, a place he was approaching at the rate the water was rising, which was slow and steady and patient and sure. He thought, I am going to die in this place. The thought arrived without drama. It arrived the way the water had arrived, by increment, by accretion, by the slow accumulation of small facts that had been adding up in a part of his mind he had not been attending to, and which had now finished their sum and presented the total with the quiet finality of a balance sheet. He was going to die. The water was going to rise until it filled the pocket, and then he was going to breathe water instead of air, and then he was going to stop. The arithmetic was simple. The arithmetic was the only simple thing left. He loosened his grip on the rope. Not a decision, a failure of the muscles to sustain the grip, the fingers opening of their own accord, the nylon sliding from his palm, not because he chose to release it, but because the cold had taken from his hand the capacity to hold. The rope lay against his chest in the water, drifting, purposeless. The knot on his wrist held. The knot was the only thing that still held. He lay in the water with the water at his upper chest and the dark in his eyes and the diesel in his lungs and the rope on his chest and the locker on his legs, and he felt the distance between himself and the world above. The gray channel, the shipping lanes, the white cliffs, the harbor at Dover, the streets of Dio where Helen's father had stood outside the registry office smoking in the rain. And the distance was not measured in feet or fathoms, but in the thickness of the steel above him and the weight of the water on the steel, and the absolute silence that the steel and the water made between them, a silence that sealed him off from the living world as completely as earth seals a coffin. And in this silence he waited for the water to finish what it had begun, and the waiting was a kind of consent, a lowering of the hands, a turning away from the fight that had never been a fight because the water was not his opponent and had never been his opponent and did not know he existed. He breathed. He stopped holding the rope. The slack end drifted away from his fingers and lay against his neck in the water, a meaningless length of nylon, going from his wrist to somewhere in the flooded dark, connecting him to nothing that answered. He closed his eyes. The closing made no difference. The dark behind his eyelids was the same dark as the dark in front of them, but it was the act of a man who is finished looking, and he made it because the body requires certain ceremonies at certain moments, the small rites that mark the passage from one state to the next, and the state he was entering was the state of having given up. Then the rope moved. Not the slack drift of current, not the faint oscillation that the ship's settling produced in everything that floated. The rope went taut with a single violent jerk, a hard pull that ran through the nylon with the force and speed of an electrical discharge, and the jerk hit his wrist and straightened his arm and drove the knot into the tendons below his palm with a pain that was the first real pain he had felt in he did not know how long. The pain was bright and specific, and it reached through the anesthesia of the cold and the resignation and the closing of his eyes, and it seized him by the wrist, and it pulled. His eyes opened. His body woke. The lethargy, the consent, the turning away, all of it was gone in a single instant, overridden by something that lived below the surface of his conscious mind, below the resignation, below the prayer, in the root of the brainstem, where the oldest instructions are written. And what woke was the thing that wakes when something touches a sleeping animal. Not thought, not hope, not interpretation, but the pure electric fact of stimulus. Something moved. He gasped. The gasp used air he could not afford. His hand closed around the rope. The right hand, the better hand. And he held it, and felt the tension and waited. Nothing for a count of 3 breaths. 4, 5. The rope was taut, trembling faintly. The nylon vibrating with a tension that came from the far end, from the hatch, from the corridors, from wherever the rope led in the flooded dark. Then another pull, harder. Not a tug, but a wrench, a sudden lateral force that dragged his arm sideways in the water and twisted the rope against his wrist so that the knot bit into the tendons, and he felt through the cold, through the numbness, through the damaged circuitry of his frozen nerves, a sensation that was unambiguously pain. Then 3 pulls in rapid succession, violent and arrhythmic, as though something on the other end of the rope were thrashing. Helen? He said her name into the dark, and the dark gave it back to him and gave him nothing else. Then a long pause. The rope trembled in his grip. He held it with both hands now, and the right hand gripping, the left hand pressing the line against his forearm. And he stared into the dark and saw nothing and heard nothing, and the silence stretched and the rope trembled, and the trembling was the only thing in the world that was not still. Water moved in the compartment, not the flat, incremental rise he had grown accustomed to, but a new disturbance, a pressure pulse, traveling through the flooded corridors and entering through the hatch, as a surge that lifted the waterline against his chest and then subsided. Then another. Then a third, stronger. The water in the compartment responding to a force being applied somewhere deep in the ship's interior. The corridor system transmitting the pressure the way a hydraulic line transmits a pump stroke. The pulse arriving attenuated but unmistakable. He held the rope and felt. The rope told him more than the water. Each pulse in the water was vague, directionless, a pressure that could have come from the ship's own settling or from the tidal shift of the channel outside the hull. But the rope's vibrations were specific. A rapid, mechanical trembling sharper with each passing minute. The tugging interspersed with this new rhythm now, as though whatever was producing the movement was also producing the pulls. The two transmitted simultaneously through the same taut line to his wrist, and the intensity of both was increasing, and the increase meant the source was getting closer. Something was coming through the flooded corridor toward the hatch. Something was following the rope. Then the rope jerked again. 5, 6, 7 pulls, fast and hard. The kind of pulling that has no rhythm and no purpose beyond the generation of force. And with each pull, his arm was dragged toward the hatch, and the knot cut deeper into his wrist, and the rope sang with the tension, a high, thin sound that the steel walls caught and amplified. And he could feel through the rope, through the tension, through the singing nylon, something at the other end that was not swimming, but was moving, not gliding, but lurching. Something making its way through the water with a motion that was powerful and irregular and close. Then the clicking. He felt it before he heard it. A vibration in the rope, fine, rapid, rhythmic, traveling up the taut nylon from whatever was on the other end, and arriving at his wrist with the directness of a pulse, a rapid, fitted tick that entered through the knot and passed through the bones of his hand and into his forearm. Click, hiss. Click, hiss, click, hiss. Then the steel of the deck conducted it, and the bulkheads conducted it, and the ship's skeleton carried the vibration the way a tuning fork carries a struck note, and the sound was everywhere. In the water, in the walls, in the overhead, in his wrist. A wet, rhythmic, mechanical sound, regular as a metronome, with a regularity that was not biological, not the snap of a jaw or the click of teeth, but something fitted, something that operated on a cycle of intake and release. But the rope brought it first, and the rope brought it closest, the vibration intimate against his wrist, the rhythm entering his body through the nylon with the directness of a thing counting his bones. But the mind of a man lying in the dark in 4 feet of water in the hull of a sunken ship does not distinguish between the source of a sound and the sound itself. The mind of such a man feels a clicking through the rope, and the mind says, teeth. The mind says, jaws. The mind says, something that feeds, something that hunts, something that has found the rope in the flooded corridors and is following it the way a predator follows a blood trail, using the line the way a spider uses a web thread, the vibration traveling from the thing to him, because the thing is on the rope and the rope is on his wrist, and the thing is coming closer with each click, closer, closer. The rope a path laid through the dark water leading from the open sea to the exact point where a man lies pinned and cannot move and cannot flee and cannot do anything except feel the approach conducted through the nylon into the bones of his hand. The surging stopped. The clicking continued. The rope vibrated with it, the nylon humming against his wrist, the sound so close it seemed to originate inside his own body, in his wrist, in his forearm, in the marrow of his bones where the vibration had settled and was resonating. He could not tell whether the source was 10 feet away or 100. The rope made everything intimate. The rope made everything close. Roger held his breath. He held everything. He lay in the water with his face above the surface and his arm extended toward the hatch, and the rope taut in his hand, and he felt the clicking vibrating through the nylon, and the clicking was the only sensation in the world. Click-hiss, click-hiss, click-hiss. The water surged. A displacement wave came through the hatch. He felt it as a swell that lifted the water level against his chin, the cold finding the underside of his jaw, and then the wave passed, and the water dropped, and the rope jerked hard, and the clicking intensified, the vibration in the nylon becoming a tremor, a shaking, as though whatever produced the sound had increased its effort, and with it, a new pattern in the pulls, a grinding, sustained tension, the rope being hauled sideways through the water, the feel of something straining against an obstruction. And the whole apparatus of this breathing was there at the hatch, in the corridor beyond the hatch, the sound channeled through the taut rope and amplified by the ship's steel skeleton, so that it arrived at his wrist with a directness and a volume that made it seem closer than it was, close enough to be inside the compartment, close enough to be beside him, though the dark showed him nothing and no light penetrated the space. Something was pulling the rope from the hatch, not the distant swimming pulls he had felt before, but a close, grinding tension, as though whatever was on the other side of the opening had gripped the line and was hauling itself toward the hatch frame. And the rope transmitted this effort directly to his wrist, the nylon vibrating with a force that was not rhythmic, but labored, the effort of something large working against a constriction, struggling to pass through a space that would not quite admit it, and the clicking accompanied the struggle, each click-hiss punctuating a burst of exertion, each pause between clicks a recalculation, and the thing was not through the hatch, but it was at the hatch, and it was trying. The rope jerked again, hard, twice, and he understood with a clarity that the cold hours had burned clean of everything except the essential. Something had come through the flooded corridors following the rope, and it had reached the hatch, and the hatch was partly blocked. Collapsed framing, shifted stores, the rearranged interior of the wrecked ship. And the thing was forcing its way through the obstruction, and every pull on the rope was the pull of a body hauling itself closer, and the rope went from the thing to his wrist, and when the thing got through the hatch, it would follow the rope to him. He held still. The clicking continued at the hatch, steady, patient, inhuman, and the water in the compartment pulsed with each effort from the other side, small displacement waves entering through the submerged opening, lapping against his chest, and each wave was a measure of the force being applied on the far side of the wall, and the force was considerable, and the obstruction was not holding. Panic is not a decision. He understood this now. Panic is not a failure of will or a collapse of reason. It is a program, older than language, older than thought, written into the body before the body had a mind to consult, a series of instructions that the nerves execute at a speed the conscious mind cannot match. And by the time Roger's mind registered what was happening, his body had already begun. His right hand, the better hand, the hand that still worked, was already moving, reaching down under the surface, past his hip, into the pocket of his trousers where the knife was, and his fingers were closing on the handle with a strength that had not been there before, a strength the fear had unlocked from wherever the body stores its final reserves, the last energy, the emergency supply that is released only when the organism faces extinction and must perform one more act before it can stop. The knife came out of the pocket. He felt the handle in his palm, the familiar shape, the brass bolster, the roughened bone scales that he had held 1,000 times in the light. On the deck, in the galley, for 1,000 ordinary purposes that were all of them a world away from this. And his thumb found the nail nick and pulled, and the blade opened against the spring with a sound that was very small and very clean. He brought the knife to the rope. His left hand, the frozen hand, the useless hand, found the section of nylon between the knot on his wrist and the point where the rope entered the water, and he held it as well as he could, pinching it between the heel of his palm and his forearm, pressing it against his own skin so that the rope was immobilized. And with his right hand, he set the blade against the nylon and began to cut. The nylon was wet and thick, and the blade was a pocket knife blade, not a rigger's knife, and the cutting was not quick. He sawed. The blade moved back and forth across the rope in a desperate, ragged rhythm, each stroke separating a few strands, each stroke thinning the line, and with each stroke he could feel the structure of the rope degrading, the tension changing as the intact fibers took the load of the severed ones, the nylon stretching and thinning, the rope becoming less rope, and more a collection of threads that were individually too weak to hold and were only holding because they held together. The clicking was louder. Whatever was at the hatch had shifted the obstruction. He felt the change as a surge of water through the opening, a pulse that lifted the level against his chin and then subsided. And with the surge, the clicking sound was suddenly less muffled, less filtered by the corridor's geometry. The steel that had been dampening the sound now admitting it more directly, and the click hiss was clear and intimate and close, not in the compartment but at the threshold, at the edge, filling the flooded opening the way a voice fills a doorway. He cut harder. The blade caught and skipped and caught again, and the fibers parted, strand by strand, and the rope thinned, and the tension in the remaining fibers increased with each strand cut, the load concentrating on fewer and fewer threads, and the threads were singing now, the sound of nylon under extreme tension, a high, thin whine that he could feel in the blade and in his wrist, and in the bones of his forearm. The last fibers held for a moment, a single moment, in which the rope was no longer a rope, but a thread, a filament, the thinnest possible connection between his wrist and whatever was at the hatch. And then the thread broke. The release was immediate and total. The tension vanished. The two ends of the rope fell apart, the short length still tied to his wrist, springing back and slapping the water, the long length disappearing into the dark, sinking through the hatch. The connection that had been made in this compartment by Helen's hand severed now by his. The clicking stopped, not receded, not diminished, stopped, as instantly and as totally as a voice stops when a telephone wire is cut. One moment the click hiss was there, vibrating through the taut nylon into his wrist, conducted through the rope with the intimacy of a sound transmitted bone to bone, and the next moment the rope was slack, and the vibration was gone, and the sound was gone, and the silence that replaced it was so sudden and so complete that for a long moment Roger could not identify it as silence. His ears continued to hear the ghost of the rhythm, the neural echo, the pattern his brain had locked onto and could not immediately release. Then the echo faded, and the silence was real, and the silence was total, and the water settled to its flat, dead surface, and the only sound in the compartment was his own breathing, ragged and fast and using air he could not afford. Whatever had been producing the clicking was still out there, still in the corridor, still breathing, still alive. But the rope had been the conductor, and the conductor was cut, and the sound had nowhere to travel. He lay in the water. He breathed. The air was thin, and the cold was total, and the fear was draining from his body like water from a bathtub, leaving behind a hollowness, a vacancy, a space where the panic had been that was now occupied by nothing. And the nothing was almost peaceful. He was alive. The thing had lost its guide. He had cut the rope, and the thing had retreated, and the logic of this was simple and animal and complete. He had severed the connection between himself and the predator had gone. He closed the knife and let it rest on his chest above the water. He held the severed end of the rope, the short length, a foot of frayed nylon still knotted to his wrist, and he breathed, and the breathing was easier, not because the air was better, but because the fear was spent, and in its wake, the body was doing what the body does after extreme exertion. It was shutting down, conserving, reducing operations to the bare minimum. The autonomic functions running on reserve while the voluntary systems went dark one by one. He lay in the dark, and the water, and the nothing, and he waited, and the waiting was different now. Before, he had been waiting for Helen. Now he was waiting for whatever came next, and whatever came next did not include the rope, and did not include the clicking, and did not include the thing in the water, because the path was gone, and the connection was gone, and he was alone, truly alone, alone in a way that the slack rope had never made him, because the slack rope had still been a line between 2 points, and the cut rope was a line between 1 point and nothing. The water continued to rise. It found his collarbone, settling into the hollows above the bone with the precision of water poured into a mold. It found the base of his throat. He tilted his head back and pressed his skull against the deck and breathed through his nose, and the air pocket was measured in inches now. A thin layer between the surface and the overhead, the last volume of breathable air in the compartment. And he breathed it, and it was not enough, and it was all there was. He thought, I am going to die here. The thought was the same thought he had had before, but it was different now because before it had been a calculation, and now it was a fact. And the difference between a calculation and a fact was the difference between looking at the sea from a ship and being in the sea. He was in the sea. The water was taking the last of the air, and there was nothing to be done about it, except to breathe what remained and to keep breathing until the breathing produced nothing, and then to stop. The water touched his chin. He pressed his head back as far as it would go, the base of his skull hard against the steel, his face the last island in a rising sea, and he breathed through his nose in quick, shallow cycles, the air entering and leaving with a whistle that he could hear. The whistle of a man breathing through a diminishing aperture. And each breath was smaller than the last because each breath was drawn from a pocket that was smaller than the pocket the previous breath had been drawn from. The dark was complete. The water was almost complete. The air was a membrane. Then, light. Not light as he understood it. Not daylight, not electric light. Not the warm spectrum of a known source. A beam. Thin, white, cutting through the water beneath him and sweeping across the submerged bulkhead with a controlled, searching motion. The beam passed across his chest, and the water turned green in its path, green and filled with particles. Diesel, rust, fiber, suspended in the illuminated column like dust in a shaft of sunlight. And then the beam moved away, and the dark returned, and then the beam came back and found his face and held. He screamed, not because the light hurt, though it did, his pupils contracting so violently after the hours of dark that the pain was a blade behind his eyes, but because the light was the most unexpected thing that had happened to him since the collision. The scream used air, the last air. The sound went out of him and into the compartment, and hit the walls and came back, and went out through the hatch into the flooded corridors, and the water carried it farther than any sound should carry in a wrecked ship. Hands on his shoulders. Hands finding his face, his jaw, his airway. Hands unlike Helen's, larger, gloved in neoprene, operating with a drilled competence that was not tenderness, but training. The efficient touch of men executing a procedure they had rehearsed until the procedure was indistinguishable from instinct. The hands assessed him. Airway clear, responsive, legs pinned. And then the hands went to work on the locker. He could not see the men. His eyes would not open against the light, or would not open at all. The hours of dark had done something to the mechanism of his eyelids. The muscles cramped or frozen, and the light was too strong, and the transition was too sudden, and his mind had stopped processing input in the way that a machine stops when its capacity is exceeded, going still, holding the last frame. But he heard the clicking. He heard it, and every muscle that could still respond locked at once. His shoulders lifting from the deck, his neck rigid, the scream rising again in his throat. And the clicking was right beside his head, immediate and intimate. Click hiss, click hiss, click hiss. And his hands came up to ward it off, to push it away, the hands of a man in the dark, fighting off what has come for him. The gloved hands caught his wrists, held them, firmly without violence, the grip of a man who has restrained panicking survivors before, and who knows that the restraint must be absolute and brief and calm. His hands were held, and his wrists were held, and the clicking continued beside his head, and it did not stop, and it would not stop, and he forced his eyes open against the light and saw a face behind glass, black rubber framing the mask, a mouthpiece gripped between teeth, and on the left side of the mouthpiece, a valve, chrome, small, moving with each breath, opening to admit air from the tank on the man's back, closing to expel the used air into the water around them, a mechanical cycle that produced, with each repetition, a sound. Click hiss. Roger looked at the valve. The valve opened. Air entered the mouthpiece. The valve closed. Air was expelled. Click hiss. The sound was wet because the valve operated at the interface of air and water. The sound was rhythmic because breathing is rhythmic. The sound was exactly precisely, identically, without variation. The sound he had heard in the dark. The diver's eyes behind the glass looked at him. They were steady and human and calm, and they looked at him, and he looked at the valve, and between the eyes and the valve, a fact assembled itself with a slowness that was not the slowness of the cold or the dark, but the slowness of a mind that is constructing something it does not wish to construct, laying each piece in place with the reluctance of a man building his own scaffold, each piece fitting perfectly into the piece before it, each piece making the structure more complete and more terrible. They brought him through the corridors. He could not swim. His legs trailed behind him, dead, unresponsive. And the divers carried him, one on each side, pulling him through the flooded passages with a professional efficiency that required no communication, their lights cutting through the murk, the beams catching the shapes of the ship's interior, buckled frames, shifted cargo, a fire extinguisher still clipped to a bulkhead, a coat hanging from a hook with its arms spread as though the person wearing it had been lifted out of it by the shoulders and the coat had remained. And the corridors were not corridors but tunnels, blocked and rerouted and narrowed by the collapse, and the divers navigated them with the confidence of men who had already mapped the way in. The rope had been their map. He understood this without anyone saying it. Helen had held the rope and swum through the hatch and followed the corridors and found the way up and found the surface and found the search boats and found the divers and had led them back, the rope in her hand, the other end tied to his wrist, the line between them, the thread through the labyrinth, the path that made the unmappable navigable, and he had cut it. They surfaced in a space above the ship. The air hit his face, and the light was gray, and the sky was there, the actual sky, the sky of the world. And it was January in the Channel, and the light was the colorless light of a winter morning over water, and the color of the sky was the color of the sea, and the two were nearly indistinguishable. Gray above and gray below, the horizon a smudge, and a rescue launch was alongside, and men were leaning over the gunwale with their hands extended. They lifted him aboard. They wrapped him in blankets. They cut his trouser legs open and examined what the locker had done. They put a needle in his arm. They spoke to him in voices that he could hear but could not assemble into meaning, the words arriving individually. Sir breathed, still cold, but refusing to connect into sentences, the syntax broken, the grammar of communication destroyed by whatever had happened to the part of his mind that processed language, which was the same part that had held Helen's name and which was now holding something else, something that occupied the full capacity of that part and left no room for anything else. He asked. The stripped, saltwater sound that came out of his mouth did not resemble language, but the men understood it because the men had been on rescue boats before, and they knew the sound a man makes when he is asking the question that cannot be answered quickly and cannot be answered well. The men looked at each other, then at him. Their faces composed themselves into an expression he recognized, the expression of men holding back information they are not yet certain they should deliver, the expression that is itself the delivery, the held-back face that tells the story before the story is told. He did not need them to tell him. The knowledge was already assembling itself inside his chest, had been assembling itself since the diver's mask, since the valve, since the click-hiss that was the same click-hiss, each piece connecting to the next with the slow, annihilating clarity of a fracture propagating through glass. The tugs, the violent, arrhythmic jerking that had woke him from his dying. He held this memory up to the new knowledge the way a man holds a document up to a light and sees the watermark he missed on first reading. The tugs had not been violent. They had been urgent. They had been a woman pulling a rope in the dark, pulling with both hands, pulling with a desperate, rhythmic insistence of a person who cannot shout and cannot be seen and has only one instrument left, one way to send a message through the flooded steel labyrinth to the man at the other end. Pull, I found them. They are with me. Hold on. We are coming. And the thrashing, the erratic, powerful jerking he had felt, just before the clicking grew loud at the hatch. Not a predator lunging. A diver in full equipment, forcing his way through collapsed framing in the corridor. The bulky tanks catching on shifted steel. The rope going taut and slack and taut. As the man struggled through the constriction, Helen braced on the other side, pulling the line to keep it clear. Her grip the anchor, the rope the thread. The thread held taut between her hand and his wrist, while the diver worked through the narrowed passage toward the hatch. He had understood this much in the corridors. He had understood it when the diver's lights swept over the collapsed framing and the scuffed steel where something large had forced its way through. The rope had been their map. Helen had held one end, and his wrist had held the other, and the line between them was the path through the labyrinth. But it was not until he heard the crew talking, low, near the stern, not to him, two voices, one asking, one answering, and he caught only a fragment, lost the guide rope. Current took her into the forward hold, that the last piece fell and the fracture completed itself. The rope that was her purchase in the current, her fixed point in the zero visibility water. She had tied a bowline on his wrist, a knot designed to hold under any load, a knot that would not slip, a knot that made his wrist the anchor point of the entire system. And she had wrapped her own end around her hand, a grip she could adjust, a grip she could release and retake as she swam, a grip that depended, for its purchase, on the tension in the line, on the fact that the other end was fixed. His wrist held the bowline. Her hand held the wrap. The whole architecture of their connection, the rope, the knot, the grip, the current, the dark, rested on his wrist, being there, being fixed, being the point that did not move, and he had cut it, strand by strand, fiber by fiber, while she pulled from the other side, the last desperate tugs he had felt before the blade went through, while she pulled not to attack him, but to hold on, to maintain the tension that kept the wrap tight around her hand, to keep herself anchored in the dark against the force of the water that was waiting to take her the moment the tension failed. And the tension had failed because he had put a blade through it. Her grip had been holding the line taut, and the line had been holding her position, and the position had been holding her life. And when the tension disappeared, when the fibers parted under his blade and the resistance ceased and the cut end sank through the hatch, she had nothing. The current took her the way a river takes a thing that is no longer held, without effort, without pause, without the possibility of return. And the divers could not follow because the rope that would have told them where the current went was gone, was cut, was lying on the bottom of the corridor in two useless lengths. And Helen was in the water, and the water was in the ship, and the ship was on the bottom of the channel, and that was where she was. Roger lay on the deck of the rescue launch, and he looked at the sky. The sky was gray. The channel was gray. The ship beneath them. The hull visible as a dark interruption in the water's surface 50 yards to starboard, a mass of steel lying on the bottom in 40 feet of water, was gray. Everything was the same color and the same temperature and the same substance, and his hands were on his chest, and they were empty, and they were his hands, and they had done everything they had done. Someone had cut the knot from his wrist. He did not remember this happening. The medic had done it while working on his arms, cutting the nylon loop with a pair of shears and discarding it without comment. And his wrist was bare now, the skin exposed to the gray air for the first time since Helen had tied the bowline in the dark. The skin where the rope had been was marked. A groove ran around the full circumference of his wrist, pressed into the flesh by hours of tension and immersion. A line of compressed tissue, red against the white of his waterlogged skin, as precise and as legible as a line drawn with a pen. The weave of the nylon had imprinted itself into the groove, a pattern of crossed fibers stamped into his wrists like a text in a language he could now read, each fiber mark a word, each word a part of the sentence that the rope had been writing on his skin since Helen tied it there. The sentence that said, "I am the connection between you and the woman who loved you, and the connection was here, and the connection is gone." He held his wrist up to the gray light. He held it and looked at it, and the groove was there, and the groove was all there was. His hand hung open above his face, the fingers curled loosely, the palm turned up toward the sky. A hand that could grip, that could hold, that could close a knife and cut a rope. A hand that was warm now, warming in the blankets, the circulation returning, the color coming back. A hand that was capable of everything, and that had, in the dark, been capable of the one thing, and the one thing was enough. And the gray light held it, and the gray light held everything. And below the launch, the channel moved, and the channel was the color of the rope, and the rope was gone, and the mark remained. She was telling a story about a painter when the bus passed the last lit window between Tonopah and the playa. And after that, the dark came down like a lid on a box and stayed there. Harlan kept his hands at 10 and 2. The headlights cut a wedge of road ahead. 2 lanes, no shoulder. The center line feeding toward him in yellow dashes, as regular as a pulse. And beyond the wedge, nothing. No moon. No stars that he could find through the windshield. The Mojave at night was not merely dark. It was a dark that had weight, that pressed against the glass like water against the hull of a ship. And sometimes, when the route was long enough and the passengers were quiet enough, Harlan could almost hear the desert leaning on the bus with a kind of patience that had nothing to do with time. The perfume reached him in slow waves, coming and going with the air from the heating vent. Desert rose, heavy sweet. The kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. The kind that department stores kept behind the counter and sold to men who loved women, who wore sequined dresses and sang in lounges where the carpet was the color of dried blood and the spotlight turned everything to gold. Harlan could not remember when the smell had first appeared. It seemed to him that it had always been there, part of the bus the way the diesel vibration was part of the bus, the way the green glow of the instrument panel was part of it, a fact of the machine, steady and permanent, something you stopped noticing until the night came when you noticed it again. Dolly sat 4 rows back, aisle seat, left side. He could see her in the overhead mirror, a stripe of sequined silver catching the green, shifting when she gestured, her hands moving through the air with the slow, shaping gestures of a lounge singer, shaping the empty space into the story she was telling. Her face was difficult in the mirror. The light hit the sequins, and the sequins threw it back in tiny fragments, so that she seemed to be sitting behind a screen of slow-motion sparks. What he could see of her was this: dark hair pinned up with a clip that caught the green, a jawline that had once been sharp and was now soft in the way that expensive things go soft with handling, and lips that moved continuously, shaping words he could hear, but only just, the way you hear a radio in another room. The melody clear, the words half gone. She was telling the story to the boy. The boy had boarded at the stop before the playa. Though boarded was generous because the stop had been nothing but a concrete pad and a metal pole with a sign so faded you could not read the route number, and the boy had been standing there in the dark as though he had been planted, arms at his sides, a duffel bag between his feet. He was young in the way that meant he had not yet learned that his body would eventually become a problem. Tall, thin, wearing a canvas jacket over a white t-shirt, hair too long, jaw working on something, gum or his own thoughts. He had climbed the steps without looking at Harlan, had walked past the first 3 rows as if they did not meet some private standard, and had sat in the 5th row across the aisle from Dolly and had not spoken. Dolly had spoken for him. She had simply turned to him, the sequins catching the light, and said a few words Harlan could not quite catch, and whatever it was had pulled the boy's head around the way a hand on a dog's collar pulls a dog's head around. Not violently, but with an authority that did not require explanation. Now she was 4 paragraphs into the painter. Harlan drove. The road unspooled. He should have been watching the mirrors for headlights, checking the fuel gauge, noting the milepost markers so he could radio dispatch if the engine seized. But the road had been empty for what felt like an hour. The gauge had not moved since Tonopah, and the mileposts, if they were out there, were swallowed by the dark before his headlights could find them. So he listened instead. 11 years on this route, and most passengers were the same passenger. The tired gambler heading home lighter than when they boarded, the couple who had run out of things to say to each other somewhere around Goldfield, the man in the back row who slept with his mouth open and woke startled at every stop, already embarrassed. Harlan had learned to sort them by what they did with their hands. The winners held them still. The losers couldn't stop moving them, and the ones who were neither sat on their hands like the decision was still being made somewhere they couldn't reach. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Some things shrink when you share them. Dolly's voice was low and clear, the kind of voice that carried not because it was loud, but because it was aimed. A lounge voice. A voice built for rooms where people were drinking and talking and not necessarily listening. A voice that had to reach across noise and smoke and the clink of ice and glasses to find the one person in the back booth who was paying attention. It carried through diesel vibration the same way it must have carried through the bar noise. It went through the obstacle rather than over it, and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. The bus rolled on. The dark pressed. The perfume came and went. And somewhere behind Harlan, in the green glow of the overhead mirror, the boy leaned forward in his seat. And Dolly's hands shaped the scene out of the air, and the painter began to climb his ladder in the Nevada sun. The heating vent pushed warm air past Harlan's ankles. The green glow was steady, the road was a line, and the line went on. Something was wrong with the road. Not wrong in any way he could have named or pointed to. The pavement was smooth, the center dashes were regular, the headlights found the surface, and the surface was there, unremarkable. But the road was too straight. Harlan had driven Route 95 for 11 years. He knew it the way a man knows the shape of his wife's hip in the dark. Without looking, without thinking, the knowledge in his hands and his back and the shifting of his weight on the seat. Route 95 curved. It bent around dry lake beds and wandered toward mountain passes. And sometimes it climbed, and sometimes it dropped, and none of that was happening. The road ahead was a ruled line, and it had been a ruled line since Tonopah. And when Harlan tried to remember the last curve he had taken, his memory gave him nothing but the line, running forward into the dark, and the dashes coming at him, and Dolly's voice, and the perfume, and the road, and the dashes, and the line. He adjusted his grip on the wheel. The vinyl was warm under his palms. The bus hummed. Dolly was 4 rows back, telling the boy about a painter and a billboard in the Nevada sun. Dolly told it like this. There was a man, not young, not old, just that middle distance where the body still does what you ask it, but the asking takes longer. Who painted billboards for the highway companies up and down the 93 between Ely and Pioche? This was the early 50s, she said, when the billboards still belonged to the desert the way the Joshua trees belong to it. A thing the land permitted but did not want, something the wind would eventually take back. The painter traveled with his colors in a wooden box and his brushes in a canvas roll, and his ladders strapped to the roof of a Ford truck that had been green once and was now the color of everything else out there, which was no color at all but only sun and dust and the pale yellow of a thing that had given up. He was hired that spring to paint a woman. Not a real woman, a cigarette advertisement. A figure of a woman in a red dress, holding a cigarette between two fingers, her lips parted, her eyes aimed at the highway as if the highway were a man she had been waiting for. The billboard stood alone at mile marker 41, a wood and steel frame bolted to a concrete footer on a gravel rise overlooking 4 miles of straight desert road in both directions. The nearest building was a filling station 9 miles south. The nearest town was Caliente, 22 miles north. The billboard had been blank for a year and a half, and the blankness had a presence of its own out there. A great white rectangle against the brown and the blue, the color of old cream, catching light all day, visible from the highway as a shimmer that you first mistook for a building, and then for a lake, and then for what it was, which was nothing pretending to be something, which is what the desert did best. The painter set up his camp at the base of the billboard. He laid out the company's reference illustration on the tailgate of the Ford, a glossy photograph of a woman whose beauty was of the type that existed only in photographs and on billboards, the kind of face assembled from the best features of 7 different women, and given a smile that none of them had ever actually worn. He studied it for an afternoon. Then he climbed his ladder and began. He painted her in sections, the way a printer lays down color. The background first, then the broad shapes, then the details that made the shapes into a woman. Her dress came first, a red that looked like it had been poured rather than painted, so smooth the surface seemed wet even from the ground. Then the arm, the hand, the cigarette between the fingers, the thin curl of smoke rising into the painted sky behind her, then the face, the lips, the cheekbone, the fall of dark hair across one eye. And last, always last, because he was superstitious in the way that painters are superstitious, believing in the small rituals that keep the work honest, the eyes. He painted the eyes on the 9th day. Dolly paused here. Harlan could feel the pause the way you feel a held breath in a theater, the air thickening, the bus quieter, even the diesel seeming to wait. In the overhead mirror, the boy was motionless. The painter told people later, the filling station owner, the postman, a waitress in Caliente, that he knew something was wrong before the paint dried. The eyes were good. They were better than the reference illustration. They had what the photograph lacked, a kind of attention, as if the billboard woman were not merely facing the highway, but watching it. Watching with the fixed, patient gaze of a woman in a window above a street, counting the cars, learning the patterns, noting which ones slowed and which ones passed and which ones, late at night, pulled to the shoulder and sat there with their headlights on, looking up. He drove back to the filling station that evening. He drank a beer on the concrete apron and watched the sun go down behind the mountains and did not think about the eyes, or told himself he was not thinking about them, which is the same as thinking about them with the lights off. He went back the next morning to finish the lettering across the bottom of the billboard, the brand name, the slogan, the Surgeon General's warning in letters so small you would have to stand on the roof of your car to read them. And when he pulled up to the site and looked up at the board, the woman's head had moved. Not much. A quarter inch, maybe less. Enough that her gaze, which the day before had been aimed at the highway, at a point roughly 100 yards south, was now aimed at a point roughly 80 yards south. The movement was the kind of thing you could explain away if you wanted to. Paint dries, wood flexes in the heat. A man's memory of where he painted something is never as precise as the painting itself. And the painter wanted to explain it away, so he did. And he finished the lettering, and he drove back to the filling station, and he drank his beer, and he did not think about it. But the next morning, the head had moved again, another fraction of an inch. And the arm holding the cigarette, had bent at the elbow, the way an arm bends when a woman shifts her weight from one hip to the other. The cigarette smoke, which he had painted as a vertical curl, now drifted left, toward the mountain pass, as though a wind had come through the painting that had not come through the desert. He measured it. He brought a level and measuring tape, and he stood on his ladder and put the level against the painted woman's shoulder line, and the line was not where he had put it. It was lower on the left side by 1/8 of an inch. The head was turned another degree south. The eyes, and this was the part that made him come down the ladder faster than he should have, so that he missed the third rung and landed hard on the gravel, and sat there for a while, looking at the sky. The eyes had changed their focus. They were no longer watching the middle distance. They were watching the ground directly below the billboard, watching him. The bus swayed gently, a seam in the road, or something that felt like a seam. Harlan's hands adjusted on the wheel without his telling them to, and the green glow held steady, and Dolly's voice continued. And the boy sat in his seat like a man watching something through glass that he could not touch. Harlan noticed, and the noticing came with a small, cold weight he could not explain, that the billboard in Dolly's story was the color of old cream, that the road the painter drove was straight for 4 miles in both directions, that the filling station 9 miles south was the same distance as the real filling station south of Tonopah, the one Harlan passed every night at the start of his route, the one with the concrete apron where a man could sit and watch the sun go down. He let the noticing pass, the way you let a strange noise pass when you are driving at night, and the alternative to letting it pass is pulling over and looking under the bus in the dark. Dolly told the boy that the painter did not come back for 3 days. He stayed at the filling station and drank more beer than was good for a man in the desert, and told the station owner that the job was finished and he was waiting for the check, which was true in the way that a locked door is true. It keeps things out, but it also keeps things in, and what was locked inside the painter was the knowledge that the painting was not finished, that the painting was doing something he had not asked it to do, and that every day he stayed away was a day the painting had to itself. He went back on the 4th day. He went back because the filling station owner had driven past the billboard the night before and had come into the station at dawn with a face like a man who has seen a car fire. Not afraid exactly, but aware suddenly and permanently that the ordinary world contained things that burned. The painter asked what he had seen. The station owner said the woman on the billboard had turned around. Not her head this time, her whole body. She was facing the other direction now, looking north, her back to the highway, the cigarette transferred to her other hand. The red dress shifted on her frame as if she had been standing there a long time and wanted to sit down. And the expression, the station owner had driven past at 40 miles an hour and had only seen the face for a few seconds, but the expression was not the expression of a woman on a cigarette advertisement. It was the expression of a woman looking for someone she had not seen in a long time and was beginning to believe she might not see again. The painter drove to the billboard at dusk. Dolly's voice dropped, not in volume but in register, lowering as this story found its bridge, and Harlan could feel the green air in the bus grow heavier with it. The diesel and the perfume and the warmth from the vent, all gathering into a single density that pressed against his eardrums like altitude. The painter found the billboard blank, not vandalized, not painted over. Blank the way it had been blank before he started, the great white rectangle catching the last of the dusk. The wood grain showing through where the primer had thinned, the corners dark with the shadows of bolts and brackets. Every stroke of color was gone. The red dress, the dark hair, the cigarette, the smoke, the eyes. All of it lifted from the surface as cleanly as a sticker peeled from glass, leaving behind only the white, and in the white, barely visible, a silhouette, not painted, unpainted. A woman-shaped absence where the primer was slightly thinner than the primer around it, as if the painting had not been removed but had stepped out, leaving its outline the way a body leaves an outline in new snow. And the outline... Dolly said this the way you say something that is true and terrible and that you have known for a long time. The outline was not the shape of a woman standing. It was the shape of a woman sitting in a chair, knees together, hands in her lap, head tilted slightly to the left, as if she were listening to someone she could not see. Harlan's hands tightened on the wheel. He did not know why. The image was just an image, a shape on a billboard. But the shape was familiar in the way that a dream is familiar. Not because you have seen it before, but because your body has, in some room, it remembers, and you do not. The painter stood at the base of the billboard for a long time. The sun went down. The desert went dark the way this desert went dark, like a lid on a box. And the white rectangle above him glowed faintly with the last of the light, and the silhouette glowed inside the glow. And then that too was gone, and there was only the dark and the gravel, and the smell of sage and creosote, and the dry electric smell that comes before rain in a place where it never rains. He heard footsteps in the sagebrush, not animal footsteps, not the scurry of a jackrabbit or the careful placement of a coyote. These were the footsteps of a woman in shoes that did not belong in the desert. Something with a heel, something that clicked against the hardpan with the sound of a finger tapping glass. The sound came from the north, from the direction the billboard woman had been facing, and it was getting closer, and the painter did not move, and the footsteps grew louder, and the sagebrush parted. He heard it part, heard the dry branches scrape against fabric. And the woman stepped out of the brush 10 feet from where he stood and faced the highway and raised her hand. Not waving, flagging. The way you flag a car on a dark road when your own car is broken down and you need someone to stop. She wore a red dress. She held a cigarette between 2 fingers of her raised hand. She did not look at the painter. She looked at the road and the smell that came off her. The painter told people this later, told the filling station owner, who did not believe him but did not forget it either. The smell was not paint and not perfume and not the desert. It was desert rose, heavy, sweet, the kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. Harlan's foot eased off the gas. He did not decide to do it. The foot moved the way it had moved at the second passenger's stop, on its own, answering a signal his mind had not sent. The bus slowed by 2 miles an hour, maybe 3, and the deceleration was so slight it was almost nothing, but it was not nothing, because the foot knew something, and the foot was afraid of what it knew. And Harlan pulled it back to the gas, and the bus resumed its speed, and in the overhead mirror the boy was looking at him, not at Dolly, at him, with an expression that Harlan could not read and did not want to. Dolly finished the story. The painter never saw the woman again. The billboard stayed blank. The filling station owner sold the business and moved to Reno. The painter took a job in Carson City, painting signs for grocery stores, small signs, signs that stayed where you put them. And he did not drive past mile marker 41 again. and the billboard rotted in the sun, and the wind took it back the way the wind takes everything back. And the last piece of it fell in a winter storm in 1959, and nobody was there to see it fall except the desert, and the desert did not care. Dolly stopped. The bus rolled, the green glow held. The boy sat in his seat and did not speak. Harlan waited for the rest of the story. Dolly did not give it. After a while, the boy said something. Harlan could see his lips move in the mirror. And Dolly answered, brief and warm and shaped like the end of a conversation. And the boy sat back and turned his face to the window and looked out at the dark, and the dark looked back. Harlan drove. The road ran straight. The dashes came at him. He realized he had not seen a milepost since Tonopah, and the realization sat in his stomach like a swallowed stone. And then the heating vent pushed another wave of desert rose perfume past his ankles, and the stone dissolved, and he drove, and the road went on. The second stop came out of the dark the way the first one had. Not gradually, not approached, but suddenly there. The distance between here and there simply gone. No one was there. He was certain of it, and then he was not certain of it, because the door opened. Had he opened it? His hand was on the lever, but he could not remember pulling, and footsteps came up the metal stairs, heavy, deliberate. The footsteps of a man carrying something he did not want to drop, and then the footsteps went past him toward the back of the bus, and he saw, briefly, in the green glow, a coat too heavy for the season, and a metal lockbox clutch against the chest. And then the figure was past him and sitting, and the door closed, and the bus was rolling again, and Harlan could not have said how any of it had happened. He looked in the overhead mirror. The man was in the second-to-last row, exactly where Harlan had known he would be, though he could not have said how he knew this either. The lockbox was on the man's knees. His hands were on the lockbox. His eyes were on the back of the seat in front of him, and they did not move. Dolly had already turned. She turned the way she did everything, smoothly, as if the motion had been rehearsed 1,000 times, and the rehearsal had worn away everything unnecessary, leaving only the essential gesture. The rotation of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, the sequins catching the green and throwing it back in a scatter of light that made her seem, for an instant, like something seen through shallow water. She was facing the man with the lockbox now, and her hands were in her lap. And she was wearing the smile women keep for frightened men, not to reassure him, but to let him know that she has seen the fear and considers it reasonable. She told him a story. Harlan heard it the way he had heard the first one, through the diesel and the vent hum and the distance of 4 rows, the words arriving clear enough to follow, but soft enough that he had to listen, which meant he had to stop thinking about the road, which meant the road ran itself for a while, the way roads do when you have driven them long enough, that the driving is something your hands and your feet do without consulting the rest of you. There was a prospector, Dolly said. This was older, Depression years, maybe earlier, the kind of years that had edges and the edges cut. The prospector had a claim in the mountains east of Goldfield, up in the Pinyon and the hard rock, and the claim had given him enough gold to fill 3 coffee cans, and not enough to fill a 4th. And the 3 coffee cans were buried in the cellar of the shack he lived in at the foot of the claim, and the cellar was locked with a padlock, and the padlock key was on a cord around his neck, and the cord had worn a groove in the skin above his collarbone that looked like a second mouth, always open, always dry. He was the kind of man the desert makes when it has enough time and enough emptiness to work with. His face was the color and texture of a boot that had been left outside for a year. His hands were the size of catcher's mitts and twice as hard. He talked to himself, not in the way of madness, but in the way of a man who has been alone so long that the sound of his own voice has become a kind of furniture. something to put in the empty rooms so they don't echo. One autumn, he drove to the abandoned diner. Dolly described the diner the way a woman describes a dress she once owned and wishes she had kept, with precision and a kind of tender inventory. Aluminum siding gone the color of old cream, a counter with 12 stools, all of them bolted to the floor, all of them listing slightly left, as if the building had settled that way and the stools had settled with it. A plate glass window with a crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, like a line on a map showing the shortest distance between 2 points that nobody wanted to go to. A floor the color of institution. Gray-green linoleum. The kind they put in hospitals and bus stations and any place where people sit and wait for something that is never going to arrive. Harlan's hands shifted on the wheel. The linoleum. He knew linoleum like that. He could not say where or when, but the knowledge was in his palms and his feet and the base of his spine. Linoleum under shoes that had not moved from one spot in a long time. Linoleum with the particular cold of a floor in a room with no sun. He let this pass too. The road went on. And in the corner of the diner, between the cigarette machine and the wall, a jukebox. Not a modern jukebox. An old one. The kind with the curved glass top and the chromium trim, and the carousel of 45s visible through the glass, turning slowly under a light that was not on because the jukebox was not plugged in. Its cord lay on the linoleum like a dead snake, flat, black, the prongs of the plug dull with dust. There was no outlet within 6 feet of where the machine stood. The diner had been closed for 3 years. The electricity had been shut off 18 months before that. The jukebox was playing. Not loudly. Far from the full-throated blast of a song chosen and paid for. It was the sound a jukebox makes between selections. The mechanical hum of the carousel turning, the click of a record being lifted from its slot, the whisper of the needle finding the groove, and then a song, soft, distant, as if it were being played in another room and the sound was leaking through the walls. The prospector stood in the doorway and listened. The song was one he did not recognize. It was slow and sad, and it had a woman's voice in it, and the voice sang about a road that went on and never arrived, and the prospector thought it was the most beautiful thing he had heard in 3 years, which was the last time he had heard any music at all. He went back the next day. The jukebox was playing a different song. He went back the day after that. A different song again. He began going every afternoon, the way a man goes to church, not because he believes exactly, but because the ritual fills a space in the day that would otherwise fill with something worse. He brought a camp chair and sat in front of the jukebox and listened. And the jukebox played for him, and the songs were always sad and always beautiful, and he never recognized any of them. And this not recognizing was part of the beauty, because a song you have never heard is a song that has not yet been used up by the world. Dolly paused. The bus swayed. In the overhead mirror, the man with the lockbox had not moved, but his eyes had shifted from the seat back to Dolly's face, and the fear in them had been joined by something else, a kind of hunger that Harlan recognized from his own mirror on mornings when the route ahead was long and the night behind was longer, the hunger of a man who needs a story the way a drowning man needs a log. On the 4th week, Dolly continued, the jukebox played a song the prospector recognized, not from the radio, not from a bar or a dance hall, or any of the places where songs live in the ordinary world. He recognized it because the song was about him, not about a man like him, about him specifically by name, which is a thing that songs do not do, and a thing that a reasonable man would refuse to believe, except that the jukebox sang his name in the woman's voice, and the name was correct, and the song described his shack and his cellar and his 3 coffee cans, and the groove in his collarbone where the key cord wore. And the prospector sat in his camp chair with his hands on his knees and listened to a machine that was not plugged in sing the details of his life to a room where no one could hear it. The next song was worse. It was about a man driving to the filling station in Goldfield. The man was driving fast because something was behind him, and the song did not say what was behind him. But the speed of the music said it was close, and the key the song was in said it was gaining. And the final verse described the man's truck leaving the road on a curve 2 miles south of the station and rolling 3 times in the creosote and coming to rest on its roof in a dry wash with the headlights still on and the radio still playing. And the prospector thought this was an ugly song and did not like it. And 3 days later, the filling station owner in Goldfield mentioned that a man had died on the highway 2 miles south of town, and his truck had rolled 3 times, and the headlights had still been on when they found him. The prospector went back to the diner. The jukebox played a song about a woman in Tonopah who would fall asleep at her kitchen table on a Tuesday evening and not wake up. The prospector drove to Tonopah. He did not know what he intended to do, warn her perhaps, or simply confirm that she existed, that the jukebox was not manufacturing people to kill. And he found her house, and her kitchen light was on, and he sat in his truck outside and watched the light and did not knock on her door, because what would he have said and what would she have believed? And how do you tell a woman that a machine you found in a dead diner has scheduled her death and you came to watch? On Tuesday, the light was on at 7 and off at 8. And on Wednesday, the obituary was in the Tonopah paper. And the cause was cardiac arrest, and the time was 9:15 on a Tuesday. And the prospector sat in his truck with the paper on his knee and the key cord pressing against the groove in his collarbone, and thought about the jukebox the way a man thinks about a loaded gun he has found in a drawer. With a fascination that is only the polite name for terror, he went back. Of course he went back. He went back because the songs were the only true thing in the desert. Truer than the gold in his cans, truer than the shack, truer than the face he saw in the mirror above his basin. And truth is a kind of gravity, and you fall toward it whether you want to or not. The jukebox had changed. The carousel was turning faster. The records were dropping into place with a sharpness that sounded like fingers snapping. The woman's voice was louder now, and the songs were closer to home. Not about men on highways and women in Tonopah, but about people the prospector had known. People who had sat at this very counter in the years before the diner closed. People whose names he spoke to himself in the evenings, because speaking their names kept them alive in the only room that mattered, which was the room inside his head. One by one, the jukebox sang them away. A herder outside Battle Mountain, a teacher in Austin, a bartender in Eureka whose hands shook, and who poured a drink like a man diffusing a bomb, carefully, with great attention, as if the distance between the bottle and the glass were the distance between life and its opposite. The jukebox sang their going with the same sad beauty it had brought to the first songs, and the prospector listened, and the people died, and the prospector could not stop coming back, because the songs were beautiful, and the beautiful is always the most dangerous thing in any room. Then the carousel stopped, not gradually, not the slow winding down of a mechanism running out of power. It stopped the way a heart stops, mid-beat, absolute. The prospector sat in his camp chair and stared at the curved glass and the chromium trim and the still carousel, and he waited, and the diner was quiet, and the crack in the plate glass window let in a thin whistle of wind that sounded like a woman breathing between verses. A record dropped. It fell from the carousel into the play position with a sound like a door closing, and the needle swung across the vinyl with a sound like a fingernail on silk. And the song that came out was not sung. It was played solo piano, slow, in a key that lived at the bottom of the keyboard where the notes were felt in the chest rather than heard in the ear, and the prospector recognized it on the first bar because the song was his, not about him, his favorite song, the song he had played on the upright piano in his mother's parlor when he was 12 years old and the world was a place where songs could still be learned and pianos could still be played and a boy's hands on the keys were the most natural thing in the world. The song he had not heard in 40 years. The song he had believed he had forgotten. The jukebox played it perfectly. Every note, every pause, every place where the tempo shifted because the boy's hands had been too small to reach the chord and had to stretch. And the stretching slowed the music by a half-breath that was not in the sheet music, but was in the playing. Because music is not what is written, but what is played, and what is played carries the body of the player inside it, like a fossil carries the shape of the bone. The prospector stood up. He crossed the diner floor. And here Dolly said something that made Harlan's hands go still on the wheel, so still that the bus drifted right by a foot before his arms corrected. She said the prospector's shoes made a sound on the linoleum that was the sound of shoes that have not moved from a spot in a very long time. A small tearing, a peel, the adhesion of sole to surface breaking like a seal. She said the sound surprised the prospector because he had not known he had been sitting that long. Harlan drove. The road went on. His palms were damp. The prospector put his hands on the curved glass of the jukebox and looked inside, through the glass, past the carousel and the chromium and the records, into the dark interior of the machine, and the dark looked back at him. And from somewhere inside the dark, not from the speakers, not from the needle, but from the walls of the machine itself, from the wood and the wire and the glass, he heard breathing. Not the jukebox's breathing. There was no such thing as a jukebox's breathing. This was a man's breathing. Fast, shallow, the breathing of a man who is afraid and cannot control the fear, the way you cannot control a cough or a shiver or the beating of your own heart. The breathing matched his breathing, breath for breath, inhale for inhale, as if the machine had learned him the way it had learned the piano, not the song but the playing of it, not the breaths but the breathing of it, the body inside the sound. He tried to smash the machine. He picked up the camp chair and swung it at the curved glass, and the glass did not break. He swung again, and the metal legs of the chair bounced off the chromium trim, and the jukebox did not move, and the breathing inside it did not stop, and the piano kept playing his song, his childhood song, the notes going on and on in the slow, sad key at the bottom of the keyboard, and the prospector dropped the chair and backed away, and the breathing followed him. Not from the jukebox anymore, but from the walls of the diner, from the aluminum siding the color of old cream, from the cracked plate glass window, from the linoleum floor and the counter and the 12 listing stools bolted to the floor as if the building itself had learned to breathe and the breath it had learned was his. He ran. He ran to his truck and drove to his shack and went into his cellar and sat on the dirt floor beside his 3 coffee cans and held the key cord in his fist and listened to the silence, and the silence was not silent. Inside it, behind it, so faint he could have told himself he was imagining it. But he knew the sound too well to pretend, because the sound was him, was the breathing, his breathing, coming from inside the walls of his own home. And he understood, sitting there in the dark with his gold, that the songs had never been inside the jukebox. They had been inside the walls of every room he had ever sat in, every room where he had been still and alone long enough for the walls to learn him, and the jukebox had merely been the first room honest enough to play them back. Dolly stopped. The bus was quieter than it had been. Harlan noticed this, the way you notice a change in temperature. Not sharply, but completely, the whole body registering it at once. The diesel was still running. The vent was still pushing warm air. The green glow was still there. But the quiet had changed. It had become the quiet of a room with people in it who are not breathing, or a room with no people in it at all. And Harlan did not look in the overhead mirror because he was not sure which of these he would find. His hands were on the wheel. He could feel the vinyl under his palms, the ridges of the grip, the slight give where the material had softened with years of use. But the feeling was wrong, not the wrongness of a broken thing, the wrongness of a familiar thing that has become, without changing, unfamiliar. The wheel was the right size and the right shape and the right temperature, and his hands were in the right position. And all of this was wrong, the way a word is wrong when you say it too many times and it loses its meaning and becomes a sound, just a sound, and you cannot remember what it was supposed to be for. The road ahead was straight. The dashes came at him. The dark pressed against the glass, and the stories Dolly had told. The painter who had made a woman so real she stepped down from the billboard. The prospector who had sat so long in one room that the walls had learned his breath were sitting inside Harlan's chest like two stones. And the stones were heavy, and the heaviness had a shape. And the shape was the shape of a question he did not want to ask and could not stop forming. How long had he been driving this road? Not tonight. Not this shift. But how long? How many nights? How many times had the road run straight from Tonopah to the playa without a curve, without a milepost, without a single pair of headlights coming the other direction? And had he ever, even once, arrived? He pulled his eyes from the road and looked in the overhead mirror. The boy was gone. Not gone in the way of a man who has moved to a different seat. Gone in the way of a glass that has been washed and put away. The space where he had been was empty and clean, the seat cushion undented, showing no impression at all. The boy had been a thought, and the thought had been finished, and the thinker had moved on. Harlan looked at the back rows. The man with the lockbox was gone too. His seat was the same as the boy's, undisturbed, uninhabited, no impression in the upholstery, no warmth in the air where a body had been. The lockbox was gone. The heavy coat was gone. The worried face and the white knuckles and the hunger in the eyes, all gone. And the bus was empty behind Dolly, and in front of her, and around her, and the rows of seats stretched back into the green glow like the pews of a church where the congregation has left and is not coming back. Dolly sat in her seat, aisle side left. The sequins caught the green. The perfume came in waves. Harlan stopped the bus. He did not decide to stop it. His foot moved to the brake the way it had moved at the second passenger stop. Without consulting him, the body making a decision, the mind had not approved. And the bus slowed, and the diesel dropped in pitch, and the tires found gravel, and the bus stopped, and the silence that came after the stopping was the loudest thing Harlan had ever heard, because it was not the silence of a bus that had stopped running. It was the silence of a bus that had never been running. The engine noise was gone, not winding down, not fading, gone. The way the boy was gone, the way the lockbox was gone, completely and without transition, as if the sound had been a recording and someone had lifted the needle. Harlan sat in the driver's seat with his hands on the wheel. The wheel was wrong. He knew it before he looked. The vinyl was real. He could feel the grain of it, the ridges where years of driving had softened the surface into the shape of his palms. The wheel was a real wheel. But beneath the vinyl where the column met the dashboard, there was nothing, deeper than a broken connection. This was a connection that had never existed. The column went into the panel and stopped. He could feel it in the absence of resistance. The wheel turned freely without the weight of gears and tie rods and tires pressing against asphalt, and the free turning undid him because it meant the wheel had been turning freely for years, every night under his hands, and the turning had never moved anything. He tried to reach the door lever. His arm did not move. The command left his mind. He felt it leave, felt the intention travel down through his shoulder, and the arm did not respond. Beyond refusal. Beyond any locked joint, absence. The total silent non-acknowledgement of a limb that has been in one position so long it has become part of the chair the way a branch becomes part of a fence when the tree grows around the wire. He commanded again and felt the phantom of reaching, the ghost of his arm extending toward the lever, the fingers closing around cold metal, and saw in the thin gray light that was replacing the green glow that his arm had not moved at all. It was on the armrest where it had been. It had always been there. He tried to stand. The same silence. The mind sent its orders to the legs, and the legs were stone. He felt himself rise, felt the effort in his back, the push through his arms, the 2 inches of lift, and the sensation was exquisite and false. A man pulling away from a body the man no longer occupied, and the body did not move. And the chair held him the way foundation holds a house, and the house does not get up. The sound of his breathing filled the small space, and the space gave it back to him, the way the prospector's walls had given his breathing back. Not as echo, but as presence. The sound of a man who is afraid, trapped in the room with the man who is afraid, and the two of them are the same person. The dashboard. The instrument panel was dark. The green glow was gone, and in its place Harlan could see that the gauges were not gauges. They were painted. Brush strokes on a wooden panel. A speedometer, a fuel gauge, a tachometer, an oil pressure dial, all of them rendered with care, with attention, by a hand that had studied real instruments closely enough to get the proportions right, but could not hide the brush marks, the slight waver in the lettering, the places where the paint had run and been wiped and repainted. The needles were lines of white paint. The numbers were hand-lettered. Someone had built this panel for a man who could not tell the difference, and the care in the painting was the most merciless thing Harlan had ever seen, because the care meant love, and the love meant someone had known he would need this. He looked through the pane of glass, set into the wall beyond the dashboard, and the road was gone. There was a wall, cream-colored, cracked, the crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, the same line as the diner window in Dolly's story. And beyond the wall, a corridor, dim, institutional, stretching away toward a door that was half open and showing nothing but dark. He turned his head, only his head, because the neck still had that much give, and looked at the rows of seats behind them. The seats were there, the geometry of a vehicle built to carry people. But the windows were not windows. They were painted. Gray paint over flat panels, each one brushed with a lighter gray in the center to suggest glass, to suggest the dark, to suggest a desert that was not there and had never been there. And the linoleum under his feet was not the grooved rubber of a bus floor, but the smooth, institutional gray-green of a room in a building that was not a bus and had never been a bus. And the same linoleum from Dolly's story, the prospector's diner floor, the cold surface where a man's shoes stick when they have not moved in a long time. Dolly sat in her seat. In his mind, she had been 4 rows back, a passenger on his route. But as the green light died, the distance collapsed. Her chair was right beside his. A companion seat bolted to the linoleum where the engine shroud should have been. She had not moved. The sequins caught the light. A thin gray light from somewhere above, leaking through a seam in the ceiling that was not a bus ceiling, but a drop ceiling, acoustic tile, water-stained, sagging in places where the grid had buckled. The perfume was still there. The face in the dimness was still there. The hands were in her lap. Hands in her lap, knees together, head tilted slightly to the left, the posture of the silhouette on the blank billboard, the shape left behind when the painting stepped out. And she was looking at him with an expression he had seen before but could not place. The expression of a woman who has been waiting for a man to see something, and the man has finally seen it, and the seeing is terrible, and the woman knows it is terrible and does not look away. She reached out and took his hand. Her hand was cool, not cold, cool. The temperature of a glass of water that has been sitting on a table all afternoon, room temperature. The temperature of the room, which was not the temperature of a bus crossing the Mojave, but the temperature of a small room in a building that did not move. Her fingers closed around his fingers, and the grip was light and familiar and so gentle it ached. Harlan sat in the therapy cabin with the painted dashboard and the hand-painted instruments in the linoleum floor and the acoustic tile ceiling, and Dolly held his hand, and the perfume came in waves, and the room was what it was. He could see a nurse's station through the gap where the windshield glass met the wall, empty. A counter with a clipboard on it, and a pen on a chain, and a calendar on the wall showing a month he could not read. The calendar had a photograph of a desert sunset, red and orange and purple, the kind of sunset that happens only in photographs and on calendars, and in the memory of a man who has driven through enough of them that they have become a single sunset, permanent and unreachable. He sat there. He sat for a long time, a moment that felt like a month, or a year, or the time it takes for a man to drive from Tonopah to the playa on a road that does not curve. And he let himself believe it. The room, the chair, the painted gauges, Dolly beside him. A facility. A cabin built for a man whose mind had outlived his roots. Bittersweet and manageable. And Dolly's hand was in his hand, and the hand was cool, and the room was what it was. And then the room changed. It changed the way the bus had changed. Not gradually and not in stages, but in the way a held breath ends, all at once, the whole body releasing. The light from the ceiling shifted. The gray became thinner, colder. The gray of a place that has not been lit in a very long time. The acoustic tiles above him were no longer sagging. They were gone, several of them, missing from the grid, leaving black rectangles where the crawl space above was open to the room. And through the black rectangles he could see not pipes and wiring, but the undersides of roof joists, weathered gray, bowed with the weight of years. The linoleum under his feet was cracked. Not the cracks of age, the cracks of rupture. Places where the floor had buckled and split, and something had come through, and the something was sand. Desert sand, fine and pale, pushed up through the cracks in small drifts that fanned out across the floor like the fingers of a hand reaching for the walls. The walls. The cream-colored walls were stained now, not with water, but with time. The layered damage of decades of heat and cold and dust, and the slow, patient chemistry of abandonment. Plaster had fallen in sheets, exposing lath beneath, and the lath was dry and splitting, and in places it was gone entirely, leaving gaps through which the night was visible. The actual night, the desert night, black and enormous, pressing through the gaps with a weight that was not metaphor but fact, a weight Harlan could feel against his face like breath. The nurse's station was a ruin. The counter had collapsed on one end and leaned at an angle that made it a ramp rather than a surface. The clipboard was on the floor, half buried in sand. The pen was gone. The calendar was still on the wall, but the photograph of the desert sunset had faded to a pale, uniform pink. And the month and year were visible now, and the year was 1970, and the month was October, and the calendar had not been changed in more than 50 years. Harlan looked at the corridor through the gap where the windshield glass had been. The corridor was dark, not dim, dark, the dark of a place that has not been walked in years, the dark of a place where the ceiling has partially fallen, and the fallen pieces lie on the floor, and the floor is sand, and the sand is undisturbed. At the far end, where the hallway must once have turned toward an exit, the ceiling had come down in a solid mass of timber and plaster, and against the rubble the sand had piled itself into a dune that reached the top of the doorframe. Decades of wind pressing grain after grain into the gap until the building was sealed. And whatever was inside for good. Sand was on his shoes, not tracked there, drifted. The fine, pale sand of the Mojave accumulated grain by grain over years, over decades, a miniature dune forming against his left foot, where the draft from the gap in the wall pushed the grains across the linoleum and piled them against the first obstacle, which was his shoe, which had not moved. The chair under him was not warm where he sat. The vinyl was cracked and dry, and the cracks had the deep, permanent quality of leather left in the sun for years. The metal frame was spotted with rust. The bolts that held the frame to the floor were orange with it, and Dolly sat beside him. She had not changed. This was the thing. Everything else had changed. The room had aged. The walls had crumbled. The floor had split. The ceiling had opened to the desert sky. Sand had invaded the corners and the corridors and the nurse's station and the cracks in the linoleum. But Dolly had not changed. Her dress caught the light. Her perfume came in waves. Her hand was cool around his hand. Her face was the face it had been at the beginning of the night, and the night before that, and the night before that. However many nights, however many thousands of nights. He looked down at their joined hands. Dolly's hand was the hand he remembered. The fingers tapered, the nails shaped, a ring on the fourth finger that caught whatever light was left and sent it back in a small, determined spark. But the hand had no weight. He could feel the grip, light, certain, the geometry of a hold, practiced 10,000 times. But the substance behind it was not there. The way a voice fills a room but has no weight you could measure on a scale. Her hand was not warm and not cold. It was the exact temperature of the air around it, as if the hand had no heat of its own but borrowed what the room offered, and the room was offering the cool of the desert at night. Precisely that and nothing else. His hand was not. The knowledge arrived the way the sand had arrived, grain by grain, then all at once. He could see it in the gap between her fingers. The skin on the back of his hand was dark. Not the dark of a suntan or the dark of dirt. The dark of leather that has been left in a dry place for a very long time, shrunk, taut, pulled against the bones beneath until the bones were the hand and the skin was only a covering, a wrapper. The thin brown casing of a thing that had been sitting in a chair in a room in the desert for 50 years. And the desert had done what the desert does, which is to take the water out of everything and leave the rest. His knuckles were ridges. His tendons were cords. The veins on the back of his hand. He had known those veins, had watched them surface during the long hot runs between Beatty and Tonopah. When the sun hit the wheel and the wheel hit his hands, the veins were gone. There was nothing left to surface. The flesh between the bones had thinned to the thickness of paper, the brown paper of a grocery bag left in the sun, and the joints of his fingers where they met Dolly's fingers were stiff not with age, but with the stiffness that comes after age, after the last thing age does, which is stop. He understood. Not because Dolly told him. Dolly did not tell him anything. Dolly sat beside him and held his hand, and the hand she held was not a living hand and had not been a living hand for longer than many people live. And she held it the way she had held it on the first night and every night since, with a grip that was light and familiar and careful beyond all reason, and the care was not the care of a nurse or a wife on visiting day. It was the kindness of a woman who had followed a man into the desert and found him in a chair, and could not make him stand, and could not make him walk, and could not carry him out, and so had done the only thing left, which was sit down beside him and hold his hand, and fill the room with stories, so that the silence would not fill it first. 50 years. He did not know how he knew this, but the knowing was in the sand and the rust and the calendar on the wall, and the fine, patient dust on every surface that was not Dolly, and the knowing was in Dolly, too, in the fact that she was here, that she had always been here, that her hand had not let go of his hand in all the time the sand had taken to build its dunes against his shoes, and the roof had taken to open itself to the stars. Harlan looked at the gap in the wall where the plaster had fallen, and the lath had split, and the night came through. The desert was there. The actual desert. Not the painted gray of the bus windows, not the dim corridor of the facility, but the Mojave itself, the real Mojave, black and infinite, and scattered with stars that were the first stars Harlan had seen since the bus had left Tonopah, since the lid had come down on the box, since the dark had become a thing he drove through rather than a thing he looked at. The stars were enormous. They were the stars of a desert that has no light pollution, no cities, no highways, no green glowing instrument panels. Stars the size of dimes, the size of quarters, the kind of stars you see once and carry inside you for the rest of whatever you have instead of a life. The Milky Way was a river across the center of the sky, and the river was so bright it cast shadows, and the shadows fell through the gaps in the walls and lay across the sandy floor in bars of dark and light, and one of the bars lay across Dolly's dress, and the sequins in the bar of light were not green anymore, but silver, true silver, the color of the actual moon. And Harlan saw that Dolly had been beautiful all along. Not the assembled beauty of the billboard woman, not the professional beauty of a lounge singer in a spotlight, but the beauty of a woman who has chosen to sit in a ruin for half a century because the man in the chair beside her needed someone to sit with him, and the choice was hers. And the choice was the most beautiful thing about her. He looked at the desert through the gap. It was very large. It was the largest thing he had ever seen, and the largeness had a quality that was not beautiful and not terrible, but both. The way the open sea is both to a man on a small boat. And Harlan understood that the desert was the thing he had been afraid of all along. Not the dark, not the silence, not the dissolving of the bus or the crumbling of the facility, but the size of what waited outside the ruin, the sheer immensity of the nothing that stretched in every direction from this small room to the edge of the world and beyond, and what it meant to walk into it, and what it meant to leave the room, and what it meant to stop being the man in the chair. Dolly's hand tightened on his. Not much. The lightest increase of pressure, the way a woman's hand tightens when she is about to say something that matters and the saying of it requires the body's support. But she did not say it. She did not say anything. She had never explained anything, and she did not explain anything now because the desert was its own explanation, and the ruin was its own explanation, and the 50 years were their own explanation, and the hand holding his hand was its own explanation, and some things do not need to be said because saying them would make them smaller than they are. He looked at his mummified hand in hers. Her fingers laced through his the way they had always laced through his. Ring finger, middle finger, index. The pattern of a hold that had been practiced so many times, it did not need living fingers to remember it. The hold remembered itself. The love was in the pattern, and the pattern did not require flesh. Harlan looked at the desert. He looked at Dolly. He did not stand up. He settled deeper into the cracked vinyl chair. The rust held. The bolts held. The sand was soft against his shoes. The starlight moved across the floor the way starlight does, slowly, imperceptibly. The earth turning under the sky turning over the earth, the light traveling its distance and arriving without announcement, without hurry, on time. Dolly's hand was in his hand, and her hand was cool, and the coolness was the temperature of the room, and the room was the temperature of the desert, and the desert was the temperature of the night, and the night was the temperature of everything that has been still for a very long time and does not intend to move. She began to speak, not loudly, in the same voice she had used on the bus, the lounge voice, the carrying voice, the voice built for rooms where noise and smoke and the clink of ice tried to drown it and failed. The voice that went through obstacles rather than over them and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. She was telling him a new one, not the painter, not the prospector, a new one. About a lighthouse keeper, she said, who lived on a rock in the ocean and tended a light that ships no longer needed. And the keeper kept the light burning anyway because the light was company, and company was all he had. And one night, a fog came in that was so thick the light could not get through it. And the keeper climbed the stairs to the lamp and pressed his face against the glass and looked out into the fog and saw. But that is as much as the wind carried, because the wind was there now, the real wind, the night wind that comes across the Mojave after midnight and smells of sage and alkali and the cold breath of mountains you cannot see, and the wind moved through the gaps in the walls and across the sandy floor and through the rows of rusted, bolted-down seats with their cracked vinyl and their painted windows and their steering column that connected to nothing. And the wind carried Dolly's voice the way a river carries a leaf, up and out and across the desert. And if you had been standing on Route 95 at mile marker 31 in the small hours of the morning, if you had pulled your car to the shoulder and turned off the engine and rolled down the window and sat there in the dark with the stars above you and the desert around you and the silence pressing against the glass, you might have heard it. A woman's voice, so faint it might have been the wind itself, rising and falling in the cadences of a story that had been going on for 50 years and was not finished, and would not be finished tonight, and would not be finished until the man in the chair was ready to stand and the woman beside him was ready to walk, and the desert was ready to let them cross, and the desert was patient, and the woman was patient, and the story went on. Mile marker 31. A ruin in the sand, half buried, the roof gone, the walls open to the sky. Inside, rows of empty, rusted frames, and at the front, 2 chairs, rusted, bolted to the floor, facing a panel of painted instruments that no longer measured anything that moved, and the smell of desert rose rising. The man who called himself Keller was already in the helicopter when Mason Hebert came around the hangar at 6:15. He was sitting in the left seat with his briefcase balanced across his knees and his hands resting flat on its calfskin surface. He wore a charcoal suit with a faint window pane pattern, a white shirt with the collar still holding its starch, and oxblood wingtips that had been recently resoled. The shoes had never been near a marsh. Nothing about the man had ever been near a marsh. Mason stopped at the edge of the concrete pad and looked at him through the plexiglass. The booking had come in 3 days earlier through the service's answering machine. A corporate voice, female, had given the name Keller and a callback number with a Houston area code. 3-hour charter, deep basin overflight, survey photography. She'd specified the Bell 206, which was the only aircraft Mason operated, which meant she'd looked him up, or someone had looked him up for her. She'd left a credit card number that cleared before Mason finished his coffee. Now Keller sat in Mason's helicopter with the patience of a man who had been waiting for much longer than 15 minutes, and Mason noticed the way he would have noticed a gauge reading 6 degrees off normal, that the man had not looked up when Mason's boots hit the concrete. He had not turned his head at the sound of the hangar's side door opening. He was looking straight ahead through the windscreen at the tree line beyond the runway, and he was still as standing water. Mason opened the right side door and climbed in. The rotor disc was a low shelf above him as he settled into the pilot's seat and pulled the 4-point harness across his chest. He could smell the man now, a cologne that was either very good or very expensive, and underneath it the dry institutional smell of air-conditioned offices and freshly printed documents. Mr. Keller. The man turned his head. He had a face that would have been difficult to describe to a sketch artist. Medium features, medium coloring, brown hair cut short and parted with geometric care. His eyes were the color of creek gravel. He smiled or produced the arrangement of muscles that served as a smile and offered his hand. His palm was dry and cool and held Mason's hand for exactly the duration that a handshake was supposed to last and not one beat longer. He said something about the weather that Mason didn't register because Mason was looking at the man's left wrist. He wore no watch. Corporate surveyors wore watches. They wore GPS units and flight tracking bracelets and chunky digital chronographs that logged altitude and air temperature. This man's wrists were bare except for a thin white scar that ran vertically along the ulnar bone and disappeared under his cuff. It was a surgical scar, not a wound, old, neat, made by someone who knew where the nerve was and chose to go around it. Mason started the turbine. The familiar whine climbed through the airframe and into his molars, and he went through the pre-flight sequence from muscle memory while his conscious mind worked on the scar and the shoes and the empty wrists. Keller opened his briefcase. Inside, a Nikon F5 with a 200mm lens, 2 spare rolls of Fuji Velvia 50. A slide film, which was unusual. Digital cameras had been standard for corporate survey work for at least 2 years, and a thin manila folder that he removed, glanced at, and returned to the briefcase. The camera and film sat in a fitted tray. Below the tray, the briefcase was deeper than it looked. Mason saw a printed table of numbers on the top sheet. Coordinates, maybe, or financial figures. The type was too small to read from the pilot's seat. The rotor came up to speed. Mason checked pitch, checked fuel pressure, checked the caution panel. The panel was green across the board. He pulled collective and the bell lifted off the pad with the gentleness that 22 years of flight time produces. The helicopter rising as though it had simply decided on its own that the ground was no longer interesting. They cleared the tree line and the Atchafalaya opened below them. The basin at dusk was a palimpsest of water and land that could not be parsed from any angle except directly above. Cypress stands rose from water the color of steeped tea, their canopies contiguous, their trunks submerged to the first fork. Channels threaded between them in patterns that corresponded to no road, no property line, no surveyor's plat. The water moved south in a current so slow that its motion was visible only in the behavior of surface debris, a log rotating a quarter turn per minute, a mat of hydrilla drifting at walking speed toward the Gulf. From 500 feet, the basin looked like a single organism breathing through a million pores. Mason had been flying this landscape for 9 years. Before that, he'd been doing something else in it, but that was a sentence he had never completed, even in his own mind, and he did not complete it now. He followed the heading the woman on the phone had specified, 195 magnetic, which would take them southwest over Henderson's Swamp and into the deep basin between the two guide levees. And he watched Keller from the corner of his vision. Keller had the Nikon to his face. The motor drive chattered in bursts of 3 and 4 frames, inaudible beneath the rotor noise, but visible in the faint vibration of the man's hands. He was shooting straight down through the open window, and Mason could see the lens angling to track specific features below. Not the kind of panoramic survey photography that appeared in environmental impact reports, but targeted, deliberate frames. He was shooting particular places. After 20 minutes, Keller put the camera in his lap and consulted the folder again. He traced the line on the top sheet with his index finger. His nail was trimmed to the quick, perfectly even, no cuticle visible. And then looked out the window and pointed south-southeast. Mason adjusted heading. They crossed the canal he recognized as Bayou Sorrel, and beyond it the landscape changed. The cypress gave way to dead timber. Tupelo skeletons standing in open water, their branches stripped by years of submersion. The water here was different too, darker, without the tannin clarity of the live swamp. It lay flat and opaque between the stumps like poured resin. This was the lower Atchafalaya floodway, the drowned country south of the Henderson levee, and Mason knew every acre of it because he had made it. Not all of it, but enough. The levee breaches between 1991 and 1994 had drowned 60,000 acres of marginal wetland and displaced the communities built on them. A few hundred people living in stilt houses and houseboats and fishing camps that had been there for generations. The floods had been classified as natural events by the Army Corps and the state. They were not natural events. Mason's hands were steady on the cyclic. They had always been steady. That was part of what had made him useful. Keller pointed again, farther south, deeper. Mason turned the helicopter without answering. The surveyor photographed the dead forest for 40 minutes in the last good light. The sun was a flattened disk on the western levee, throwing long shadows across the drowned timber and turning the standing water the color of dark honey. Keller worked systematically, shooting in overlapping sequences that would stitch together into a mosaic. He shot the remains of a fishing camp, 3 pilings standing at odd angles where a pier had been, the pilings barnacled with watermarks like tree rings measuring the floods that had taken the structure apart. He shot the scar of an access road that now ended at the waterline like a sentence abandoned mid-thought. He shot a drainage culvert still visible in the levee face, its concrete collar cracked and displaced by the force of water that had come through it when the charges detonated 10 feet below the water table. Mason saw the culvert and recognized it. He knew the specific culvert. He knew the date and the approximate time and the weight of the ANFO charge that had fractured the substrate beneath it. And he knew that the family living in the fishing camp 300 yards downstream, a man, his wife, their 2 grandchildren, had never been found. He said nothing. He kept the bell on heading and let the culvert fall behind them. Keller spoke for the first time since the ground. His voice came through the headset with the mild compression of the intercom system, which stripped its upper harmonics and made it sound like a voice on a corporate conference call. Impersonal, considered, addressed to no one in particular. He said the water was shallower here than it had been in 1993. He said the subsidence rate was accelerating and the floodway was converting to mud flats faster than the Corps models predicted. He spoke about the landscape the way a project manager speaks about a construction site that is slightly behind schedule, but still within acceptable tolerances. Then he closed the folder and put the camera back in the briefcase and closed the briefcase. He folded his hands on its surface again in the same arrangement as before, as though his body had a default position it returned to when the task at hand was complete. They flew in silence for several minutes. Below them, the dead forest thinned and gave way to open water dotted with the low hummocks of subsiding land. Former ridges and natural levees that had been high ground before the floods and were now barely above the waterline, covered in the coarse salt grass that colonizes land on its way to becoming sea. Keller's voice came through the headset again. He said he understood that Mason maintained a numbered account at a bank in Georgetown, Grand Cayman, under the name Warren Delcom. He said the current balance was $412,000, give or take the interest accrued, since the last quarterly statement. He said this with the same level project management cadence he'd used to discuss the subsidence rate. Mason's hands were still steady. His feet were still light on the pedals. The turbine's whine had not changed, and the rotor disc was still pulling clean air, and the helicopter was still flying at 500 feet over the drowned country. Because Mason Hebert had been flying helicopters for 22 years, and his body did not stop doing its job when his mind went somewhere else entirely. But his mind had gone somewhere else entirely. Keller continued in the same unhurried tone. He mentioned the 2 Canadian passports behind the refrigerator in Mason's rented house on Cecilia Road. Behind it, not inside it, in the gap between the condenser coils and the drywall where the landlord's electrical inspection sticker had never been moved. He mentioned that the passports were in the names of Antoine Broussard and Michel Thibodeau, and that both photographs had been taken at the Walgreens on Highway 31 in Breaux Bridge on a Friday afternoon in March 1998. He mentioned the brand and vintage of the scotch Mason drank on the nights when he sat at the kitchen table with the lights off, Macallan 18, and the number of bottles currently in the cabinet above the stove, which was 3. Mason flew. The horizon was a dark line between the water and the sky, and it wasn't moving. And the airspeed indicator read 85 knots, and the fuel gauge showed 1 hour 40 minutes remaining, and none of these instruments were lying to him. The instruments never lied. Everything else in the world lied, but the instruments told the truth. And right now, the truth was that he was 500 feet above the Atchafalaya Basin, with a man in the passenger seat who knew things that no one should know because Mason had spent 9 years making sure no one could know them. He considered his options. The left door had been removed for the charter, standard for aerial survey work, giving the camera an unobstructed downward angle. The passenger sat in the left seat with the open door frame beside him, and 500 feet of air between the skid rail and the water. Mason outweighed the man by 30 pounds, and the cyclic stick was within easy reach of his left hand, while his right controlled the collective. He could roll the aircraft, not a barrel roll, the Bell couldn't do that, but a hard cyclic push to the left that would throw an unbelted passenger out the open door before his hands could find a grip. It would take less than a second. The helicopter would recover, or it wouldn't. But either way, the man and his briefcase would be in the water. Mason didn't do it. He didn't do it because Keller had not unfastened his 4-point harness at any point during the flight, and he didn't do it because the man's left hand had moved very slightly during the last set of disclosures, had moved down from the briefcase surface to the briefcase's brass latch, where it rested with the index finger curled through the latch loop in a way that could mean he was about to open it, or could mean he was holding something inside it. He thought about the scar on Keller's left wrist. He thought about the neatness of it. He thought about a man who did not wear a watch and carried film stock 2 years out of professional date, and sat perfectly still in other people's helicopters, and he adjusted his estimate of the situation. Keller told him to descend to 200 feet and maintain heading. Mason descended to 200 feet and maintained heading. The dead trees rose around them like the masts of a foundered fleet. The surveyor let 8 minutes pass in silence after the disclosures. Mason counted them on the fuel gauge. The turbine consumed 24 gallons per hour, and 8 minutes was 3.2 gallons. And the math was something for his hands and eyes to do while the rest of him worked the problem. The problem had a shape now. The shape was familiar to Mason because he had once operated on the other side of it. The side where you know everything about a person and the person knows nothing about you, where you have been studying the terrain while they are still looking at the map. He had been the man in the passenger seat, metaphorically, for the better part of a decade. And he recognized the stillness that comes from having already decided what happens next. Keller reached into the briefcase. Mason's right hand tightened on the collective. What came out was not a weapon in any ordinary sense. It was a flare gun, a Helimarine distress launcher, the kind found in the emergency kits of offshore supply boats, orange plastic body, stubby barrel, loaded with a 25-millimeter red parachute flare. Keller held it in his lap for a moment, letting Mason see it, letting the orange plastic register against the charcoal wool of his trousers. Then he raised it and pressed the barrel against the back of Mason's seat, where the nylon fabric stretched over the tubular steel frame 6 inches behind Mason's left kidney, not pointed at Mason, pointed at the seat, and through the seat at the fuel line that ran along the airframe's spine from the belly tank to the turbine. He didn't speak immediately. He let the pressure communicate. Mason could feel the flare gun's barrel through the seat back, a small, definite circle of compression against the steel tube, and behind it, the weight of the man's arm braced without tremor. When Keller spoke, he gave coordinates. He recited them once, in the same dry conference call tone, and waited. The coordinates were 8 digits. Mason didn't need to enter them into the GPS because he knew where they were. He knew the exact spot. He knew what was under the water at those coordinates and what had been above the water before 1993, and what the ground had looked like when he'd walked it with the Garmin and the demolition charts and the sample core of the levee substrate. The coordinates were for the Delacroix Breach. The Delacroix Breach was the 4th of 6 operations Mason had conducted for the consortium between 1991 and 1994. It was a levee break on a secondary channel south of the main Atchafalaya flow, and it had been the largest and the least controlled of the 6. The ANFO charge had been calculated for a localized fracture, a crack in the substrate that would produce a slow, deniable seepage over weeks. Instead, the hydrostatic pressure behind the levee had blown the fracture wide open within hours, and 1,600 acres of inhabited marshland had gone under in a single tide. The water came at night in February, and the marsh community at Delacroix Bend, 41 people living in 12 structures, received no warning because the nearest phone line was 4 miles north, and the access road was already underwater by the time the current reached the houses. 26 of the 41 were recovered. 15 were not. Mason turned the helicopter south-southeast toward the coordinates and dropped to 150 feet. The dead timber closed around them, and the light was failing, and he flew between the gray trunks by the last of the dusk and the dim green glow of his instrument panel. The flare gun's barrel held its pressure against the seat back. The fuel gauge showed 1 hour, 20 minutes remaining. The air smelled of standing water and decomposition, and beneath it, a smell his body recognized before his mind named it. The particular mineral smell of alluvial clay, the smell of the basin floor exposed by subsidence, the smell of ground that was slowly returning to the water table, from which it had been temporarily removed by 100 years of levee engineering that Mason Hebert had helped destroy. He found the breach site by the gap in the tree line. The levee scar was still visible from the air, a depression in the natural ridge where the substrate had not recovered from the fracture, the vegetation thinner, the soil darker and wetter than the surrounding ground. Beyond it, where the marsh community had been, there was nothing but open water and a single hummock of surviving land, perhaps 200 yards long and 40 wide, rising no more than 3 feet above the waterline, covered in salt grass and a few scrub willows that had taken root since the flood. Keller pointed at the hummock. Mason began his descent. The hummock's surface was uneven, tilted slightly toward the south where the subsidence was eating the land from below. Mason circled it once at 50 feet, checking for soft spots by the color of the vegetation. Dark green meant standing water beneath the root mat. Yellow-brown meant relative dryness, relative firmness, a surface that might hold the bell's 3,000 pounds without the skids sinking past the cross tubes. He found a patch of yellow-brown near the northern end, roughly 50 feet square, and he brought the helicopter down with the particular care of a pilot who does not fully trust the ground. The skids touched. The bell settled. The grass flattened beneath the rotor wash and then sprang back as Mason rolled the throttle to idle, and the blades decelerated. The hummock held. Keller removed the flare gun from the seat back. He held it in his right hand with his finger off the trigger. The barrel pointed at the ceiling, and with his left hand, he reached across his body and released the 4-point harness. The buckle opened with a metallic sound that was very loud in the sudden reduction of turbine noise. He looked at Mason for the second time since the flight began. The first time had been the handshake. This time he held the look for longer, and Mason saw that the man's creek gravel eyes held no expression that could be accurately named. Not cruelty, not satisfaction, not the focused alertness of someone performing a dangerous task. If anything, the expression most closely resembled the patience of a man waiting for a scheduled event to arrive on time. He told Mason to shut down the turbine and exit the aircraft on the pilot's side. Mason shut down the turbine. The whine descended through the registers and the rotor coasted, and the silence came in. Not the total silence of an enclosed space, but the layered, breathing silence of a swamp at dusk, full of small sounds that had been masked by the engine. The tick of water against the hull of the hummock, the electrical buzz of insects in the salt grass, a bullfrog somewhere in the timber making a sound like a rope being pulled through a metal ring. He opened the right side door and stepped down onto the skid and then onto the ground. The ground was firmer than he'd expected. A dense mat of root fibers and clay, slightly spongy but bearing his weight without visible compression. His boots left shallow prints. He walked 5 steps from the helicopter and stopped and turned around. Keller was still in the passenger seat, visible through the plexiglass. He was doing something with the flare gun. Mason watched him break the barrel open and check the flare cartridge, a habitual gesture, almost automatic, and then close it again. He reached into the briefcase and removed something Mason couldn't see clearly. Then he climbed out on the left side and walked around the nose of the helicopter and stood in front of Mason at a distance of approximately 8 feet, which was far enough that Mason couldn't reach him before the flare gun came up, and close enough that the flare gun couldn't miss. "Turn around," the surveyor said. Mason turned around. He faced the southern end of the hummock, where the land sloped down into standing water, and the last of the daylight lay in a thin orange line along the horizon. He heard Keller climb back into the helicopter behind him. He heard the briefcase latch click. He heard the creak of the pilot's seat as the man leaned down beneath the console. Then a sharp chemical hiss, like a match head the size of a finger, and a sustained white-hot sound that Mason recognized from demolition work. Thermite. The compound burned at 2,500 degrees and could not be extinguished by any means available to a man standing in a marsh. He listened to it consume whatever it had been placed against. The sound lasted roughly 15 seconds. A high, focused roar, focused and sustained, not explosive. And then it stopped. And what replaced it was the small, precise sounds of the man working in the cockpit. The snip of a blade through wire. The click of a component being lifted from its bracket. The soft thud of the briefcase closing. Then the flare gun fired. Not into the helicopter, but upward, into the open air above the hummock. Mason saw the red star climb on its parachute and hang over the dead timber, throwing a copper light across the water and the stumps in the back of his hands. He didn't turn around. He watched the flare descend over the swamp, its reflection doubling in the standing water, until it guttered and died somewhere past the tree line. Within 30 seconds, an airboat engine caught in the reeds to the south. Someone had been waiting. When he turned around, the cockpit had been methodically destroyed. The avionics bay beneath the console was a blackened void. The thermite had consumed the wiring harness, the radio power supply, and the GPS processor in a single focused burn. The scorch marks stopped cleanly at the edges of the console housing. The cyclic stick was untouched. The collective was untouched. The airframe was intact, and the turbine was intact, and the fuel system appeared intact. But the helicopter would never fly again without a complete avionics rebuild that required equipment that did not exist within 100 miles of this hummock. The flare gun lay on the passenger seat, barrel open, spent. Keller stood at the open left doorframe. He reached into the left cargo pocket of his trousers and removed a waterproof envelope, the kind used for marine charts, heavy plastic, with a Ziploc seal, and held it out at arm's length at waist height, the way a courier presents a package for signature. He told Mason he was not here to kill him. He said it simply, without emphasis, the way a man states the time. Mason looked at the envelope and did not take it. The surveyor set the envelope on the ground between them. Then he turned and walked to the southern edge of the hummock, where the land sloped into water and pushed through the salt grass. The airboat was idling in the reeds, not hidden and abandoned, but held in position by a second figure at the tiller, a shape Mason could not resolve against the dark water. The logistics of the thing settled into place. The boat had been stationed before the flight with an operator, the operator waiting for the flare. He had sat in the reeds for 3 hours knowing the exact duration of the charter because the woman who booked the charter had told him. The surveyor climbed aboard. The propeller roar filled the swamp and the boat slid south through the reeds and into open water, and Mason stood on the hummock and watched the wake spread and flatten until the boat disappeared behind a stand of dead tupelo, and the sound diminished, and then the sound was gone, and there was nothing in any direction except water and stumps and the darkening sky. The envelope lay on the ground where the surveyor had placed it. Mason did not pick it up. He went back to the helicopter. The cockpit was dark. The panel lights were part of the avionics, and the avionics were gone. He pulled the access plate below the console and felt along the main wire bundle. The harness was fused to the structural frame in a mass of copper and char. He traced the antenna lid for the VHF radio by touch, following it aft along the airframe's spine, and found the coaxial connector intact where it entered the fuselage. The antenna was fine. The radio's power supply was slag. He moved to the emergency kit behind the passenger seat. The ELT, the emergency locator transmitter required by the FAA, a self-contained unit with its own battery and antenna, was gone. The retention bracket was empty. The clips were still in the lock position, which meant someone had released them and removed the unit deliberately. Not the thermite. The ELT bracket was behind the passenger seat, well clear of the console. No heat damage. This had been done by hand. Mason checked the aft fuselage panel. He found the ELT's power leads. They were cut, cleanly with a blade, at the junction where the unit's pigtail met the airframe wiring. The cuts were straight and recent, the copper bright. The surveyor had done this while Mason stood with his back to the aircraft, listening to the thermite consume the only other system that could have called for help. He went through the rest of the aircraft, systematically, the way he would have gone through a pre-flight with a discrepancy on the checklist. The console compartment held his cell phone. A Motorola clamshell, its faceplate cracked, the battery good for 3 days if he didn't make calls, a logbook, a pen, and a half-eaten package of peanut butter crackers. No flashlight. The surveyor had taken it, or it had never been there. The first aid kit was intact, but contained nothing useful for signaling. The cargo bay behind the cabin held 2 tie-down straps, a quart of hydraulic fluid, and a red nylon tool bag containing a Phillips screwdriver, a pair of pliers, a crescent wrench, and a roll of safety wire. He pulled out the cell phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit with the dim green glow of a healthy battery and no signal bars. He climbed out onto the skid, then onto the cabin roof, his boots finding the riveted seam between the panels. He stood upright with the phone extended above his head and turned in a slow circle. The screen's pale light was the brightest thing on the hummock. The signal indicator did not move. The nearest tower was in Henderson, 40 miles north through flat water and dead timber and the curvature of the earth. He tried each of the 4 cardinal points, holding the phone at full extension, waiting 10 seconds at each heading. Nothing. Not one bar. He climbed down. He stood by the helicopter with his hands at his sides and ran the inventory one more time. No radio, no beacon, no signal, no boat. A helicopter with a functioning engine and no way to fly it. He was the most qualified person within 40 miles to solve this type of problem, and there was no solution. And the absence of a solution had the design, load-bearing quality of a structure built by someone who had anticipated the capabilities of the person inside it. He could walk. The water was 3 to 8 feet deep, depending on channel, and the bottom was a soft, alluvial mud that would take a man to the knee or the waist or the chest. He could swim. The channels held alligator gar the length of a man's leg, and alligators that fed in the shallows after dark. He could wait. Waiting was how you died in the basin. By subsidence and dehydration and the incremental subtraction of the ground beneath your feet. He picked up the waterproof envelope. Inside the plastic sleeve were 3 documents. The top document was a property deed. Legal description, metes and bounds, notarized stamps, the full apparatus of Louisiana real property conveyance. The parcel described encompassed the Delacroix floodway, the entire tract of submerged land surrounding the hummock he was standing on. The deed transferred ownership from the Tidewater Land Consortium Limited, a name Mason knew because it was one of the 17 shell entities through which the real consortium had moved money during the acquisition phase, to Mason Hebert, individually, in fee simple absolute. The deed was dated March 14, 1991, 2 years before the Delacroix breach, 1 year before Mason had placed his first charge. The second document was another deed, different parcel, same structure. The Bayou Sorrel Tract, same transferor, same transferee, same date. The third document was a typed letter addressed to no one, formatted as a personal statement. It described in first person the actions of a landowner who had purchased marginal wetland parcels through a consortium of straw buyers and then destroyed the levees, protecting the communities on that land in order to consolidate the parcels for speculative resale. It described the method, ANFO charges below the water table, detonated remotely. It named the communities. It named the dead. It expressed remorse. It named no one else. It was a suicide note. Mason didn't need to read it twice. He knew how documents worked. He had carried documents like these in coolers next to the detonators. The consortium had always been meticulous about paper. The deeds predated the floods. The suicide note named no one but him. The offshore account held exactly the amount a lone actor speculator might accumulate. And Mason was standing on the land, 60 miles from the nearest road, with no radio, no signal, and no witness to say the surveyor had ever been here. The families hadn't found him. No one from Delacroix Bend had the resources or the knowledge to find him. The surveyor worked for the consortium. The real one, the board of directors behind the shell entities. And the board was doing what boards did when the auditors arrived. Somewhere in Baton Rouge, the originals of these deeds were already filed. The shell entities were already dissolved. The only name left in the chain of title was his. He wasn't being punished. He was being discarded. The way you discard the part of the tool that touched the material. The drill bit, the blade, the charge. When the project is done, and the inspectors are coming, and the frame worked in either direction, if he died on this hummock, dehydration, exposure, the water, the note and the deeds told a complete story. Guilty landowner returns to the scene of his crimes and cannot live with what he's done. If he survived, if a fisherman spotted the wreck, if a search helicopter found him, he would be standing on his own property, holding his own deeds, with an offshore account matching the acquisition proceeds, telling a story about a mysterious corporate surveyor that no flight record would confirm and no charter booking would corroborate. The consortium didn't need him dead. They needed him irrelevant. The frame fit a living man as well as a corpse, and the living man might even be more useful. A ranting, paranoid defendant was better theater than a body. Mason set the documents on the helicopter's skid rail. The night had fully arrived while he was reading, and the dark was complete. Not the dark of a room, which has walls and edges, but the dark of an open basin, which has no boundary and no floor and extends in every direction until it becomes the water in the sky. The hummock was a patch of solidity in the middle of it, and the helicopter was a shape on the hummock, and Mason was a shape beside the helicopter, and beyond all of it, there was nothing but the basin. He sat on the skid rail. The metal was still faintly warm from the turbine's residual heat. The documents were beside him on the skid where he'd set them. The bond paper had been out of the waterproof sleeve since he'd read it. 10 minutes, maybe 15. And the humidity had already found it. The pages had gone slack. The notary stamps were smearing at the edges. The embossed seal of the Tidewater Land Consortium was flattening as the Wyber swelled, and the corporation's name, raised in blue ink on the deed's first page, was bleeding. The letters dissolving into each other, the blue spreading across the bond. The ink was the same color as the water around the hummock. Somewhere in Baton Rouge, in a climate-controlled vault with a dehumidifier, the original sat on paper that would never soften, bearing a name that would never dissolve. That name was his. The frogs were calling in the timber, a sustained wall of sound that rose and fell in waves, individual voices merging into a single harmonic. Water lapped against the hummock's edge in a rhythm that was almost domestic. The insects added a thin electrical layer above the frogs, continuous and directionless. Somewhere in the dead trees to the south, perhaps 200 yards out, a heavy body moved through shallow water. The sound was arrhythmic and slow. A wading sound, not a swimming sound. Something large walking on the bottom. The frogs stopped, all of them, simultaneously, as though a circuit had been broken. The silence that replaced them had mass, a pressurized absence. the acoustic signature of every small living thing within range ceasing to announce itself at once. Mason knew this silence from the levee work. It meant a predator had entered the area, and every frog in the timber had done the ancient calculation and arrived at the same answer, and gone still. The waiting sound continued. Mason sat on the skid rail and listened. The usual pattern was 10 seconds to 2 minutes of silence. The predator would pass, the nearest frog would resume, and the rest would follow in a wave. He counted. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The waiting sound was closer now. Not rushing. The rhythm hadn't changed, but the acoustics had shifted the way sounds do when a source has moved 30 or 40 yards nearer. It was coming from the timber to the south, where the water was deepest and the stumps stood thickest. At 60 seconds, the frogs had not resumed. The waiting sound was close enough now that Mason could hear the secondary details, the suck of mud releasing a foot, and the small splash of water displaced by a body pushing through it, the faint scrape of something against a submerged stump. It was not hurrying. It did not need to hurry. It was moving toward the hummock, at the pace of something that had not yet decided what it intended, and was closing distance until the decision became necessary. Mason did not stand up. He did not turn on the cell phone for its light. He sat on the warm skid of his dead helicopter on the sinking ground and listened, and his body understood. Before his mind assembled the thought into language that two sounds belonged to each other. The silence was the reaction. The waiting was the cause, and the direction of the cause was toward him. The waiting stopped. The basin held its breath. The insects continued. They were too small, too far along in their mating cycles to stop. And their sound was thin and electrical and continuous, a current running through a wire. And it made the absence of the frogs and the absence of the waiting louder than any sound could have been. It was in the water. It had been coming toward the hummock, and it stopped. And stopping was worse than coming, because coming was a trajectory that could be tracked, and stopping was a decision being made in the dark by a presence Mason could not see or identify and could not reach, even if he'd had a weapon to reach with. He was on the side that didn't know. He had spent a decade on the other side. The side that studied the terrain, that surveyed the target, that moved through the dark toward a point on a map, while the people at the point slept and did not know he was coming. He recognized the position he was in because he had built it for others. The levee communities had sat in their houses on their high ground and listened to the water and not known that the water was coming for them because a man with a detonator and a map had decided it should. And now Mason sat on a different piece of high ground and listened to the water and did not know what was in it, and did not know if it was coming for him, and the not knowing was the same not knowing, the same dark, the same basin. His boots were wet, not from standing water, from a capillary seep, the saturated root mat wicking the basin upward through the soil. The water was above his ankles and warm with the heat of the ground. The hummock had settled again while he sat. Another fraction of an inch surrendered to the water table, the land going back to where it came from. The dark was absolute. The insects held their thin electrical frequency, and the water lapped against the hummock's diminishing edge, and from the direction of the dead timber to the south, close, perhaps 50 yards, perhaps less, there was nothing, no step, no drag, no retreat. Just the held silence of every living thing that could stop making sound, and the presence that had caused them to stop, still there, still in the water, still close enough that Mason could feel it the way he had once felt the hydrostatic pressure behind a levee wall. An invisible weight, patient, on the other side of something that was no longer thick enough to hold.